The rise of the Spanish Empire. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 326 Encounter. The Spanish offensive against the Sokoto Caliphate went so smoothly that even Spain itself hadn't anticipated it. Spain approached this vast African nation, 1,600 kilometers wide from east to west and nearly 1,000 kilometers long from north to south, with considerable caution and seriousness. In all of Spain's colonial wars, no campaign had ever seen Spain deploy more than 80,000 troops. While these 80,000 troops were colonial troops, it was undeniably a modern force equipped with standard rifles. While not as effective as the regular armies of European nations, they were, if not the best, among the colonial armies, vassal armies, and regular armies of other non-European nations. Originally, Carlo, who orchestrated the war, William, the Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs, Evan, the Secretary of State for Defense, and Andrew, the Commander-in-Chief of the Congo Territory, all believed the war would last several months, perhaps even over a year. The Spanish army would face fierce resistance from the Sokoto Caliphate, and even the colonial troops would suffer significant casualties. This was why Spain had spent months preparing for this war. Unexpectedly, Spain's extensive preparations seemed unnecessary. Within days of the war's commencement, the Spanish Western Army had successfully secured control of the kingdoms of Oyo, Ijebu, and Iwo. These three states provided tens of thousands of Spanish troops, enabling the Spanish Western Army to surpass 100,000 men. Although these indigenous states provided only cannon fodder, the Sokoto Caliphate's army would have taken days to defeat tens of thousands of these cannon fodder. Unlike the Spanish, who were equipped with a wealth of advanced weaponry, the enemy's soldiers were mostly still wielding cold weapons, with only a small number of elite troops, or the Sokoto Caliphate's guards, capable of using firearms. While the Sokoto Caliphate did possess firearms, their technology was far behind that of European nations. Consequently, news of the Spanish invasion was delayed for days before the Sokoto Caliphate's capital, Oyo Igbaho, over 100 kilometers from the Spanish colony, received the news. Clearly, the Sokoto Caliphate had already received the news. The reason was simple: the northern border of Oyo State lay less than 60 kilometers from Oyo Igbaho. By the time the Sokoto Caliphate received the news and mobilized the armies of the various states, the Spanish army was already approaching the capital, Oyo Igbaho. Without reinforcements from the various states, the Sokoto Caliphate's direct forces numbered only a few tens of thousands. Over half of these were armed with cold weapons, while the guards, numbering less than 8,000, wielded firearms of various types, evidently manufactured internationally. Furthermore, if one looked closely, one could even see Spanish-made weapons in the hands of the natives. Of course, the Spanish weapons they were given were not the previous generation standard rifles, the Vittorio M1872, but even earlier muzzle-loading rifles. Due to a delay in their response, by the time the two armies met, the Spanish army was less than 10 kilometers from the Sokoto Caliphate's capital, Oyo Igbaho. This distance was crucial, leaving the Sokoto Caliphate's army with no room to retreat. They had no choice but to defend their positions, or risk the Spanish taking the capital. Even more devastating was the fact that, despite the Sokoto Caliphate's rapid assembly of tens of thousands of troops, he clearly had no time to construct defensive positions. Furthermore, these indigenous people were clearly unskilled in firearms warfare, resulting in their limited understanding of digging positions and other techniques. Consequently, the Spanish army faced an indigenous army with few defensive positions. While the sight of tens of thousands of indigenous soldiers arrayed in a single line was a spectacular spectacle, Andrew, the commander-in-chief of the Congo Territory garrison and leading the Western Army, was beaming with joy. Why was he beaming? To counter the Sokoto Caliphate's vast manpower, Spain would employ powerful machine guns in this war. To expedite the end of the war in Africa, Carlo decisively equipped Andrew's army with dozens of the latest Maxim machine guns, newly modified. These advanced machine guns, based on the existing model, now used cartridges made entirely of smokeless gunpowder. This not only eliminated the previously limited range of the machine guns, but also significantly increased their range and bullet power. With dozens of such powerful machine guns, let alone tens of thousands of natives before him, Andrew was confident he could defeat them in a single battle, even if the native soldiers swelled to 100,000. Having personally handled such a powerful weapon, he naturally understood its devastating impact on soldiers. The African natives, especially in their clustered formations, presented a prime target for the machine guns. A single volley of fire would bring down dozens of natives. Given the current power of the machine guns, even if these fallen natives were lucky enough not to be hit in the vitals, they would likely die. The moment the two armies met, tens of thousands of native troops immediately charged the Spanish army. With no room for retreat, the Sokoto Caliphate could only attempt to exploit the Spanish army's precarious position and quickly break through the Spanish formation, thus gaining an advantage. Andrew couldn't suppress the smile as he watched the vast, black mass of natives rapidly advancing toward him. With a smile on his face, he issued his orders: deploy all machine guns to the front lines. I want to teach these natives a lesson. The artillery is also ready. If these natives approach our machine gun positions, drive them back. I don't want anything to happen to these valuable weapons. They're the army's greatest treasures. Even the guards don't have many of them right now. Have the native troops ready. If the Sokoto Caliphate's forces are defeated, it will be their opportunity to pursue them. Tell the officers of these native armies that if they achieve military success, I will personally send a telegram back home, requesting a reward from His Majesty the King. But if anyone dares to hesitate, don't blame me for being rude. Guards, keep a close eye on these natives. If anyone hesitates or deserts, they will be shot on the spot. Yes, Commander. Andrew was now filled with pride. Due to Spain's successful expansion in Africa, he had become a rising star in the Spanish military. Unlike Carmen, who had steadily risen through the ranks within Spain, Andrew seemed poised to rise from behind. Carlo had recently commended Andrew for his achievements and promised to personally knight him in Spain after the African War. Andrew already held the title of Baron. If he could advance further, he could at least become a count in Spain. While Count wasn't considered a high-ranking noble in Spain, for Andrew, a mere graduate of the Royal Military Academy of Turin in Italy, everything he had achieved was invaluable. Because his future lay at stake, Andrew attached great importance to this war. He devoted nearly all his life's training to ending the war as quickly as possible and maximizing his gains. Following Andrew's orders, the Spanish army began to move. Carlo had given Andrew not only dozens of machine guns, but also machine gunners secretly trained in their use within Spain. Carlo sent a large number of machine gunners to Africa out of concern that these colonial troops were unfamiliar with machine gun use. Machine guns were now a powerful weapon, and Carlo did not want information about them leaked to the indigenous peoples or other European nations. How could such information be prevented? The best way was to ensure complete victory in the war and prevent the enemy from seizing Spanish weapons. Compared to the colonial soldiers, the machine gunners Carlo sent from the mainland were more loyal. Because they were already undergoing machine gun training, they were naturally unlikely to leak any information. Since these colonial soldiers had no experience with machine guns, the most they could do was leak information about a Spanish weapon with even greater firepower. Without the Maxim, such secrecy would delay the acquisition of machine guns by European nations. Since they acquired machine guns later than Spain, their advancement in the machine gun technology tree would naturally lag behind. Furthermore, Spain's existing smokeless powder machine guns, including both water-cooled and air-cooled models, would have provided European nations with years of research. The Maxim machine gun is no different from open source. European nations developed their own machine guns based on it. However, due to Spain's strict internal secrecy, European nations are unable to use the Maxim as a reference for developing their own machine guns, and progress on the development of machine guns is naturally slow. This is essentially the limit of information suppression. Although Spain has done its utmost to maintain secrecy, European nations have made some progress in machine gun development. Maintaining complete secrecy and preventing European nations from acquiring machine guns is simply impossible. After all, even without the Maxim, there would be new Kecken, and new firearms experts like New Maxim would develop new machine guns similar to the Maxim. Andrew couldn't help but feel anxious as the natives drew closer. The Spanish machine guns would take several minutes to deploy, and until they were deployed, the native soldiers couldn't get too close to the machine gun positions. The 1st Colonial Division, push forward and hold back the indigenous advance. I hope these natives can't reach our machine gun positions within 5 minutes. Once our machine gun and artillery positions are deployed, the 1st Colonial Division can withdraw in an orderly manner. Andrew immediately issued his orders, reversing his original deployment. Under Andrew's command, the 1st Colonial Division advanced mightily to the front lines. As Spain's oldest colonial division, the 1st Colonial Division was the most highly trained and possessed the best overall combat effectiveness of the 3 Spanish colonial divisions. Holding off the indigenous attack for 5 minutes, let alone 5 hours, could easily be enough to hold off the attack for 5 hours or even 5 days. Of course, as time went on, the 1st Colonial Division would undoubtedly suffer more casualties. However, since the machine gun and artillery positions hadn't been deployed yet, the troops had no choice but to push forward. They couldn't let the enemy charge into the machine gun and artillery positions. Then, not only would the natives not be able to test their power, they would likely be destroyed immediately. Although these natives didn't know what machine guns were, they certainly wouldn't leave these weapons, which looked somewhat like rifles, to the Spanish army. If they could reach the Spanish machine gun and artillery positions, these native soldiers would immediately destroy them. These machine guns and artillery were invaluable assets to the colonial armies. If it weren't for the current attack on the Sokoto Caliphate, Andrew's Congolese territorial army wouldn't have been able to acquire so many machine guns. Obviously, the machine guns damaged in the battle wouldn't be replaced anytime soon. After all, this newly improved machine gun would need to be deployed en masse in the Spanish mainland, a priority given to the colonial armies. It would take years for the colonial armies to receive them. This is like Spain's latest standard rifle, the Maxim M1884. Although the Maxim M1884 has been around for some time, it's only been adopted by the Spanish mainland. No colonial armies are equipped with a Maxim M1884, and it's unlikely they will be for several years. The reason is simple. First, fully equipping so many colonial troops with the latest rifles would be prohibitively expensive. After all, the colonial armies were composed of indigenous people, and the Spanish served only as officers, making them unnecessary for so many new rifles. Furthermore, the new rifles not only increased range and power, but also their rate of fire. Fully equipping the colonial armies with Maxim M1884 rifles would have posed a significant logistical challenge for ammunition. Of Spain's many colonies, only the Philippines had small military factories capable of independently producing weapons and ammunition. The reason for this small factory was simple. The Philippines' distance from mainland Spain made transporting weapons and equipment from mainland China prohibitively expensive. Even so, these small factories could only produce the outdated Vittorio M1872 rifle, and production was low, eliminating the need to worry about the potential problems of enemy occupation. These factories primarily produced ammunition for the Philippine colonial army, with firearms production being secondary. Besides the Philippines, only the colony of Guinea had a small military factory, similarly limited to ammunition production. Fully equipping the colonial armies with the latest rifles would also require retooling these small factories. The cost of doing so was too great, and it was an unnecessary expense for both the Spanish and colonial governments. Unless the finances of the colonies were already quite prosperous, Spain would only then consider equipping all colonial armies with the latest rifles. Chapter 327 Death of the Caliph. Following Andrew's timely orders, the 1st Colonial Division quickly advanced, buying ample time for the deployment of machine guns and artillery. The ensuing battle was simple. The natives had no means of resistance under the onslaught of Spanish machine guns and artillery. They possessed firearms, but the massive disparity in firepower meant that even a few thousand rifles, let alone tens of thousands, would have been of little use. After all, the Spanish colonial troops were equipped with standard rifles. How could these native troops possibly stand against the Spanish? This encounter with the natives also profoundly demonstrated the power of machine guns in colonial warfare. Unaware of the powerful machine guns, the natives attacked the Spanish troops in a swarm. A single burst of Spanish machine gun fire sent the native soldiers falling one after another, a scene of profound shock. Of course, this shock was felt only by the Spanish colonial troops. As for the native soldiers, subjected to the machine gun fire, their only feelings were panic and fear. How could the soldiers of the Sokoto Caliphate have ever experienced such a war? The enemy, using weapons that looked vaguely like rifles, inflicted heavy casualties on their side with incredible speed. The loyal warriors of this Muslim nation, founded on jihad, suddenly discovered that their faith in Allah was ineffective. Faith was no longer a concern, and the indigenous soldiers ran as fast as they could. Those who ran slowly were all fed Spanish bullets. Not to mention that smokeless powder rounds were indeed more painless than pyrotechnic powder, which was perhaps the only good news for the indigenous soldiers. The current Sokoto Caliph, Omar ibn Ali, was stunned. He had never imagined the Spanish army possessed such devastating weapons. Even more surprising was that his vaunted Janissary guards collapsed in mere minutes before the overwhelming firepower of the Spanish. It was clear that the Janissary guards' training had paid off. Look at the fastest runners on the battlefield, they were indeed Omar's Janissaries. Because the Janissaries enjoyed a more abundant supply of food, their physiques were significantly stronger than those of ordinary soldiers, despite being under the same caliphate. At this point, the Caliph of Sokoto, Omar ibn Ali, was unsure whether to laugh or cry. The Janissaries' exceptional speed meant that the 8,000-strong Janissary force suffered few casualties. However, their rapid flight quickly led to the collapse of the entire frontline army. While these 8,000-plus Janissaries were saved, the remaining tens of thousands of troops, especially the 10,000-plus at the forefront, appeared to be decimated. This ruler, who had only inherited the caliphate in 1881, was completely panicked by the situation. He didn't know whether to gather his troops and continue organizing a defense, or to bring the remaining men back to Oyo Igbaho and engage the Spanish in urban fighting within the capital. Urban fighting is known to have the highest mortality rate in battle. The complex terrain and layout of the various urban areas would effectively slow down the enemy's advance. A defender familiar with the terrain could exploit it to launch an effective counterattack, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. In a favorable scenario, this could turn the tide, forcing the Spanish army to withdraw and ultimately winning the war. In a worse scenario, this could inflict even greater casualties on the Spanish army, thereby securing a chance to negotiate with the Spanish while preserving their own forces. Before Omar ibn Ali could make a decision, the Spanish army had already made his choice. Upon discovering the native army's collapse, Andrew ordered the armies of the native states to pursue, further disrupting the order of the native soldiers' retreat. As expected, as the pursuers drew closer to the enemy positions, the native soldiers' pace quickened, fearing they would be left behind and become scapegoats for their comrades. This further disorganized the Sokoto Caliphate's forces, making further orders virtually impossible for Caliph Omar ibn Ali. It was impossible to rally a defeated and disorganized army quickly, let alone one with already poor discipline. A horde of defeated indigenous soldiers fled frantically towards the capital, Oyo Igbaho. They rushed into the city, some even running for their homes without looking back. Just a few hundred meters behind these defeated soldiers were the pursuing state troops. Because both sides were indigenous, the pursuing state troops encountered no resistance and easily entered Oyo Igbaho. Upon seeing the pursuers enter the capital, Caliph Omar ibn Ali knew his country was doomed. Compared to the unfamiliar Spanish troops, these state troops, who were native to the region, were more familiar with the terrain of Oyo Igbaho. Furthermore, as they were all Muslim Africans, distinguishing one from the other was difficult. This meant that the Sokoto Caliphate's hopes of a last-ditch resistance through street fighting had completely vanished, leaving them helpless to the Spanish army. Is our country doomed to perish in my hands? Omar ibn Ali looked at the pursuing Banga army from a distance with a look of despair. Great Caliph, perhaps we still have one last chance to salvage the situation. Just as Omar ibn Ali was despairing, someone stepped forward, still trying to save his country. Tell me, what is it? Hearing that there was still a way to save the situation, Omar ibn Ali's eyes flashed with hope, and he quickly glanced at the person who had spoken. I have two ways to salvage the situation. Noticing the caliph's gaze, the man, unfazed, offered his suggestions without further haste. Although the enemy has entered the city, these troops are our own. Their opposition to our state is simple. The primary culprit is the harsh tribute. If you, Caliph, can personally issue an order waiving most of these tributes, it might be possible for them to rebel against the Spanish. Even if this doesn't stop them from rebelling, it will increase Spanish suspicion, buying us more time and opportunity. The second option is to seek external assistance to mediate this war. The British, with whom we previously had trade relations, and the French, who have contacted us, could be our targets. If we can gain their support, even if it means losing some territory and population, we can at least ensure the survival of our state. With a period of rest and recuperation, we might be able to fight back and reclaim our territory. Will waiving most of these states' tributes affect our tax revenue? Omar ibn Ali hesitated. Tributes from these southern states comprised a significant portion of the Sokoto Caliphate's revenue, and giving them up like that would be a real pain. Great Caliph, now is not the time to be grieving over these tributes. If we cannot secure external support, and if the armies of these southern states refuse to back us, we will be at the mercy of the Spanish. Judging by the Spanish approach to other nations, our country is likely to be fragmented, and your title of Caliph could be revoked. Seeing the Caliph's distressed expression, the proponent, somewhat frustrated, continued his persuasion. When a nation's survival is at stake, anything can be sacrificed. As long as one can preserve the nation and one's own position, there might be a chance for a comeback. Omar ibn Ali clearly understood this logic. After a few seconds of reflection, he nodded with a resentful expression. He ordered, "Then do as you say. Contact the armies of those southern states and ask them how they came to be associated with the Spanish. Is their betrayal worthy of God and of all our fellow Muslims? Tell them that if they are willing to help us defend the city, I will forgive their past mistakes and their misdeeds in this war. But if they still refuse to renounce the Spanish, they will be sinners against their nation and shameful apostates. If you do not wish to incur God's punishment, stop colluding with those damned Spaniards." Yes. Although somewhat surprised by the Caliph's still somewhat rigid attitude, he was not the Caliph himself, so the message could be modified. Therefore, the official who made the suggestion readily agreed. If they could gain the support of these states' armies, they would have no problem holding Oyo Igbaho before the Spanish army entered the city. This meant they had to seize the moment and successfully incite these states' troops to revolt before the Spanish army arrived. Many officials present were confident in their ability to incite the states' troops to revolt. After all, compared to the outsiders, the Spanish, they and these states were truly their own. Although there had been a rift due to high tribute payments, resolving the issue of tribute would not be difficult to repair the relationship between the states and the empire. As long as they could hold the capital, Oyo Igbaho, and await reinforcements from dozens of northern states, the crisis would be largely resolved. They wouldn't even need to seek support from European powers like Britain and France. They could repel the Spanish attack on their own. After finalizing their plan, most officials of the Sokoto Caliphate, including Omar ibn Ali, breathed a sigh of relief, their faces brimming with hope. But then, harsh reality struck them in the face. The official who had gone to incite the state's troops to revolt had never returned. It wasn't that he himself rebelled against the Caliphate. The real reason was that before he could even incite the armies of the states to revolt, he was shot by the commander of the state army. This poor official, who thought he could save the country, lost his life before he could even utter a single word. Why were the armies of these states so decisive? The main reason was that they were aware of the cruelty and selfishness of the Sokoto Caliph, Omar ibn Ali. Although he had only been in office for 4 years, Omar ibn Ali had already demonstrated a profoundly corrupt and brutal character. Tributes from the southern states were originally low, and life was relatively comfortable, so naturally there were no major conflicts with the caliphate. With Omar ibn Ali's ascension to the position of the new caliph, the previously peaceful situation underwent a dramatic change. In his first year as caliph, Omar ibn Ali expanded his 5,000-man guards to 8,000 and equipped all of them with firearms. Both the expansion and the acquisition of firearms were enormous expenses for the caliphate. Where would the money come from? Omar bin Ali, of course, was unwilling to pay out of his own pocket. He chose to let the wealthier southern states shoulder the military costs by steadily increasing their tribute. In just 4 years, the tribute from these southern states nearly doubled. Originally, the indigenous people of these southern states had the best of circumstances. If not rich, at least they could eat. However, as the tribute owed to the caliphate grew, the state governments were forced to increase taxes on the indigenous people. This led to a sharp decline in the living standards of the indigenous people in the southern states, and now a significant number of them are unable to even get enough to eat. The Sokoto Caliphate, with a population of nearly 10 million, also maintained a non-Muslim slave population of over 1 million. The labor of these slaves alone provided a substantial annual income and food supply. Combined with trade with European countries, the overall living standards of the Sokoto Caliphate were significantly higher than those of other neighboring African indigenous states. Under such circumstances, the once relatively prosperous southern states were now starving, demonstrating the severity of their exploitation by Omar ibn Ali. Having already rebelled against the caliphate, the emirs of these southern states had already made their plans. If the Spanish were only partially trustworthy, then the caliphate's words were completely unreliable. Even if the caliphate's conditions were fulfilled now, after the war, these states and their rulers who had rebelled against the caliphate would undoubtedly be liquidated. In this case, it would be better to launch a vigorous rebellion. If the Spanish kept their word, they could continue to exist as protectorates within the Spanish colony. Even with the fall of the Sokoto Caliphate, these southern states might even see their territory increase, potentially dividing up the territory of the Sokoto Caliphate. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the emissary he had sent was killed before he could even state his conditions, the smiling caliph froze. He hadn't expected these states to resist him so resolutely, refusing his envoys a chance to speak. The armies of the southern states had already stormed the capital. If they couldn't be defeated, the war would be virtually over once the Spanish army entered the city. Does anyone have a plan to salvage the situation? Omar ibn Ali pleaded, looking at the officials who bowed their heads in silence. It was clear that the officials of the caliphate's government had no idea how to salvage the situation. Reinforcements from the northern states would take a long time to arrive, and seeking help from Europe would take even longer. Such solutions were clearly inadequate. The armies of the southern states, the only ones who could offer immediate relief, were unwilling to help the caliph. What did this signify? It meant that the caliphate, once considered supreme, had become an object of universal scorn. Observing the officials' silence, Omar ibn Ali knew the situation was hopeless. He fell silent, his gaze suddenly calm. Glancing at the officials, he spoke word by word, "Since you have no means of reversing the situation, surrender to the Spanish. I hope the Spanish will be civil and allow you to continue living. As for me, the great Caliph of Sokoto, I will live and die with my country. May Allah bless you, and may the people of Sokoto be free from the scourge of war." With this, Omar ibn Ali returned to his palace, his expression impassive. There lay a pistol belonging to the Caliph himself. Originally merely decorative, it now served a purpose, to allow the Caliph to end his life with dignity. Hearing the Caliph's final farewell, the officials present showed a touch of emotion. Some moved their throats, but no words uttered. Clearly, they were panicking in this life or death situation. Some wanted to save the Caliph, but what else could they do? Beyond praying that the Spanish would not slaughter innocent people upon entering the city, could they even hope that the Spanish would spare them and the Caliph? Clearly, that was impossible. Although Europeans pride themselves on being civilized, their colonization has always been cruel and bloody. Let alone sparing the Caliph and his officials, the fact that the Spanish could have killed fewer Sokoto people would have been considered merciful. 5,000 word. 2 in 1 chapter. Please vote. Chapter 328, Policy of Using Barbarians to Control Barbarians. Omar bin Ali proved quite wise. Spain would not let him go as the Caliph. As long as he lived, the Sokoto Caliphate would remain in name only. His death would allow Spain to abolish the Caliphate title and legitimately incorporate Sokoto into its rule. As long as Sokoto was under Spanish colonial rule, Spain, no matter how brutal, would not exterminate the indigenous people. After all, European nations, claiming to be the epitome of civilization, needed to maintain a thoroughgoing facade. Historically, Belgium had failed to maintain this facade, ultimately leading to forced intervention by European powers to prevent Belgium from further damaging its image. Spain's rule over its other colonies offers another example. Anti-black sentiment permeated Spain, and blacks were the only ethnic group barred from Spanish citizenship. However, Spain did not engage in genocide against blacks. Since Charles's coronation, the total number of black people massacred in Spain did not exceed 1 million. Furthermore, many of these so-called massacres involved forced labor, a common tactic used by powerful nations, and therefore were not considered massacres. The number of people who were actually slaughtered directly was probably only a few 100,000. This number was not even a fraction of the total indigenous population massacred by the British and French in the colonies, and naturally did not attract much attention from European powers. Only after confirming that Omar ibn Ali was the Caliph and dead did Andrew allow the army to take over the order of Oyo Igbaho and implement a brief period of military rule. Andrew did not execute the Sokoto officials who had surrendered to the Spanish army, but simply ordered them to be strictly guarded. After all, the subsequent rule of the Sokoto Caliphate would require the help of these officials, and even the future rule of the entire Sokoto Caliphate would require their assistance. Spain implemented a strategy of using barbarians to control barbarians in its colonies. Allowing local indigenous people to govern them not only reduced local resistance but also enabled more effective control of the colonies. Furthermore, these indigenous peoples were extremely ruthless towards their own people. For the various benefits promised by Spain and their own future, they would not hesitate to turn their knives against their own people. It was precisely because of the management of these indigenous officials that Spain's colonies in Africa remained relatively stable. When news reached Spain of the Sokoto Caliphate's death and the Spanish occupation of Oyo Igbaho, it immediately captured the Spanish attention. Unlike previous, smaller-scale conflicts with indigenous states, the Sokoto Caliphate was a vast state. The annexation of such a state would significantly expand Spain's colonial territories. Colonial expansion not only expanded Spain's sphere of influence and overall strength, but also presented numerous opportunities for profit. Of course, the most important priority at the moment was to ensure Spain's effective occupation of the Sokoto Caliphate. Even these formalities would be crucial after the Berlin Conference. Although Omar ibn Ali was dead, the previous caliph had other sons. Spain temporarily replaced Omar ibn Ali's younger brother as caliph. After signing a colonial treaty with the Spanish colonial government in Guinea, Spain subsequently abolished his caliphate title. While the Sokoto Caliphate's title was abolished, the emirs of the other states remained. Of course, Sokoto currently had nearly 30 emirs, and ultimately, not as many would remain. Considering the size of the Sokoto Caliphate, retaining fewer than 10 emirates would have facilitated Spanish administration. Naturally, the emirates of the three southern states that aided Spain during the war, Oyo, Iwo, and Ijebu, were retained, offering the opportunity to acquire vast tracts of land and serving as a model for cooperation and the benefits it could bring. Setting such a precedent was highly effective. Seeing the benefits these three states enjoyed, the natives of other states, left with no alternative, would be tempted to engage with Spain and submit to its rule. After all, they too had previously submitted to the Sokoto Caliphate, simply by replacing their rulers with infidels. While some religious fanatics undoubtedly harbored prejudice and hatred against non-Muslims, these individuals clearly posed no obstacle to Spanish rule in Sokoto. As long as anyone dared to resist Spanish rule, the Guinean colonial government would see to it that they met their God. After completely controlling the situation in Oyo Igbaho, Andrew immediately led his army north to take over the power of the numerous states. If there were sensible natives like those in the southern states, Andrew wouldn't mind cooperating with them, allowing them to continue to serve as his emirs. How could he determine whether these states were sensible and willing to submit to Spanish rule? The method was simple: to see if the states were willing to surrender their armies. If they offered assistance, Spain would temporarily spare them. However, if they refused to even surrender command of their own forces, they were clearly harboring ulterior motives. Andrew would not show any mercy to these individuals, ordering his troops to storm the states' capitals and then execute their rulers, the emirs. Compared to the time it took to attack the Sokoto Caliphate, the Spanish invasion of these nearly 30 states took significantly longer. The reason was simple: these 30 states were spread across a land area measuring 1,600 kilometers from east to west and over 900 kilometers from north to south, making travel to each emirate the longest. The actual conquest of each state didn't take long. After all, each state had a small population, even smaller than the small indigenous states of the Kingdom of Bam and the Arrow Confederacy, which had already been conquered by Spain. The Sokoto Caliphate boasted a population of nearly 10 million and controlled nearly 30 indigenous states. This meant that each state had an average population of just over 300,000. What could such a small population do? After nearly 2 months of consolidation, Andrew eliminated over a dozen of these indigenous states, leaving just 10 to rule the Sokoto region. In addition to the 3 southern states that had previously submitted to Spanish rule, Andrew retained 7 emirates: Mandela, Wukari, Balchi, Bede, Kano, Borgu, and Kebbi, forming the 10 states that ruled the Sokoto region. To prevent the reunification of these 10 states into a powerful resistance force, the Guinean colonial government, after deliberation, decided to abolish the military power of each emirate. These 10 emirates were only allowed to maintain armies of 1,000 men to protect their own security. As for safeguarding the sovereignty of this land, with the protection of the Spanish colonial army, the indigenous armies were naturally unnecessary. In addition to reducing the armies of the 10 emirates, Spain also continued the policies of the Sokoto Caliphate. These 10 emirates were required to pay tribute to the Guinean colony, and those who failed to pay the required amount were penalized. Although the original number of nearly 30 emirates was reduced to 10, these 10 emirates did not completely absorb the territory of the Sokoto Caliphate. The territories that were once the core of the caliphate were directly taken over by the Guinean colony. These 10 emirates annexed more land from other emirates, meaning that their populations generally did not exceed 1 million. To prevent collusion between these emirates, Spain also established specific rules within these emirates. If a ruler of an emirate discovered that another emirate was attempting to resist Spanish colonial rule, he could report it to the Guinean colonial government. If the report was found to be true, not only would the emirate who planned the rebellion be punished, but the reporting emirate would also receive its own reward. What was the reward? Of course, it was the land and population of the emirate planning the rebellion. The direct benefit of this regulation was to put the emirate planning the rebellion at odds with the other states. In the future, if an emirate planned to rebel against Spanish colonial rule, they would not only have to avoid detection by the Spanish colonial government, but also by the other emirates. Because they could receive rewards in terms of land and population for reporting, these emirates would actively monitor the situation and actions of other states. This would turn emirates that had previously been able to cooperate into enemies. With hostile relations, cooperation was naturally impossible. This approach had already been implemented by federated indigenous states such as the Ashanti Empire, and Spain was no stranger to it. After completely seizing control of the Sokoto Caliphate, Spain established this governing system in less than 2 weeks. During this period, Spain also mobilized approximately 500,000 men from the Sokoto Caliphate and transferred them to other areas of the Guinea colony. This not only reduced the population in the Sokoto region, improving local stability, but also increased manpower in other areas. Spain had discovered new gold deposits in the Gold Coast region. These manpower could be used to mine gold on the Gold Coast and to reclaim new territory for Spain in the Congo region. Of course, a certain amount of manpower was also needed in the Sokoto region. Now that Spain had complete control of the region, the next most important task was to build a railway through Sokoto. This railway would not only facilitate Spain's access to resources from various states, but also allow Spanish colonial troops to reach those states more quickly. With a railway connecting the territories, any future rebellions would be a relatively easy task for Spain. It's worth noting that the entire Sokoto region was incorporated into the Guinea colony, making it Spain's largest colony in Africa. Besides being the largest in area, the Guinea colony also boasted the longest coastline and the largest indigenous population in Africa. While its large size and long coastline were a plus, dealing with such a large indigenous population posed a significant challenge for Spain. Exterminating them all was simply impossible. To do so would require the extermination of at least 10 million people. Such a massacre was too monstrous, and the resulting public pressure was unbearable for the Spanish government. If it had been carried out, not only would Carlo be branded a tyrant, but he would also have been saddled with the reputation of a tyrant. This would have profoundly impacted the international influence, status, and reputation of both the Spanish government and Carlo himself. While Europeans may not care about African lives, if news broke that Spain had massacred tens of millions of indigenous people, virtually everyone in Europe would have condemned the Spanish government for its brutality. This would have severely impacted Spain's diplomatic standing, and European powers could use this as an excuse to exact heavy penalties on Spain. For this reason, Spain's approach to the African black population had long since shifted from massacre to transfer. This transfer has been highly effective. Over the past few years, Spain has relocated millions of indigenous people. Over half of these millions of Africans traveled by ship to the Americas. Of this number, a significant portion went to the United States. After all, the United States was the most attractive country for immigrants at the time. Founded just over a century ago, its population had already surpassed that of many European powers. During World War I, the U.S. population would have surpassed even those of European powers, and would have been one of the largest in the world. The rapid growth of the U.S. population was due to its attractiveness to immigrants. Since the U.S. was so attractive to immigrants, Carlo had no problem helping the Americans to increase their population even faster. Spain would only invest more heavily in the transfer of black people in the future. Carlo even discussed this with William, the Secretary of State for the Colonies, who informed Carlo that the colonial office planned to transfer at least 3 million black people abroad over the next 5 years. While 3 million might seem like a large number, it was actually quite achievable. Transferring populations within Africa alone could achieve most of the goal, and combined with transfers to countries like the US, 3 million would be easily achievable. With this level of population transfer, by around 1890, the African population in the Guinea colony could have been reduced by approximately 1/8, and that in the Congo by about 1/10. Perhaps one day, one of Spain's African colonies could achieve the milestone of 0 black people. Of course, the most unique colony, southern Morocco, cannot be counted. Morocco is a unique African country with virtually no black population, so it is naturally not counted. Currently, of the remaining 3 major African colonies, the West African colonies have the greatest hope of achieving 0 black population. The main reason is very simple, that is, the African population here is the smallest. In addition, it is the main area for Spanish agricultural development and has received the greatest support from the Spanish government. Perhaps before the outbreak of World War II, the West African colonies really had the hope of becoming a colony with 0 black population, and that was when the West African colonies were localized. Chapter 329-1886. Contrary to the Colonial Affairs Department's predictions, Spain successfully completed its African colonial integration plan by 1885. Following the war against the French in Sokoto, Spain's African colonies were reduced to 4, the South Moroccan colonies, the West African colonies, the Guinean colonies, and the Congo. As for Ceuta and Melilla in northern Morocco, while both cities were Spanish-occupied African territory, their centuries-long Spanish control meant they had effectively become part of the Spanish colonies. Ceuta and Melilla are relatively small, each encompassing only a dozen square kilometers. Precisely because of their small size, these cities were primarily used for military purposes, with their fortresses being the largest buildings within them. Over these centuries, the populations of both cities were primarily Spanish or Portuguese, making them unsuitable for colonization. Spain's efforts to integrate South Morocco were partly inspired by the models of Ceuta and Melilla. Agadir, the current capital of South Morocco, is not much different from cities like Ceuta and Melilla, which have large Spanish populations. In fact, Spain is already debating the name of Agadir. Since localization is being pursued, the name Agadir must also undergo a Spanish-style revision. Naming new places and cities in Europe is relatively straightforward, either by adding a new character to the name of an existing European region, such as New Orleans, New Newfoundland, or New York. Yes, New York was actually named in the same way. New York is actually called New York, and the York actually refers to the Duke of York's fiefdom in the UK, Yorkshire. The true meaning of New York is New Yorkshire, and the name New York is simply a transliteration of the name. There are countless examples of adding a new to existing place names to create new ones, so there's no need to elaborate. Another common naming method is naming after a historical or current figure of high renown. For example, St. Petersburg, the capital of Tsarist Russia, is named after the renowned Russian Emperor Peter the Great. This is also true in the United States. San Francisco's official name is San Francisco, after a famous Catholic saint. There are also many cities named after saints. These two naming styles are also the most popular naming methods for new places and cities in Europe. Currently, in Spain, the names of Agadir, the capital of the southern Moroccan colony, are popular. First, names beginning with New, such as New Madrid and New Barcelona, have gained some popularity. Another popular naming style is Saint, such as San Carlos and San Felipe. The Carlos here does not refer to Carlos of the Carlist faction, but to Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor and the first king of Spain during the Habsburg dynasty. During his reign, Spain's territory spans Europe and the Americas, making it a true world power. He is considered the second greatest king of Spain. As for the greatest king, it was naturally Isabella I and Ferdinand II, who created the Catholic kings of Spain and united the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon through marriage. Because Spanish history spans only about 400 years, Spain has only had a handful of notable kings. Coupled with the public's exaggeration of Charles' achievements, many in the Spanish media and public opinion have placed Charles, who reigned for only 16 years, in the top 5 of all Spanish kings, second only to the Habsburg kings who founded the British Empire. In other words, the contributions of the Bourbon kings of Spain have been largely downplayed. While not all Bourbons were as incompetent as the irascible King Ferdinand VI and the previous incompetent Queen Isabella II, they all belonged to the Bourbon dynasty. To weaken the Bourbon influence in Spain, downplaying the contributions of the Bourbon kings is essential. Of course, downplaying these kings' contributions should be done with caution. The best approach in this situation is to highlight the Habsburg kings. After all, Charles's queen was a Habsburg, making her a half-Habsburg. By highlighting the contributions of the Habsburg kings and downplaying those of the Bourbon kings, domestic stability in Spain can be greatly ensured, preventing a Bourbon restoration. The course of Spanish history during this period demonstrates that the Bourbon dynasty, which ruled Spain for nearly 200 years, remained influential. Following Queen Isabel, Spain established a republic twice, only to ultimately restore the Bourbon dynasty. The persistence of the Spanish monarchy into later generations is a testament to the Bourbon dynasty's immense influence in Spain. After Charles's various tactics weakened the Bourbon dynasty's prestige, its influence in Spain has now become minimal. The nobility and royalists were also purged, with those who supported the Bourbon family essentially eliminated under various pretexts. It's worth noting that the proposal to rename Agadir after Charles did not appear. While this may seem odd, it's actually quite normal. Since Carlo's name is Carlos in Spanish, the San Carlos proposal could be considered named after him. According to Spanish royal naming tradition, since Carlos is known as Carlos in Spanish, he should have been the fifth Spanish king named Carlos, or Carlos V. However, because the Carlists of the Bourbon dynasty supported the false kings Carlos V and Carlos VI, Carlo chose to go his own way and declared himself Carlo I of Spain, rather than Carlos V at the time. Spain was focused on forming a new government and reforming its political system, so the numbering of an elected king was less of a concern. Prime Minister Primo, who held the highest voice at the time, expressed support for Carlo's title as Carlo I, as he did not seek independence, thus finalizing the Carlo I designation. Today, as Carlo is increasingly recognized as a great monarch, the Spanish public is less critical of whether the name should be Carlos I or Carlos V. This, of course, is also related to the previous Spanish king, Carlos IV. Due to a series of critical missteps made by Charles IV, Spain faced a series of crises in the early 19th century. During his reign, Spain first mistakenly entered the war against France, becoming a pawn in France's struggle against Britain. This decision led to the annihilation of the Spanish Navy by the British in 1805, and the Spanish government suffered heavy losses in the conflict with Britain. Furthermore, just 2 years after the war with the British, Napoleon invaded Spain. The war with France further exacerbated Spain's woes. It can be said that the poor rule of Charles IV and his son and granddaughter led to Spain's dark century from the early 19th century. With the example of these Carlos brothers, Spain became less critical of whether its kings should be called Carlos. After all, for the Spanish, the most important thing was whether their monarch was wise and whether his rule improved their living conditions and standards. In fact, Charles IV didn't care much about the name of Agadir. It was simply not important. He was fine with whatever name Agadir would be called in the future. Of course, city names should be as free from Bourbon influence as possible. Carlo had no objection to naming them after Habsburg kings or Spanish places. Besides Agadir, many of Spain's colonial cities will undergo name changes in the future. Some colonies are named entirely after local culture, while others are named after their former owners. Since they now belong to Spain, it's natural that they should adopt Spanish-style names. Spain launched its war against the Sokoto Caliphate in July 1885 and concluded at the end of September, lasting nearly 2.5 months. The next 2 months or so were spent stabilizing the situation in the Sokoto region. With Spain's colonial annexation plans successfully completed, future colonial wars in Africa are unlikely. Spain's only remaining target is Morocco, but it needs to wait for the right opportunity to ensure that its war against Morocco will not be interfered with by Britain or France. The war against the Sokoto Caliphate was the last major event Spain experienced in 1885. For the next 2 months, Spain enjoyed peace, and time passed slowly into 1886. For Carlo, the most telling sign of his advancing age was the age of his children. Carlo's eldest son, Prince Juan Fernando, was born in 1875. If calculated according to 1886, he would have been almost 11 years old. Carlo was quite pleased with this almost 11-year-old. As first heir to the throne, Prince Juan Fernando held not only a distinguished position but also enormous responsibilities. As he grew older, the child gradually matured. He understood his responsibilities and offered no resistance to the rigorous aristocratic education Carlo provided him. Instead, he eagerly absorbed all kinds of knowledge. Carlo appointed him the finest teachers in Spain, and even the most distinguished professors and experts from across Europe. These people had repeatedly remarked to Carlo how intelligent Prince Juan Fernando was. Though only a teenager, he had already demonstrated considerable intelligence. He had even completed the elementary school curriculum customized for him by numerous professors and experts ahead of schedule and was already beginning his secondary school studies. In later generations, starting secondary school at the age of 11 would be considered quite extraordinary. Carlo had provided Prince Juan Fernando with an elite, aristocratic education. Naturally, the young man had to learn much more than the elementary school curriculum of later generations. Given these circumstances, the fact that Prince Juan Fernando had completed elementary school ahead of schedule was truly a gift. Entering junior high school, Prince Juan Fernando would face even greater challenges. Beyond basic cultural knowledge, he would also need to study history, science, physics, chemistry, and psychology, and even receive aristocratic training, such as etiquette, horsemanship, and basic medical knowledge. This vast array of subjects would drive a later-day middle school student mad, but for Prince Juan Fernando, this was simply his normal academic scope. It was foreseeable that once Prince Juan Fernando completed the education Charles had tailored for him, he would undoubtedly mature into a more than adequate monarch. With further training in the military and government, even if he could not become a pioneering monarch, he would at least be a competent ruler who maintained the status quo. While Charles attached great importance to Prince Juan Fernando's education, he also did not neglect the education of his other children. In addition to Prince Juan Fernando, Charles had 2 sons and 2 daughters, Sophia, Martine, Alexandra, and Christina. The eldest, Sophia, was born in 1876 and is now 10 years old. The youngest, Christina, was born in 1885 and is not yet a year old. Charles expressed his love for these children, regardless of their ages. Despite his busy schedule as king, he still found time to spend time with them throughout their childhood. With the exception of Prince Juan Fernando, who, as the heir to the throne, began his education early and therefore could not enjoy Charles's company, all the other princes and princesses enjoyed his presence. Even when Sophia was 10 years old, she would often pester her father, asking him to take her to play in the palace gardens. Charles would never refuse his daughter's requests. The good news was that the royal palace of Madrid, one of the largest palaces in Europe, boasted a vast garden, which became a frequent playground for the children. Thanks to Charles's careful management and nurturing, the children developed a warm and close bond. This was excellent news for both the Spanish royal family and Charles. No one wanted to see intense competition between their children, let alone hatred or even resentment. Charles was doing a good job in this regard. The children clearly loved him and would frequently cling to him. When his official duties were less hectic, he relished these moments of leisure. With a wealth of wealth at his disposal, resting and enjoying life was crucial for him. Chapter 330 Money Comes from the Wind. Carlo had barely rested in the palace when he soon felt a rush of money. On January 5, 1886, butler Lauren approached Carlo excitedly to share the good news, the growth of the Spanish royal family's wine industry. More precisely, it wasn't just the growth of the Spanish royal family's wine industry, but the growth of Spain's entire wine industry. What good news! In the previous year, 1885, Spain's wine exports, across all brands, had exceeded 1 million tons. How exaggerated is 1 million tons of wine? The current European standard for wine is 750 milliliters, and 1 ton of wine can hold approximately 1,333 bottles. 1 million tons of wine equates to 1.333 billion bottles. With a population of just over 23 million, this exported wine would allow each Spaniard to drink more than 57 bottles per year. Of course, the actual profit from wine sales wasn't that great. Despite the 1.3 billion bottles of wine sold, the vast majority of these were mid-range and low-end products, with a particularly high proportion of them being low-end. While wine is popular throughout Europe, the largest wine drinkers are still ordinary people. Common people can't afford expensive wine, which results in a relatively low average price per bottle, and naturally, a relatively low cost. Currently, the Spanish royal family primarily markets 2 brands of wine. Royal Winery's wines are primarily high-end, with even a bottle of a standard vintage fetching hundreds of pesetas. Special editions, such as the collector's edition released for the 10th anniversary of Carlo's coronation, can cost hundreds of pesetas per bottle and are often in short supply. Clearly, such high-priced wines are out of reach for the average person. Besides Royal Winery, the royal family also has a brand focused on the mid-range and value-for-money segment, Iberia Estate. Iberia Estate wines typically cost 3 to 5 pesetas a bottle, which would cost the average person about a week's salary. Wines truly accessible to the average person are the lower-end wines offered by other wineries. Some wines are sold not by the bottle, but by the barrel. This type of wine is also very affordable, with the average price per bottle, 750 ml, being less than 1 peseta, making it affordable for virtually every Spaniard. Precisely because of the low price of low-end wines, the royal family has avoided entering the ultra-low-end wine market. This has also allowed the Spanish wine industry to develop. Without competition from royal enterprises, these small-scale wine brands have been able to survive relatively well. Considering Spain's 1.3 billion bottles of wine exports, even if the vast majority are low-end, these exports still generate hundreds of millions of pesetas in revenue for the Spanish wine industry. After all, export prices are undoubtedly different from domestic prices. Whenever exporting, transportation, losses, and tariffs all increase costs, making low-end wines significantly more expensive. It's worth noting that at the outbreak of the Spanish Revolution in 1868, Spain's grape exports were less than 200,000 tons. So, why has Spain's wine exports so rapidly increased fivefold in just over a decade? The primary reason for this decline was the widespread club-root pest outbreak across Europe, which reduced wine production and, consequently, wine exports. Coincidentally, the country hardest hit by the club-root pest was France, renowned for its wine industry. Even more coincidentally, the region hardest hit in France was Bordeaux, the heart of its wine industry. France, once a major wine exporter, has been importing wine from Spain since 1868. As a major wine exporter, France is also a major wine consumer. Wine holds a similar status in Europe to that of white spirits in Asia, enjoyed not only by European men but also by women. French imports of Spanish wine not only fueled the booming Spanish wine industry but also introduced advanced winemaking techniques. Spain's winemaking technology was originally relatively backward, barely up to par compared to the renowned French wine region of Bordeaux. With the acquisition of French winemaking technology, Spain's wine industry rapidly developed, with exports reaching the entirety of Europe, with the exception of France. During the period when the French wine industry was forced to decline due to pest infestations, the Spanish wine industry virtually took over the majority of the French wine export market. Due to its connections with several royal families and the widespread publicity from newspapers, the Spanish royal family's Royal Domain brand of wine became a popular choice among European aristocrats, becoming a high-end, prestigious wine second only to a few luxury brands. Lower-end wines were even more popular, entering thousands of French households. According to French newspapers, 1 out of every 3 bottles of wine consumed in France is Spanish. France was once Europe's largest wine producer. The fact that Spanish wines account for 1/3 of the French wine market demonstrates the rapid growth of the Spanish wine industry during this period. Of course, the wine industries of other countries besides Spain also experienced significant growth during this period, most notably those of Italy and Portugal. These 3 southern European countries were among the few wine exporters unaffected by the root knot pest. However, unlike Spanish wine, which was sold to France, Portuguese wine was primarily sold to the UK, while Italian wine was sold to Austria and Germany. While wine exports exceeded 1 million tons, domestic wine sales in Spain reached a staggering 276,000 tons, or 368 million bottles. While 368 million bottles may seem like a lot, the average Spanish person actually consumes less than 16 bottles per year, or just over 1 bottle per month. This consumption is quite reasonable, considering that not everyone enjoys wine, nor can everyone afford to spend a bottle per month. Even the cheapest wine, assuming a bottle per month, would cost over 10 pesetas per year, roughly 1/20th of a Spaniard's annual income. Clearly, not everyone can afford such an expense. Furthermore, many children cannot drink, so those who truly enjoy wine consume even more. For Carlo, wine has become a necessity on the table. A glass of the finest wine from the royal winery after a meal is truly refreshing. Currently, The most expensive royal wines are the limited edition wine produced the year Carlo became King of Spain and the special edition released to commemorate the 10th anniversary of his coronation. Each of these wines costs over 1,000 pesetas, making them accessible to anyone with money. These precious wines are typically only offered to honor meritorious officials or at royal banquets. For ordinary nobles and capitalists, the only way to get a taste of these limited edition wines is through the annual limited edition sales of the royal winery. While the official price of a bottle is less than 1,000 pesetas, purchasing one requires spending over 1,000 or even 2,000 pesetas. Even so, many nobles and capitalists flock to these bottles, taking pride in obtaining a bottle and using it to entertain their most precious guests. Indeed, these wines are truly precious. Due to the relatively small scale of the royal winery in the year of Carlo's coronation, the total wine production that year was only a few hundred tons. Most of the wine was sold as standard. Only exceptionally high quality, rich, and uniquely flavored bottles were reserved to commemorate Carlo's coronation. Less than 100,000 bottles of this commemorative wine were produced, and nearly 1/10 of it has been consumed over the past decade. Coupled with the increasing vintage, the price of this wine has continued to rise. Currently, the most expensive bottle of the coronation commemorative wine has sold at auction for over 2,000 pesetas, equivalent to 10 years' income for an average Spaniard. As for the limited edition wine for the 10th anniversary of the coronation, due to its recent history and the increase in production at the royal winery, its price is less expensive. Currently, a bottle of this limited edition wine costs just over 1,000 pesetas and is the primary wine used by Spanish nobility to entertain distinguished guests. Of course, Spanish nobility also own their own wineries. The reason they used limited edition royal winery wines for their VIP receptions was, firstly, to highlight the wine's preciousness and rarity, and secondly, to curry favor with Carlo. Moreover, unlike the small-scale ventures of aristocratic wineries, Carlo has invested heavily in his own wine industry. Since establishing the royal winery, Carlo has not only imported advanced winemaking techniques from France but also learned about wine preservation and grape selection. It can be said that, aside from the taste differences caused by origin, the wines produced by Carlo's royal winery are practically indistinguishable from high-end wines from Bordeaux, France. This is also the reason why Spanish wines have been so popular in France since entering the market. On the one hand, they are truly short of choice. French wine production has plummeted due to the root gill pest, and France primarily imports Spanish wines. Besides French wines, the only other quality options on the market are Spanish wines. On the other hand, Spanish wines are indeed of high quality and are considered relatively good in the current wine market, and the French are willing to drink Spanish wines. Upon hearing the news reported by butler Lauren, Carlo nodded with a smile, naturally delighted to accept this unexpected fortune. The royal family's wealth was already immense, and the wine industry's lucrative profits were merely relatively ordinary good news for Carlo. Even upon learning that the royal family earned tens of millions of pesetas annually from wine exports, Carlo merely nodded, not overly excited. Just how outrageous was the current rate of profit for the Spanish royal family? The royal family's total assets were at least 1 billion pesetas, and much of the real estate wasn't even factored in. Currently, the most profitable royal enterprises were the Royal Union Bank, Mercedes-Benz, and the Royal Grain Company. These three major companies generated tens of millions of pesetas in annual revenue for the royal family, and their combined revenue had already exceeded 100 million. If one included all the other various businesses and assets, the Spanish royal family's annual net income had already exceeded 200 million pesetas and was well on its way to 300 million pesetas. That was annual revenue. How outrageous was 200 million pesetas? With the current cost of an ironclad ship between 500,000 and 700,000 pounds, the royal family's annual revenue is enough to build more than 10 of the most advanced ironclads. Even with the more expensive battleships of the future, the royal family's revenues could afford to build 5 or 6 annually. In other words, if Carlo was willing to invest his income in Spain's naval development, the Spanish Navy had the potential to become a naval power, second only to Britain within the next 5 years. Of course, naval development is more than just superficial, and Carlo couldn't possibly devote all his income to naval development. On the one hand, such a large-scale naval expansion would likely arouse the trepidation of other nations, and on the other hand, Spain's national finances couldn't sustain such a large navy. Britain's Royal Navy boasts the largest fleet in the world, largely due to its worldwide colonies. However, after two colonial exchanges, Spain's main colonies were primarily in Africa, with only the Philippines in Asia and Puerto Rico in the Americas. Small Puerto Rico naturally didn't warrant a large-scale naval presence, and the Philippines, with no significant naval enemies nearby, didn't warrant a large-scale squadron. While Africa had several large colonies, they were relatively close to the Spanish mainland, making a large-scale naval fleet unnecessary. Consequently, Spain's Royal Navy had only one main fleet, the Spanish Home Fleet. The remaining fleets, including the African, Asian, and American fleets, were smaller than the Home Fleet combined. Although these fleets were called squadrons, they were in reality small, colonial-level navies. In addition to the growing revenues from the royal family's two wine brands, the Royal Grain Company, one of the royal family's three major enterprises, also saw a steady increase in revenue. The Royal Grain Company was a joint venture between the royal family and the Spanish government to control Spain's grain imports and exports, using them to balance domestic food prices. Thanks to its control over the bulk grain trade, the Royal Grain Company became a giant among Spanish companies in just a few years, and its revenues naturally soared. The Royal Grain Company's continued growth in revenue in recent years is primarily due to Spain's achievements in agricultural exports, particularly in vegetables and fruit. Speaking of the growth in vegetable and fruit production, we must also mention Spain's agricultural development programs in West Africa. As mentioned earlier, agricultural development in the West African colonies provided a significant amount of food to Spain itself, which not only lowered food prices but also alleviated the pressure on grain production caused by the country's limited land. With sufficient food, some land less suitable for grain production could be converted to vegetable and fruit production. This shift in land production could supplement farmers' incomes, as lower grain prices also reduced their incomes. Spain's barren land couldn't produce grain like African land, which could produce 3 crops a year, but it was exceptionally well suited for growing vegetables and fruit. Consider that later Spain was already Europe's largest vegetable exporter and a leading producer of fruit. The conversion of some land from grain production to vegetable and fruit production significantly increased Spanish vegetable and fruit production. At that time, European countries primarily focused on grain production, with little emphasis on vegetables and fruit. After all, if the people didn't even have enough food, what was the point of producing vegetables and fruit? Despite the emphasis on balanced nutrition in later times, the key to a full stomach still depended on grain, and nutritious food depended on meat. The significant increase in Spanish vegetable and fruit production not only enriched the Spanish diet but also effectively boosted Spain's agricultural exports. While the poor were less interested in vegetables and fruit, the wealthy were keen on these enriching items. The growth in Spanish exports also demonstrates that Europeans are still very fond of vegetables and fruits. Reports from the Spanish Agricultural Department also indicate that Spain's grain, vegetable, and fruit production have all seen significant increases over the past 5 years. In 1885, Spain's grain production was 1.3 times that of 1880, vegetable production was 1.4 times, and fruit production was 1.6 times, representing a 34% increase in total agricultural output. Not only did the Spanish buy enough food at lower prices, but they also enjoyed a more plentiful diet. In addition to the increase in grain, vegetable, and fruit production, beef and mutton production also increased by approximately 10% in 1885 compared to 5 years earlier. With this increased food supply, the Spanish population also underwent significant changes in their physique. Compared to the previous generation, the new generation of Spaniards is not only taller, stronger, and healthier. Walking through the streets of Spain, one no longer sees those with sallow complexions and gaunt figures caused by hunger. Everyone has a healthy complexion, and some people have a little extra fat on their faces and stomachs due to the improvement in their living standards. The increase in the total output of agricultural products not only represents the growth of Spain's exports, but also represents the growth of royal and government revenues. Compared to 1880, the annual net profit of the Royal Grain Company in 1885 has exceeded 50 million pesetas. Based on the 60% shares held by the royal family, Carlo can obtain an income of about 30 million pesetas from the Royal Grain Company every year. This money has already been deducted from taxes, which means that the government's revenue is more than 20 million pesetas, and the Royal Grain Company pays tens of millions of pesetas in taxes to the government every year. 5,300 word to in one chapter. Please give me your monthly vote. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Good Economic News. In fact, the growth in exports of wine and various agricultural products indicates that Spain's economic situation is improving, and it can be said that it is experiencing a period of relative prosperity. As a result, Spain's per capita income has continued to rise, and the standard and quality of life of its residents are no longer among the lowest in Europe. This improvement in living standards has significantly increased Spain's appeal to immigrants, resulting in a large influx of immigrants and tourists each year. Perhaps attracted by Spain's scenery or perhaps seeing greater economic opportunities, many choose to remain in Spain, relinquishing their original nationality. This continuous influx of people not only stimulated population growth in Spain itself, but also boosted Spain's economy. A few days after hearing Butler Lauren's report on the development of the royal enterprise, Carlo attended another cabinet meeting to hear a report on various government developments in 1885. Although Spain deployed tens of thousands of troops in the 1885 attack on the Sokoto Caliphate, this small-scale operation had no impact on Spain's economy or industrial production. According to rough estimates by the cabinet, Spain's GDP for the entire year of 1885 reached an astonishing 15.767 billion pesetas, an increase of approximately 7% over the previous year. Amidst such rapid economic growth, according to statistics from the Ministry of Public Welfare, Spain's per capita annual income had risen to 212.17 pesetas. This per capita income takes into account the elderly and children who are unable to work, meaning that the actual income level of Spain's adult workforce is even higher. Take the current Spanish working class as an example. Workers in the major cities of Madrid and Barcelona have the highest incomes, reaching 287.33 pesetas and 253.57 pesetas, respectively. Because Barcelona's industrial base has many apprentices and low-skilled workers, Barcelona's workers' incomes are somewhat lower than those in Madrid. However, as these workers' skills improve, their incomes are steadily rising. Furthermore, Barcelona is a major city, and the income level of its workers is second only to that of Madrid and Spain. It's worth noting that, as per capita income continues to rise in Spain, soldiers' salaries are also increasing. Currently, based on the proportion of defense expenditures, the average annual income for a Spanish soldier is approximately 287.32 pesetas. Generals earn the highest annual income, with the lowest-ranking brigadier general earning 1,755 pesetas, and the highest-ranking general earning over 3,525 pesetas. Colonels earn less than generals, but their numbers are significantly higher. It's worth noting that, across Spain, colonels are more numerous than lieutenant colonels. Many officers lacking the qualifications or skills to rank brigadier general are forced to remain at the rank of colonel. The high number of majors stems from the fact that lieutenants and captains, the earliest graduates of military academies, have achieved promotion through years or even decades of military service, relying on their experience and military achievements. While graduates of the Royal Military Academy can quickly advance through the ranks within a few years of graduation, typically reaching the rank of major by around 30, the next rank, lieutenant colonel, is a more difficult hurdle to reach. This requires either sufficient experience or a certain level of merit. This results in many colonels without merit being stuck at the rank of major, contributing to the prevalence of majors and colonels in Spain and a relative lack of lieutenant colonels. Colonels earn 1,025 pesetas annually, exactly 5 times the average Spanish salary. Majors, the lowest-ranking colonels, earn even less, around 775 pesetas. Lieutenants, the most numerous, actually earn several times the average Spanish salary. Captains, the highest-ranking officer, earn 575 pesetas annually, while warrant officers, the lowest, earn 425 pesetas. Non-commissioned officers receive the lowest salaries of all Spanish officer ranks. A corporal's annual salary is only 300 pesetas, increasing by approximately 25 pesetas for each subsequent rank. In fact, the standard salary for officers shows that even the lowest-ranking corporal earns more than an ordinary soldier. As long as one can achieve a promotion, even if they remain at the rank of corporal or corporal for their entire lives, they can still earn significantly more than an ordinary soldier. Furthermore, Officers receive more benefits and allowances, which together can increase their income by 20% to 30%. This creates a significant gap between the incomes of officers and ordinary soldiers, which explains the popularity of Spanish military academies. Both the regular military academies open to high school graduates and the training academies open to ordinary soldiers offer a rapid path to promotion. For example, graduates from these military academies can earn at least the rank of lieutenant upon successful graduation. The annual salary for a lieutenant is 525 pesetas, but after adding various benefits and allowances, the actual income can exceed 600 pesetas. With such an income, how could the soldiers who enlisted not be grateful to Carlo? After all, their access to such high salaries was inseparable from Carlo's repeated efforts. In the decade or so since Carlo's coronation as King of Spain, Spanish soldiers' salaries have increased 3 times, both large and small. These 3 salary increases have made the Spanish soldiering profession a dream career for every Spaniard, and are the reason why Spanish soldiers actively apply for military recruitment. The popularity of Spanish military academies can be seen in the annual application and enrollment figures. In 1885 alone, the total number of applicants for Spanish military academies exceeded 2,000. These applicants met the preliminary admission requirements. Those who did not meet the requirements were not even eligible to apply. What was the total enrollment of Spanish military academies? Less than 500. This actually means that of all high school graduates who met the admission requirements, less than 25% were admitted. This percentage clearly demonstrates the fierce competition for admission to Spain's military academies and the exceptional caliber of students who do. Of course, the efforts of these high school students who apply to military academies are not in vain. If they are successfully admitted, their guaranteed annual income is more than 2 or 3 times the average Spanish income. Even if they can only achieve this through experience, they could easily become a major. A major's income is equivalent to the combined annual income of 4 ordinary Spaniards, representing an unimaginable fortune for the average Spanish family. It is precisely these high salaries that continue to attract young Spaniards to a military career. Of course, the salary levels listed above represent estimates of the total salaries of officers in the Royal Army, the Defense Forces. There are some differences between the salaries of naval officers and officers in the Guards. Due to the unique nature of the Navy, officers earn slightly more than their Army counterparts. However, because Spain prioritizes the Army over the Navy at this time, naval officer salaries are only about 10% higher than those of Army officers. The Imperial Guard, commanded directly by Charles II, earned salaries roughly equivalent to those of naval officers, with salaries for officers of the same rank approximately 10% higher than those of Army officers. Because the royal family provided salaries for all Guards officers, from generals down to ordinary soldiers, the Guards enjoyed better benefits than the regular army. Of course, the Guards were not without their shortcomings. Because the Guards consisted of only a reinforced division, the career prospects of senior officers in the Guards were lower than those of senior officers in the Royal Army. However, the earliest batch of Spanish-trained officers reached only the rank of field officer, with few reaching the rank of division commander. For these Spanish military academy graduates, even with a lower career prospects, they preferred to join the Guards. Besides the Guards' more generous salaries and benefits compared to the regular army, they also received personal loyalty from their beloved king, becoming his trusted confidants. Although the Spanish army is also called the Royal Army, the treatment of the Royal Army and the Guards was vastly different. The Guards were equipped with the best weapons and equipment first, and their ammunition consumption was several times that of ordinary army soldiers. After all, the Spanish Royal Army had a strength of 175,000 men, and such a large number of people led to astronomical ammunition consumption. Without proper regulation, the ammunition consumption from daily target practice alone would be enough to drain the Ministry of Defense's military budget. Compared to the Royal Army, which had a strength of 175,000, the Guards Division, with a strength of only 15,000, had fewer concerns. While the royal family's wealth was not as great as that of the government, not all of the government's money was invested in military spending. With only the 15,000-man Guards Division to care for, Carlo could even allow the Guard soldiers to conduct target practice without restraint. If he weren't worried about their bodies being unable to withstand continuous target practice, Carlo would actually consider having the Guardsmen fire hundreds of rounds per session, training them all to perfect their marksmanship. Currently, the Guardsmen conduct target practice twice a week, with each soldier using 25 rounds per session. It's not that Carlo is stingy, but rather that the firearms of this era, unlike the fully automatic rifles of later generations, fire very slowly. It would take a guardsman about a minute and a half to fire all 25 rounds. Adding to the physical toll of recoil, 25 rounds per session is a reasonable number. This allows the soldiers to gain experience in target practice without incurring physical injuries from frequent firing. Of course, time consumption is also a key consideration. The guardsmen have 15,000 soldiers, and these 15,000 need to undergo target practice twice a week. How to rationally arrange target practice for all soldiers is a question that the guardsmen's officers need to consider in detail. Let's return to the Spanish economy. Due to a significant increase in GDP, Spain's total fiscal revenue reached a new high of 1.2021 billion pesetas in 1885. Even with total fiscal expenditures of 1.0862 billion pesetas, the Spanish government still managed a fiscal surplus of 115.9 million pesetas last year. However, due to debt repayments, the Spanish government's actual surplus was only 15.9 million pesetas. The remaining 100 million pesetas went into repaying foreign debt. After several years of foreign debt repayments, Spain has repaid a little over half of its debt. If 100 million pesetas could be allocated annually for debt repayment, it is estimated that by around 1890, the Spanish government would have paid off all of its debt and become truly debt-free. In fact, if the current Spanish government wanted to repay this debt quickly, it only needed to slightly reduce military and fiscal spending, hoping to repay the entire debt within the next 2 years. However, this was unnecessary. The remaining debt was small, and time was not urgent. A gradual repayment of 100 million pesetas per year would suffice. Listening to the government's financial reports, Carlo felt a wave of emotion. The Spanish government's finances were significantly better than when Carlos first became king. It's undeniable that Prime Minister Primo's reforms made a remarkable contribution to Spain. If it weren't for the booming economy across all sectors, how could Spain have generated such a massive fiscal revenue? Spain's rapid economic growth was primarily due to infrastructure projects, which stimulated economic growth. The rapid growth of the working class also led to rising per capita incomes. With more money, people were more willing to spend, which in turn stimulated economic growth. This virtuous cycle has enabled Spain's economy to achieve rapid growth over the past decade and more, ultimately reaching its current impressive level. Of course, Prime Minister Primo's reforms also liberated Spanish farmers. Even landless farmers saw their incomes significantly increased thanks to land rent reductions. Furthermore, Carlos and the Spanish government released large amounts of farmland onto the market over the past decade, which then returned to farmers through leasing or sales. As Spanish farmers have more and more farmland, their income is naturally rising. Chapter 332 Spring Trip 1886, the sky was clear and cloudless. A seemingly enormous carriage, the crest of the Spanish House of Savoy clearly visible on it, slowly moved along the road. To pull this somewhat unwieldy carriage, 6 handsome white horses were tethered to its front. Their powerful hooves effortlessly moved the luxurious carriage forward. 2 horses, both white, sat in front. One was handsome and majestic, and sat atop it, a man of about 30, dressed in elegant attire. The other was slightly younger, resembling a foal. However, thanks to its excellent genes, the pony easily carried the young man. Together, the 2 horses guided the carriage forward. To either side of the 2 horses sat several knights, each bearing their own weapons. The knights carefully observed the situation along the road, and in their spare moments, they gazed respectfully and enthusiastically at the men atop the 2 steeds in the center. Behind the carriages were specially modified cars, carrying the palace's servants, as well as various equipment and supplies. At the rear of the convoy were hundreds of cavalrymen, escorting the entire procession and ensuring its safety. "Little White, run faster. We're almost behind father," Juan Fernando, atop the white pony, said with a hint of dissatisfaction. The white pony, seemingly possessed of a spirit, quickened its pace after Juan Fernando's words, and managed to catch up with the larger horses ahead. "Father, wait for us." The 2 leading horses suddenly quickened their pace, much to the displeasure of the children in the carriage. They had been leisurely admiring the scenery along the roadside, but as they saw their father and brother riding off, they began to call out. "Ha ha ha!" Carlo, the fastest runner in front, heard the cries of the children and pulled the reins to slow down his horse. He also said to little Juan Fernando, "Slow down your pony. Don't tire it out before we reach our destination." The little one nodded obediently and, imitating his father, tightened the reins, bringing the pony to a stop. Although less than 11 years old, Crown Prince Juan Fernando has already taken riding lessons. While not yet as skilled as Carlo, he can ride a small pony at a leisurely pace. The royal horses are specially trained. They are not only selected for their plump and strong build, but also for their gentle temperaments, free from their wild tendencies. A pony with this kind of temperament is impervious to accidents. As long as the pace is controlled, even a rider without any experience can ride it at a leisurely pace. Carlo, does the Palace of Aranjuez really have gardens larger than those at the Palace of Madrid? Queen Sophie wondered. She was quite pleased with the large gardens at the Palace of Madrid, but if there were one even larger, she wouldn't mind admiring it. Of course, Sophie. Carlo smiled and nodded, telling his queen, the gardens at the Palace of Aranjuez contain seeds of trees, flowers, and plants brought back from all over the world by Spanish botanists and explorers over the centuries. It's probably the largest collection of plant seeds in Spain. Knowing you love flowers, I had a large area planted last year. Now is the perfect time to enjoy them. Really? I want to see them too. I want to see them too. Before Queen Sophie could even nod in response, Princess Sophia, who had been admiring the view from the carriage window, poked her head out and excitedly addressed her father. Haha, of course, you have a share, Sophia. Carlo nodded, naturally not refusing a request from his beloved princess. The Palace of Aranjuez was Carlo's destination and one of his chosen summer residences for the Spanish royal family. This area was originally the property of the Bourbon royal family. After Charles ascended to the throne, these palaces naturally became his. Aranjuez is not far from Madrid, located in the southernmost part of the city of Madrid, forming a triangle with Madrid and Toledo. This triangle is also home to the highest concentration of palaces and castles in Spain, and is home to a large number of old-style aristocrats. There were reasons why Charles chose Aranjuez for his summer residence. First, the National Palace of Aranjuez, originally the summer residence of the Spanish royal family, offers beautiful scenery and a tranquil environment, perfect for a royal residence. Second, Aranjuez is also conveniently located near Madrid. If there were urgent government matters requiring Charles' attention, he could reach Aranjuez from Madrid in just a few hours. Although this palace is not particularly well known among Spanish palaces, it is among the best in terms of historical heritage and scenery. The National Palace of Aranjuez is known as the Spanish Versailles. Besides its impressive gardens and lake views, it also boasts a porcelain room, an armory, and a jewelry room, housing a vast collection of gold and silver artifacts and ornaments. When Queen Isabel fled Spain, she was unable to retrieve the gold artifacts due to the impending arrival of the Revolutionary Army in Madrid. This provided a significant advantage for Charles, who took over the palaces. According to butler Lauren, the collections and jewelry left behind by the Bourbon dynasty in these palaces are valued at over 50 million pesetas. The combined weight of the gold artifacts and ornaments alone exceeds 10 tons. If converted into wealth, this gold alone would have made the Bourbon monarch the richest man in Spain at the time. This demonstrates the sheer scale of the Bourbon exploitation of Spain. Virtually all the profits earned during the Spanish colonial era went to the royal family, the nobility, and the church, enriching the Bourbon monarchy immensely. The Royal Palace of Madrid is one of the 3 greatest palaces in Europe, precisely because of the Spanish royal family's investment in its renovation and renovation. Had this money been invested in national development and industrial expansion, Spain might have achieved remarkable success during the First Industrial Revolution. When Charles was financially strapped, he embezzled some of his fortune to cash in, which enabled the rapid growth of the royal enterprises. As Charles began to gain wealth, he rarely touched the treasure stored within the palaces. The collections of the Aranjuez Palace remain in the treasury rooms, including exquisite porcelain, paintings from around the world, and other antiques. Because the distance between Madrid and Aranjuez is only about 50 kilometers, even with the slow pace of the convoy, they arrived at the Palace of Aranjuez a few hours after their departure. Of course, Charles and Juan Fernando Jr. didn't choose to ride the entire journey on horseback. Although the royal horses were carefully selected, the slow and long ride was quite tiring. In fact, Charles and Juan Fernando Jr. only rode for less than an hour before returning to their spacious and comfortable carriage. This carriage is the exclusive vehicle of the Spanish royal family, typically used only when the king or queen travels. Because it's a royal exclusive, it's been meticulously and luxuriously modified. Almost every item in the carriage is a luxury item. A blanket covering the entire carriage could be worth decades of a Spanish family's income. Because the carriage is so spacious, even with Charles, Queen Sophie, and their 5 children, it still feels comfortable. Large sofas are placed on the north and south sides of the carriage, and the space in the center, where a table used to be, has been vacated, housing a custom-made crib. Needless to say, the crib holds Charles' youngest daughter, Princess Christina, who is not yet a year old. Prince Alexander, a year and a half older than Princess Christina, is already 2 years old. He doesn't need a crib. Instead, he is held in the arms of his mother, Queen Sophie, adorably admiring the view outside the carriage. Charles sits opposite Queen Sophie, with his eldest son, Juan Fernando, and his eldest daughter, Sofia, on his left and right. Charles had specifically brought his eldest son along on this trip, hoping to give him some time to relax amidst his busy studies and avoid feeling overwhelmed. During the trip, Charles briefly inquired about Prince Juan Fernando's academic progress. He was the only one currently busy with his studies. Charles's second son, Martin, had just turned 6, and since he wasn't heir to the throne, his studies weren't as demanding as his older brother, Prince Juan Fernando. Of course, Charles treated all his children equally. Martin and Alexander's education was tailored specifically for them, aiming to cultivate traditional aristocrats while also taking into account the changing times. Charles didn't want his sons to be mere hedonists. He hoped they would serve as Juan Fernando's right-hand men, contributing to the development of Spain and the House of Savoy. Furthermore, it wasn't impossible for the 2 children to obtain their own fiefdoms in the future. The European situation was expected to undergo a period of change, with more countries expected to gain independence from the spheres of influence of the former great powers. Under a monarchical system, these European countries would likely become monarchical kingdoms. It would then be easy to secure 2 thrones for his 2 sons. Whether they wanted to be kings would depend on their choices. Of course, securing the thrones for them presupposed that Carlo was certain they would be qualified kings. If they lacked the ability to suppress local officials and other forces, they would be better off remaining obedient members of the Spanish nobility. While the king symbolized supreme power, the crown also symbolized a mountain of responsibility. If the king properly fulfilled his obligations, he could enjoy his power with confidence. But if a king couldn't even fulfill his obligations, how could the people accept him unbridled power? After assessing Prince Juan Fernando's academic performance, Carlo picked up a book and read with relish. The title History of Spain was clearly written on the cover, and the entire book was brand new, seemingly only a short time old. Carlo himself had a significant hand in the publication of this Spanish history. As mentioned previously, Charles sought to downplay the Bourbon dynasty's contributions to Spain and exacerbate their detrimental impact. Newspaper propaganda was one tactic, as was subtly altering the Spanish people's understanding of history through various means. This, however, doesn't necessarily constitute a revisionist approach. Overall, the book is relatively objective, describing Spanish history from unification to the present day. However, when introducing the Bourbon kings, the book briefly glosses over the deeds of the previous kings, focusing on the stories of Charles IV and his son and granddaughter. The stories of the last 3 Bourbon monarchs, Charles IV, Ferdinand VI, and Isabella II, are truly outrageous, each one more outrageous than the last. A third of the entire book on Spanish history is devoted to their achievements, detailing how the once great Spanish Empire declined under their leadership, leading to Spain's tragic decline, which saw it become one of the lowest per capita incomes in the world at the time. With the Bourbons now completely gone from Spain, the blame for the monarchy fell squarely on their shoulders. Carlo had to make one thing clear: the monarchy was not at fault, the fault lay with the then reigning Bourbon monarchs. Furthermore, the combined influence of newspaper propaganda and detailed historical accounts had indeed deepened the Spanish people's hatred for the Bourbons. Indeed, no one would have a favorable impression of a royal family steeped in incompetence. Furthermore, besides the king's incompetence, the Bourbons also contributed to the decades-long Carlist Wars, a war that contributed to Spain's further decline. As Carlo read the book, the convoy slowly approached the palace of Aranjuez. The leading cavalryman approached the carriage and respectfully announced to Carlo, "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the palace of Aranjuez." Carlo put down his book and said to his eager children, "Well, my little ones, The Palace of Oranges awaits you. Let's go and enjoy a wonderful holiday. I don't mind letting you enjoy the flowers tonight. The carriage stopped in the square in front of the Palace of Oranges, from which the entire palace could be seen. As it was only a temporary palace, the building was relatively low, with only about 4 stories at its highest. However, it was undeniable that after centuries of renovations and expansions by Spanish kings, the palace had indeed reached a considerable size. The Palace of Oranges was located in the town of Oranges, hence its name. Former Spanish kings, seeking tranquility, deliberately chose to build their palace several kilometers away from the town. This ensured that the Palace of Oranges was virtually undisturbed, creating a peaceful and tranquil abode. Blue sky, white clouds, beautiful scenery. This is almost the most authentic portrayal of the Oranges Palace. Chapter 333 High Birth, High Death. In later times, world-famous pieces like the Concierto de Oranges would have elevated Oranges' fame. But today, the Palace of Oranges is largely invisible throughout Spain, and even the town itself is home to only a smattering of Spaniards. This tranquil environment is a welcome respite for Carlo. The royal family's privileged status demands a tranquil setting that not only protects their privacy but also ensures their presence doesn't disrupt the lives of ordinary Spaniards. Indeed, upon arriving at the Palace of Oranges, Carlo was immediately struck by the tranquility and peace of the palace and the surrounding town. For a member of the royal family, this is truly a precious environment. The children can play here at leisure, and Carlo can enjoy a moment of relaxation, free from the worries of Spanish politics. Carlo feels more at ease leaving state affairs in the hands of Prime Minister Cunovas. While he may not be as capable as Prime Minister Primo, he is more loyal and obedient to Carlo. After spending 6 months in the sweltering summer at the Palace of Oranges, Carlo returned to the Royal Palace of Madrid with his family. While the Palace of Oranges offered a truly beautiful view, Carlo could not remain away from Madrid, Spain's political center, for long. Starting in 1886, Spain's colonial focus shifted from territorial expansion to colonial development. Large numbers of immigrants were transported from across Europe and Spain to the colonies, while some qualified individuals from the colonies were also transported to mainland Spain, becoming fully Spaniards. Throughout 1885, the population of mainland Spain saw a net increase of nearly 700,000. The most encouraging development was the birth rate. Statistics compiled by various levels of Spanish government revealed that Spain had approximately 920,000 newborns in 1885, a birth rate of 40 per 1,000. 920,000 newborns alone provide an indication of the dramatic population growth in 1885. Of course, before calculating population growth, it's necessary to account for both inflow and outflow, as well as deaths. Due to the relatively poor medical technology of the era, European countries experienced high birth rates and high death rates. Especially in agricultural countries, where birth rates are among the highest in the world, mortality rates are also among the highest. This was indeed the case in Spain before reforms and the Industrial Renaissance. However, after reforms and the implementation of a series of government healthcare subsidies, Spain's mortality rate, particularly that of infants, has declined significantly. According to government statistics on babies born in 1885, over 800,000 of these 920,000 babies survived, for a survival rate of 87%. Although 120,000 babies still died due to various reasons, achieving a survival rate of nearly 90% was a significant achievement in an era of relatively backward medical technology. It is worth noting that deaths among those over 65 in Spain were even less common than infant deaths. This was primarily due to the low life expectancy of the population at that time, with only 3 or 4 out of 100 people reaching 60 years of age. Due to industrial pollution and poor healthcare, Spain's mortality rate was also as high as 21.7 per 1,000 babies, with a total death toll of nearly 500,000. Subtracting deaths from deaths, Spain's population growth was only around 420,000. While the 920,000 births represent only 420,000 population growth, this is actually quite impressive across Europe. Even other European countries with populations of 30 to 40 million don't necessarily see the same net population growth as Spain. This is primarily due to the more developed industries in these countries, resulting in larger workforces. A distinct characteristic of European countries is that agricultural nations experience faster population growth than industrial nations. This is primarily due to the fact that farmers, aside from farming, have the majority of their time to manage their own crops. In other words, they can choose to spend their time relaxing, with having children being a key form of recreation. However, workers are different. While they earn more than farmers, they also work longer hours. Furthermore, workers have fixed jobs, requiring them to travel far from their hometowns and even their families to work in large cities. This means that workers of this era have little free time to themselves. A day's work is exhausting, leaving them with little desire for children. In addition to the 420,000 net population growth within Spain, Spain also saw a significant influx of immigrants. As Spain expanded its colonies, many Spaniards sought greater opportunities to make a living there. This also resulted in Spain having more arable land per capita despite its growing population. The country's booming economy increased its appeal to immigrants, with Italy, Germany, and Austria alone providing a significant number of migrants to Spain. Those from these countries seeking to reach Africa or the Americas had to pass through the Mediterranean Sea and cross the Atlantic Ocean. This meant that Spain was a crucial stopover. Many, after learning about the various benefits offered to immigrants while stopping in Spanish ports, ultimately chose to immigrate and become Spanish citizens. The population trade with Russia at the time attracted a surge in transport fleets. While Spain possessed only a few impressive military shipyards, it also had a significant number of civilian shipyards. Furthermore, Spain's location at the western entrance to the Mediterranean offered a natural advantage. Currently, Spain controls nearly one-third of the Mediterranean transport fleet bound for North and South America. This led to these Spanish-controlled fleets making frequent stops in Spanish ports, often in partnership with local governments, with the goal of attracting immigrants to Spain and ultimately contributing to its population. Since Spain's administrative reforms, the cabinet and parliament have tightened performance evaluations of all levels of government. From the cabinet down to state and municipal governments, performance evaluations are conducted annually, with key criteria focusing on population growth, industrial production, and economic output. While these criteria are somewhat general, officials who can achieve simultaneous population, industrial, and economic growth, even if not exceptional, are considered above average in this era. In this environment, governments at all levels have become highly concerned with population growth within their respective territories. However, the Spanish government also maintains strict restrictions on population imports, prohibiting arbitrary imports by governments at all levels. Foremost, all black people are excluded from Spain's population importation. Of course, this restriction currently applies only to mainland Spain. Black people could still become residents of Spain's colonies. However, even within these colonies, the importation of black people is strictly controlled. To qualify as a recognized colony resident, a black person must either contribute significant economic value to Spain or possess skilled personnel in demand. During the decade or so that Charles I reigned as King of Spain, the number of black people who had a real chance to become residents of Spanish colonies could be counted on one hand. These black people were able to become residents of Spanish colonies due to their unique status. For example, some African chiefs and emirs could obtain Spanish colonial status. This served to divide the local black community, splitting it into two factions, those who shared Spanish interests and those who opposed them. To assert their rights, these black people, recognized as Spanish colonial residents, had to publicize Spanish colonial rule and reduce local resistance. If an entire indigenous nation explicitly opposed Spanish colonial rule, the existence of its emirs or chiefs would naturally become unnecessary. This also shows that even if black people were recognized by Spain, Spain was largely exploiting them. Once these black people lost their usefulness, Spain would no longer recognize their rights, and the Spanish would remain the sole owners of the land. According to city-by-city data, all cities in mainland Spain received over 300,000 immigrants in 1885. According to information registered by immigration authorities in various cities, of these 300,000 immigrants, Russia and Italy ranked first and second, contributing 120,000 and 80,000, respectively. Immigrants from Austria-Hungary ranked third, totaling only around 30,000. Immigrants from various Balkan countries followed closely behind, totaling around 20,000. Then came immigrants from Germany and France, whose combined total was just over 10,000, highlighting Spain's limited appeal to these countries. The remaining European countries contributed a few thousand immigrants, with Portugal leading the way, contributing over 3,000. If it weren't for the Portuguese government's immigration restrictions, Portugal alone would likely have contributed over 2,000 more. For major powers, the loss of a few thousand or tens of thousands of immigrants isn't a major blow. But for Portugal, with a population of only a few million, even a few thousand annual population losses can have a significant impact on national development. In fact, applying Spain's population growth and mortality formula to calculate Portugal's actual population growth reveals that for a country with a population of less than 5 million, Portugal's actual annual population growth is less than 100,000. Considering Portugal's poor healthcare and economic environment, its population growth is likely even lower. In this case, the annual loss of a few thousand people is painful for the Portuguese government. Furthermore, these thousands of people are moving to its only neighbor, Spain. Doesn't this mean that the Portuguese government is tackling its enemies? Despite implementing immigration restrictions, the Spanish government's coercion prevents the Portuguese government from openly restricting immigration to Spain, and it can only resort to various policies to prevent it. This explains why, despite the Portuguese government's immigration restrictions, over 3,000 immigrants still arrive in Spain each year. These Portuguese move to Spain for a simple reason: they can find higher-paying jobs there, and obtaining Spanish citizenship is relatively easy. Portuguese people understand Spanish, and there are similar appearances and cultural differences between the two countries. This makes transitioning to Spanish nationality virtually painless, which is why so many Portuguese choose to move to Spain. Perhaps the Portuguese government should be thankful that the Spanish state of Extremadura is a small, industrially insignificant region. If the locations of France and Portugal were reversed, and Portugal were located adjacent to Catalonia, the industrial base of Barcelona alone would be enough to attract a large influx of Portuguese. Spain's current per capita income is in the upper middle range of Europe, slightly higher than Portugal's. Spanish workers earn even higher wages than the average income. However, if there are large industrial bases along the Spanish-Portuguese border, these Portuguese simply cannot afford the high-paying jobs. European countries combined have provided nearly 270,000 immigrants to Spain, with the remaining 30,000 coming from Spain's colonies. These 30,000 immigrants are primarily Moroccans, with a small number of native Filipinos and Lanfangs. Spain has established Spanish schools in both the Philippines and Lanfang, and operates immigration programs. Currently, these two regions provide Spain with thousands of immigrants annually. While not a large source, it is a relatively stable source of immigration. This is primarily due to the distance these regions are from mainland Spain, and immigrants must cover their own shipping costs. Spain doesn't offer boat tickets to mainland Spain unless it meets its talent recruitment program. However, even with the option of paying their own fare, Spain still attracts thousands of immigrants annually, demonstrating its appeal to the populations of these two regions. While Spain has seen an influx of 300,000, this doesn't mean there hasn't been an outflow. According to customs and municipal statistics, Spain lost approximately 30,000 people in 1885 alone. However, nearly 20,000 of these were voluntarily transported from Spain, a significant number of whom were Catalans or Basques. Transporting them to Spanish colonies not only filled the gap left by the Spanish population in the colonies, but also resolved the issue of independence for two ethnic groups in Navarre and Catalonia, killing two birds with one stone. Besides these 20,000 voluntarily transported from Spain, the remaining over 10,000 were genuine immigrants who chose to emigrate to other countries. Carlo neither tried to stop nor tried to stop those who wanted to leave Spain for other lands. The influx and outflow of immigrants in this era was normal. For Carlo, only those who remained in Spain and loved and recognized this country were his people. Naturally, Spain's various welfare policies and subsidies were only available to those Spaniards who were truly Carlo's people. Immigrants who chose to leave Spain for other countries would no longer be able to enjoy Spain's various policies and subsidies. Chapter 334 Turmoil in Germany. The 1880s were a fortunate decade for European nations. While the situation in Europe was not entirely peaceful, no major wars involving the great powers occurred. For Spain, this was a precious period of development. Spain could safely develop its industry and economy, quietly catching up to the major powers from an unnoticed corner. For Charles, the peace meant more leisure time. Charles preferred to spend his free time with his family and watch over the growth of his children. Amidst such tranquility, time quickly arrived at 1888. While 1888 would have been a peaceful year, the death of a monarch slightly disturbed Europe's previously tranquil situation. Kaiser Wilhelm I of Germany, born in 1797, was undoubtedly the oldest reigning monarch in Europe. During his reign, the Kingdom of Prussia won the Danish-Prussian War, the Austro-Prussian War, and the Franco-Prussian War, directly establishing the German Empire, the dominant power in Europe today. But whether king or emperor, Wilhelm I was only a human being. As an ordinary person, he naturally experienced the common cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. By 1888, Kaiser Wilhelm I was approaching 91 years old. At a time when European life expectancy was in his 30s and 40s, 90 was considered advanced age. But it was clear that the human lifespan had reached its limit. By early 1888, news had arrived from Germany that Wilhelm I was declining in health, even unable to handle government affairs. Everyone understood that the founder of the empire would eventually die. The primary concern was how the political situation in Germany would develop after Wilhelm I's death, and whether these changes would impact the European situation. Even Spain awaited news from Germany and closely monitored Germany's allies, Austria-Hungary and Italy. Carlo didn't have to wait long. On March 9, 1888, Captain of the Guards, Brad Herrera, hurried in with the news everyone had been waiting for. Your Majesty, according to a call from the German government, His Majesty Emperor Wilhelm I of Germany passed away a few hours ago. In reality, Carlo only knew that Wilhelm I was succeeded by his son, Frederick III, the 100 Days Emperor. Frederick III was succeeded by the well-known Kaiser Wilhelm II. As for the date of William I's death, Carlo only knew it was this year, not the exact date. Upon hearing the Captain of the Guards report, Carlo nodded, his face expressionless. Carlo had already experienced the deaths of his father, Vittorio Emanuele II, and his mentor and friend, Prime Minister Primo, so such news of death was no longer particularly moving. Furthermore, Wilhelm I had died of old age, and his passing was good news for both Germany and himself. Even at the height of Germany's power, it didn't need an emperor who reigned for too long. His son, Frederick III, was known as the 100 Days Emperor, primarily because he suffered from throat cancer, which was incurable with the medical conditions of the time. But then again, if William I had lived a few years shorter, would his son have enjoyed a few more years as emperor? William I's longevity and Frederick II's short life had a profound impact on Germany and indirectly contributed to its defeat in World War I. Why? Just 3 months after William I's death, his son, Frederick III, also passed away. This meant that the throne of the German Empire quickly passed to William I's grandson, the fallen monarch, William II. At the time, William II was only 29 years old, and his physical limitations made him extremely proud and sensitive. A close collaboration between a young monarch and an elderly, powerful, and influential chancellor was unlikely. Indeed, after William II ascended to the throne, the political career of the Iron Chancellor, Bismarck, essentially came to an end. The biggest difference between the German empires under Wilhelm I and Wilhelm II lies in Germany's diplomatic predicament. Under Wilhelm I, Germany's primary enemy was France, while its allies included Austria-Hungary, Italy, and Russia. However, under Wilhelm II, as the German government's shifting strategies revealed greater ambitions for colonies and maritime power, Germany's diplomatic relations with Britain gradually drifted apart, and its nominal alliance with Russia could no longer be maintained. This shifted Germany's enemies from France to Britain, France, and Russia, while its allies remained limited to Austria-Hungary and Italy. The outcome of World War I was clear. Wilhelm I's German Empire was unable to defeat not only its external enemies but also its internal ones. By the end of the war, Wilhelm I was essentially sidelined, which is why he was scapegoated after the war and forced to abdicate. Without further ado, Carlo focuses on the European reactions to the Kaiser's death. Although Carlo was aware of the European reaction to William I's death, could he be sure that the situation in Europe would continue to unfold as it had historically? Any slight change could potentially trigger a greater shift. For his own sake and Spain's, Carlo must monitor the movements of all nations. By this time, all European countries should have received the news, but so far, no country has reacted significantly. Kadir of the Royal Security Intelligence Service answered Carlo's question. Keep a close eye on the movements of France and Russia. Report any developments from these two countries to me immediately, Carlo instructed. For Germany at this time, the death of William I could be said to be the beginning of a turbulent situation. Frederick II's throat cancer wasn't discovered until after he became emperor, but had been diagnosed the previous year. However, due to a misdiagnosis by a British doctor, the surgery was cancelled. A month before William I's death, Crown Prince Frederick had just undergone life-saving treatment. To prevent the swelling of the tumor from suffocating and endangering his life, the Crown Prince's personal physician had to perform a tracheotomy and insert a silver breathing tube. While this did save Crown Prince Frederick's life, it also left the soon-to-be emperor unable to speak and forced to express himself in writing. The old emperor had just died, and the new emperor was also in danger. At this juncture, Carlo didn't believe France had no intentions. After all, ever since the Franco-Prussian War, the French had been seeking an opportunity for revenge against Germany. However, Bismarck's successful foreign policy, coupled with a lack of domestic unrest in Germany, prevented the French from finding an opportunity to launch a war. The current period of William I's death presented a favorable opportunity. Even if Germany couldn't be completely defeated, it would certainly lead to further domestic chaos. Although Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, still controlled the German government, he was only 18 years younger than the 91-year-old William I and was already 73 years old. The current situation in Germany was highly complex, and even a small change could easily lead to Germany's collapse. Would the French miss such an opportunity? Carlo wasn't sure. He wasn't even sure whether a Franco-German war would be a good or bad thing for Spain. However, this did not prevent Carlo from ordering the Royal Security Intelligence Service to closely monitor the movements of France and Russia. If France showed signs of war, Spain would undoubtedly prepare in advance. Carlo and Spain certainly did not want to see France triumph over Germany. If France regained its hegemony in Europe, the colonial balance in North and West Africa would be disrupted. Spain could negotiate with France, currently the second largest power on the continent, but not with the largest. If France regained its hegemony, Spain would have to consider siding with Germany to avoid French invasion or colonial seizure. However, if Germany could defeat France, or if war were to avert, Spain would not have to worry about the threat from France. After all, the French were most concerned about Germany, and as long as Spain did not cross French lines, France would not renege on Spain. The death of William I was not entirely unrelated to Spain. Spain would undoubtedly attend William I's funeral, and even send a high-ranking official at the prime minister's level to demonstrate the importance Spain attached to the funeral. Sending only a foreign minister would inevitably seem to undervalue Germany. After all, Germany was one of the world's most powerful nations, and William I was the founder of this mighty empire. Naturally, Charles would not have taken the initiative to travel to Germany to attend the funeral. There wasn't much difference between European kings and emperors, and Spain and Germany didn't have particularly close relations, so Charles naturally didn't need to attend in person. Only the monarchs of Germany's allies, like Austria-Hungary and Italy, might have felt the need to personally attend the funeral. After all, allies should demonstrate their respect for one another, and alliances must be maintained. As expected, over the following day, European nations expressed their sorrow at the news of William I's death and announced their attendance at the funeral. The funeral was attended by a splendid entourage, including emperors, kings, and prime ministers. Of all the guests, the most distinguished was Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary. Franz Joseph I, like William I, was an emperor of a powerful nation, and given his advanced age, his personal attendance at William I's funeral was a significant honor for Germany. Typically, in such cases, a state would send its own adult crown prince to attend. This not only helps train the heir apparent, but also allows the crown prince to fully represent the royal family externally. Russia, another German ally, did just that. Tsar Alexander III did not personally attend William I's funeral, but instead sent his own crown prince, Nicholas. This was actually related to the deteriorating relationship between Germany and Russia. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the relationship between Germany and Russia had long since deteriorated. This led the two once close allies to implement various defenses against each other, going so far as to directly strengthen border defenses and shift all their troops to the border. Of course, the Crown Prince's attendance at the funeral was certainly a high-ranking achievement. The Crown Prince was the future Russian Tsar, and aside from his current status, his position was similar. Alexander III's decision to send his own crown prince to William I's funeral also reflected Russia's stance. At the very least, Russia wasn't ready to completely abandon its alliance with Germany. While Russia still wanted to maintain its alliance, it was somewhat dissatisfied with Germany's distancing itself from it, so it sent the crown prince, a central figure, to attend the funeral. If Russia wanted to break its alliance with Germany, it could simply send a foreign minister to the funeral. Only countries with extremely distant relations, or even rivalries and conflicts, would send an official of this rank. Otherwise, they would send a prime minister or crown prince, at least to maintain a facade. Even France, despite its poor or even hostile relations with Germany, sent a distinguished delegation, led by its prime minister, to attend William I's funeral. This demonstrates the importance European nations attached to appearances, as it was a form of etiquette among the nobility. Spain sent Prime Minister Canovas, while Italy's King Umberto I personally attended. Like Austria-Hungary, Italy relied on Germany's diplomatic influence to expand its international standing. Italy valued its alliance with Germany, and upon learning of William I's death warrant, Umberto I immediately confirmed his itinerary. Britain did not send Queen Victoria, known for her aloofness from state affairs. However, the British government did send Prime Minister Gladstone, ensuring a sufficient outward appearance. In addition to these major powers, every European nation also sent its own lavish delegation to the funeral. This made William I's funeral a record, becoming the most attended by any monarch or prime minister. Of course, this record was not much of an honor for Germany itself. The empire's successor, Frederick III, was unable to personally greet the guests, and had to rely on Chancellor Bismarck and the foreign minister to assist him. After William I's death, Crown Prince Frederick III had already confirmed the title of Frederick III. Under normal circumstances, Crown Prince William would have become the new German emperor. However, the new emperor was still bedridden, suffering from a persistent throat tumor and potentially in critical condition. This created the awkward situation of the new emperor being unable to attend William I's funeral. Fortunately, the monarchs and prime ministers attending the funeral were well trained. Even if they had their own thoughts about Germany's precarious situation, they kept them to themselves, expressing only grief and attending the otherwise ordinary funeral. Chapter 335, The Kaiser Dies Again, The Battle for the Canal. As Carlo had anticipated, while the funeral for William I was underway in Germany, France was also debating whether to declare war on Germany. Carlo's access to this information wasn't due to the Royal Security Intelligence Service's exceptional intelligence, but rather to the fact that the French debate over whether to go to war against Germany had become public knowledge. The French pro-war and pro-peace factions clashed fiercely over this issue, nearly coming to blows in Parliament. The pro-war faction accused the pro-peace faction of cowardice, oblivious to national humiliation for their own selfish ends. The pro-peace faction, in turn, accused the pro-war faction of reckless abandon, disregarding France's diplomatic situation in pursuit of revenge against Germany. The argument was so intense that news of the dispute was even reported by the French media, becoming a hot topic of discussion across Europe. Upon learning of the heated debate within the French Parliament, Carlo realized that France's war against Germany was highly unlikely. If France truly had war plans, they wouldn't have revealed them in such a ridiculous manner. Secrecy is key. France would have undoubtedly made secret preparations before launching a war, ensuring that by the time other nations discovered it, the war would have already begun. The current squabbling seems more like a play between two factions vying for the support of the French people. The more radical will naturally support the war faction, while the more rational will consider the views of the peace faction. For both factions, garnering public support without paying a price is a surefire win. The French Prime Minister's personal trip to Germany to attend William I's funeral also suggests that the French government itself does not want war with Germany. Perhaps France also seeks long-term stability and peace. On the German side, Chancellor Bismarck was well prepared for a possible French government rebellion. Since the new Emperor Frederick III was unable to receive guests, Chancellor Bismarck became his plenipotentiary representative, responsible for meeting all funeral guests in Germany. Naturally, Bismarck's list of guests also included Franz Joseph I and Umberto I. In a private meeting room prepared by the German government, Chancellor Bismarck, Emperor Franz Joseph I, and Emperor Umberto I held a secret meeting and reiterated the terms of the Triple Alliance, stating that the diplomatic alliance between the three powers would remain unchanged. The representatives of the three nations were clearly relieved after receiving this mutual assurance. The Triple Alliance between Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy was clearly mutually dependent and needed. This also ensured a close relationship between the three signatories, ensuring that the treaty would not be terminated by the death of Emperor William I. The Triple Alliance was Chancellor Bismarck's true trump card against a potential attack from France. The contents of the Triple Alliance were still quite secretive, and no other country was aware of the military alliance between the three countries. It was precisely because of this that Russia did not fully align itself with France, instead choosing to play both sides, accepting the support of French capital while remaining unwilling to completely sever ties with Germany. Bismarck was confident that, at this volatile moment, he could use the Triple Alliance to deal a fatal blow to France. If the French dared to initiate war, Chancellor Bismarck would march on Paris once again, as he had done during the Franco-Prussian War, and force the French government to sign an indemnity of 5 billion francs. Fortunately, the French government had no immediate plans to initiate war, and it was unclear whether the absence of war would be a good thing for both Germany and France. William I's funeral was swift and quite grand. As the first emperor of the German Empire, the Germans recognized his contributions. On the day of the burial, hundreds of thousands of Germans filled the streets of Berlin. They gazed longingly at the sarcophagus containing William I, and continued to escort him to the burial site. After the funeral, the representatives from various countries quickly departed Germany. However, many diplomatic representatives remained concerned about the situation in Germany, particularly the health of the new emperor, Frederick III. Carlo did not disappoint. Frederick III quickly made his mark in history, dying less than 100 days after becoming emperor. The German throne quickly passed to Crown Prince Wilhelm. Less than 100 days after William I's funeral, Germany held another funeral for the emperor. Such frequent changes in the German throne attracted attention across Europe. This extremely unfortunate emperor, Frederick III, who reigned for less than 100 days, was nicknamed the 100-Day Emperor by the European media and public. Clearly, these frequent changes in the throne dealt a heavy blow to Germany's international standing and influence. Chancellor Bismarck, who oversaw 2 consecutive funerals, clearly showed that the aging chancellor was now hunched over and less energetic than in previous years. Spain also sent Prime Minister Canovas to attend the funeral of Emperor Frederick III, a man who was well versed in German funerals. It's worth noting that Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria and King Umberto I of Italy chose not to attend the funeral, instead sending their respective crown princes Rudolf and Vittorio Emanuele. Rudolf, Franz Joseph I's only son, has not yet met with any misfortune. Historical records indicate that Crown Prince Rudolf would commit suicide with his mistress the following year. It was still mid-1888, and the Crown Prince had not yet reached such extremes. As for Vittorio Emanuele, the Crown Prince sent by King Umberto I of Italy, he holds a certain historical significance. Italy's volatile course during World War I, ultimately betraying the Triple Alliance and joining the Entente, was largely due to the decisions of then King Vittorio Emanuele III, now Crown Prince Vittorio Emanuele. The Italian royal family still held considerable power, and before Mussolini seized power, the Italian king maintained a degree of pro-German influence. After Victor Emanuele II unified Italy, the Italian people welcomed the House of Savoy. This gave his successor, Umberto I, considerable power, and he even promoted the expansion of Italy's army and navy. Naturally, the next in line to the throne, Victor Emanuele III, also gained some power. However, unlike Umberto I, who steadfastly aligned himself with Germany and Austria, Victor Emanuele III was a man of many shifts. On the one hand, he maintained the Triple Alliance with Germany and Austria-Hungary, engaging in frequent exchanges with these two countries and finalizing the composition of the Central Powers, one of Europe's 2 major military blocs. On the other hand, to protect his colonial possessions, Victor Emanuele III strengthened ties with Britain, France, and Russia. Even after the outbreak of World War I, due to the constant enticements of Britain and France, Victor Emanuele III ultimately chose to align Italy with Britain, France, and Russia, decisively abandoning the alliances with Germany and Austria-Hungary. The outcome proved that Victor Emanuele II's decision was the right one. He successfully placed Italy on the victorious side, preventing the Italian royal family from suffering the same tragic fate as the German and Austro-Hungarian royal families. However, Italy's swift betrayal exacerbated the wartime pressures faced by Germany and Austria-Hungary. Russia, a powerful nation, withdrew from the conflict shortly after its outbreak. Had Italy continued to side with Germany and Austria-Hungary, the outcome of World War I would have been uncertain. While his decision to choose the right side in World War I was reasonable, Victor Emanuele II's actions in World War II were somewhat puzzling. After Mussolini's fascist forces launched their march on Rome, Victor Emanuele III initially supported the Italian government's call for military action and martial law, then refused to sign the decree and accepted a proposal from right-wing nationalist and liberal party leaders for Mussolini to form a government. The ultimate result was Mussolini's successful military dictatorship, the complete demotion of the Italian royal family, and ultimately its abolition following the defeat in World War II. Although the Italian monarchy fell under his son, Umberto II, it had already been on the brink of collapse during the reign of Vittorio Emanuele III. Carlo had little memory of his nephew. Before Vittorio Emanuele III was born, Carlo had already arrived in Spain and ascended the throne. Consequently, Carlo and his nephew had met only a few times. Although they remained close relatives, their relationship had become quite distant. As European nations sent representatives to attend the funeral of German Emperor Frederick III, the French government was already reorganizing its diplomatic position. France's current diplomatic situation remained difficult, without any true allies. Despite the turmoil within Germany, it nominally maintained a triple alliance with Austria-Hungary and Russia. Amidst such significant changes in Germany, France was determined to take action to improve its diplomatic position. What was it? After a thorough inspection, the French finally set their sights on the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal's importance goes without saying. It's a crucial passage connecting Europe to the Indian Ocean, currently far more crucial than the Strait of Malacca. Britain's links with its Indian colonies, France and Spain's with their Asian colonies, and European countries' links with the east coast of Africa all relied on this vital sea route. This has led to the Suez Canal's continued focus, and Egypt, where the canal is located, has become a key focus of colonial competition. The Suez Canal officially opened in 1869 and has been controlled by Britain and France ever since. At the time, Britain and France were the two most powerful countries in the world, and their joint control of the Suez Canal was undeniable to other countries. However, the situation soon changed. With France's failure to compete with Egypt, Britain successfully gained control of the Suez Canal. Ultimately, Britain purchased a significant stake in the canal from Egypt, effectively establishing control over it. This dramatically altered the canal's dynamic, transforming it from a joint British-French alliance to a single British power, with the UK holding the lion's share of the canal's operational and management power. This was unacceptable to France and most European countries. The canal's monopoly meant Britain could open or close it at will. If Britain blocked the canal, preventing other countries from navigating, wouldn't it mean other countries' vital sea routes would be cut off? Ever since Britain took control of the Suez Canal, ensuring fair access for all nations has become a hotly debated issue in Europe. To improve their diplomatic position, the French decided to take a risk. They planned to join forces with many European countries to discuss canal management and come up with a fair solution acceptable to all. If France could truly ensure fair access to the canal for all nations, it would have a hugely beneficial impact on France's diplomatic situation. Germany's attempt to isolate France through diplomatic blockades would then be virtually impossible. After all, other countries would strive to maintain good relations with France, even for the sake of access to the Suez Canal. However, securing access to the canal meant confronting the British head-on. To compete with the British, France contacted several countries, including its longtime rival, Germany. Why was the French willing to contact Germany? The reason is very simple. First, Germany also has colonies on the east coast of Africa, and they also have requirements for passage through the Suez Canal. Secondly, Germany's navy is not strong. Even if they have the right to pass through the Suez Canal, they cannot pose a threat to the French navy. In addition, bringing Germany in can also increase momentum, forcing Britain to give up or transfer most of the control of the canal. This is why the French finally brought Germany in. In addition to the two superpowers, France and Germany, the French government also contacted Austria-Hungary, Russia, Spain, the Netherlands, Portugal and the Ottoman Empire. As long as these countries can unite, even Britain will have to choose to give in under the pressure of these countries. Chapter 336 Preparation for War. Chancellor Canovas, fresh from attending the funeral of Emperor Frederick III, soon traveled to France at the invitation of the French government for talks. These talks, concerning canal access rights, attracted the participation of numerous nations, primarily those with a vested interest in the canal. Countries like Spain, France, Germany, Portugal, and the Netherlands all had extensive colonies east and south of the canal, and trade between their colonies and mainland China relied heavily on the Suez Canal. Russia was also among them, as the Trans-Siberian Railway, connecting Russia's European and Asian territories, was not yet completed. For Russia's Far East to transport goods and trade with mainland Europe or other European countries, it had to transit the Suez Canal, a route from Asia to Europe. While Austria-Hungary lacked overseas colonies, it, like Italy, was a purely Mediterranean nation, leaving its navy and transport vessels vulnerable to blockade in the Mediterranean. To prevent a naval blockade, control of the Suez Canal was essential. At the very least, fair navigation rights through the Suez Canal were essential to ensure unimpeded import and export trade and other material flows. The combined weight of the voices of all the nations participating in the talks was immense, a testament to their concerns about the situation in the Mediterranean following British control of the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal was crucial to the Mediterranean region and indeed to all European nations. Especially with the British still controlling the Strait of Gibraltar, the threat posed by Britain to the Mediterranean and European nations was a shared concern. Even Britain's ally, Portugal, was unwilling to see the Suez Canal completely controlled by Britain. It was like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of European nations, held by the British, poised to fall from the sky and strike a fatal blow. Even if the canal's controller was the world's most powerful nation, the British Empire, these nations would not yield. Unless Britain promised fair navigational access to the Suez Canal, these concerns would remain unresolved. Just like Spain, European nations accepted the French government's invitation without hesitation. Even Germany, France's arch-rival, agreed to the French government's demands after hearing the purpose of the talks. For Germany, the talks didn't offer significant disadvantages. If the talks could publicly pressure Britain into giving up ownership of the canal, that would be a boon. Of course, one reason Chancellor Bismarck agreed so quickly to France's demands was to prevent France from gaining control of the Suez Canal, as Britain had done after the talks. If Britain could cede control of the canal, that would certainly be good news. However, if control fell to the French, who had organized the conference, Germany would be better off keeping it in British hands. Another motivation for Germany's participation in the conference was to prevent France from gaining control of the canal. Even with the participation of its military allies, Austria-Hungary and Italy, Germany had a real hope of replacing France and ultimately gaining control of the canal. Of course, even if it failed to gain control of the canal, as long as it allowed fair and equitable free navigation for all nations, that would be beneficial to Germany. Germany should have participated in the talks, both morally and logically, which is why Chancellor Bismarck had little hesitation. Within days of arriving in France, Chancellor Canovas sent Carlo a copy of the French proposal regarding navigation rights through the Suez Canal, which had been proposed at the meeting. This proposal consisted of several major points, the first of which clearly defined the division of navigation rights, a matter of primary concern to all nations. Because many European countries relied heavily on the Suez Canal, it was difficult for a single nation to monopolize the canal. Precisely because of this, the French drafted a proposal, the first of which stipulated that the Suez Canal should remain open to all merchants and warships flying the flag of any nation, as it did in peacetime. No nation should interfere with the free use of the canal in wartime, as it did in peacetime. No nation had the right to blockade the Suez Canal, denying all other nations the right to use it, and any blockade or interference with any nation's rights to use the Suez Canal was prohibited. To put it simply, the French proposal was to make the Suez Canal fully shared, allowing countries large and small to freely navigate through it, completely eliminating concerns about the Suez Canal being controlled and blocked by other nations. Just looking at the first clause of the French proposal, Carlo could imagine the overwhelming support among the nations at the conference. Furthermore, clauses 2 and 3 followed, imposing several layers of safeguards on the premise that all nations could freely use the Suez Canal. Clause 2 stipulated that, as a vital transportation artery for free use by all nations, its freshwater portion should also be subject to joint supervision and protection. This clause was primarily intended to prevent Egypt, the region where the canal is located, or its controlling power, Britain, from interfering with the canal's tributaries. If Egypt, or the British behind it, forcibly disrupted the canal's tributaries, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on navigation in the Suez Canal. In the worst-case scenario, the British could resort to a strategy of sacrificing their own lives by sinking several large transport ships within the Suez Canal, forcibly closing the canal. This is to prevent this phenomenon and ensure that the normal operation of the canal is not interfered with by local governments or other forces. Article 3, on the other hand, builds on the previous two provisions to further safeguard the interests of all countries in the Suez Canal. Article 3 specifically protects the factories, facilities, buildings, and various projects of all countries in both the maritime and riverine canals, further safeguarding their interests in the Suez Canal. These three provisions directly clarify the rights of all countries in the Suez Canal and guarantee that these rights will not be infringed upon by local governments or the British government, which controls it. For Spain and all participating countries, these three provisions proposed by France are beneficial. This also indicates that all countries will undoubtedly support the French proposal. France can win the favor of other countries through these three proposals and thus change its diplomatic situation. The only potential loser is Britain. France's invitation of multiple European countries to the meeting on the division of ownership of the Suez Canal, while excluding the British, who actually control the Suez Canal, is a direct challenge to British authority. The problem is that Britain has no effective countermeasures. This conference was convened precisely because all nations were wary of Britain's control of the Suez Canal. This meant that even if this conference ultimately failed, there would be future conferences as long as Britain refused to relinquish control of the Suez Canal. Britain had already placed itself at odds with the participating nations, and even without France's leadership, other nations would have clearly articulated the conflict. The question then arose, would Britain, faced with such direct French provocation, yield or resist to the bitter end? For Carlo, this was perhaps his greatest curiosity in 1888. Just as France's actions at the funerals of the two German emperors could have sparked war, so too could a British response at this moment have the potential to ignite a war over the canal. And, like the French at the time, Britain was isolated and without support. While the war appeared to be solely aimed at France, there was no guarantee that other nations would join the war against Britain over the canal. In reality, Spain, like many of the participating nations, approached the conference with the understanding that there was nothing to lose from participating. If France could forcibly reclaim control of the canal from Britain, it would be a boon for the participating nations. Even if France failed, the participating nations would not suffer any loss, as it was France that was confronting Britain. Britain couldn't possibly hold any nations accountable simply for participating in the conference, could it? Putting aside the question of whether Britain could hold all the participating nations accountable, the excuse itself was somewhat untenable, and the British government wouldn't be so foolish as to put itself in opposition to every European power. Regardless of the British's perspective on the conference, the French concluded meeting was quite lively. Various countries were engaged in various discussions regarding the use of the Suez Canal, and a set of regulations governing its ownership and operation was being finalized. Because the talks were protracted, Prime Minister Canovas, after attending the talks a few days ago and discussing a general direction, chose to leave France, leaving Spain to continue the negotiations with a foreign minister. Upon returning to Spain, Prime Minister Canovas' first order of business was to report to Carlo on the progress of the talks and discuss the potential changes they might trigger in the European situation. Your Majesty, if war between France and England threatens, should we prepare to invade Morocco? Prime Minister Canovas excitedly addressed Carlo. A war between Britain and France would be the perfect opportunity Spain had waited for over a decade. Britain and France were the two countries holding Spain back from annexing Morocco. If they were preoccupied with other matters, no European power would be able to prevent Spain from annexing Morocco. The reason for Prime Minister Canovas's excitement was simple: he had a strong chance of achieving something even Primo hadn't managed. If Spain could annex Morocco, it would officially become a superpower on par with Britain, France, and Germany. Anchoring Morocco would also open the door to annexing Portugal. If Spain truly annexed both Morocco and Portugal, could it truly be called a powerful empire, with sole control of the Iberian Peninsula? Of course, the biggest beneficiary would undoubtedly be King Carlo. Even if he couldn't ascend to the throne, he would have the opportunity to be proudly hailed by the Spanish as the greatest monarch, the so-called Great Emperor. This would greatly enhance Charles's influence and authority, as well as the status of the royal family. The House of Savoy would be firmly entrenched on the Spanish throne, with no external influence interfering with the succession. While Charles would benefit the most, Prime Minister Canovas, as the head of the government, would also reap significant rewards. Currently, Canovas holds only the title of Count, but according to normal progress, he has the potential to be promoted to Duke after 3 terms as Prime Minister. However, if he could facilitate Spain's annexation of Morocco and Portugal, Prime Minister Cunovus could not only quickly ascend to dukedom, but even have the potential to be crowned Grand Duke. While Prime Minister Cunovus, with only the title of Duke, would undoubtedly be inferior to Prime Minister Primo in terms of contributions, if he could achieve Grand Duke status through his own merits, the relative contributions of the two to Spain would be indisputable. They could even be considered the most outstanding Spanish prime ministers during Charles' reign, becoming the twin heroes of Spain's revival. Clearly, achieving this would greatly enhance their power, status, and influence. Prime Minister Cunovus couldn't help but be excited. He hoped to achieve all that a prime minister could, to be forever remembered in Spanish history, to become a great figure lauded by future generations of Spaniards. Hearing Cunovus' question, Carlo nodded, then said, "The government needs to closely monitor the movements of Britain and France, while also preparing for war against Morocco. Regardless of whether a war breaks out between Britain and France, the Ministry of Defense must be fully prepared for war. If a war breaks out between Britain and France, we should conquer all of Morocco as quickly as possible. If no war breaks out between Britain and France, we should hold our ground for now and wait for the situation in Europe to develop. In the meantime, I do not want any information about the war plan to be leaked. The government must maintain strict confidentiality." "Yes, I understand, Your Majesty," Prime Minister Cunovus nodded, clearly understanding the importance of confidentiality. If a war between Britain and France were to break out, but Spain's war plans against Morocco were leaked, causing both countries to abandon the war, it would be a loss that would outweigh the gains. Both Britain and France attach great importance to Morocco, and it is really possible that the two countries will give up the conflict between them because Morocco is annexed by Spain. Chapter 337, 1889. Carlo was disappointed by the developments. Although the French targeted Britain, which controlled the Suez Canal, during the talks, relations between Britain and France did not deteriorate rapidly, much less threaten war. This also meant that Carlo's plan to annex Morocco during the Anglo-French War was dashed. As long as there was no conflict or war between Britain and France, Spain could not annex Morocco. Since nothing happened, Spain could only pretend to do nothing and quietly await the outcome of the talks. After months of negotiations, the participating countries finally reached a relatively clear treaty on free navigation through the Suez Canal and agreed to sign it in Constantinople. On October 29, 1888, France led the way, and Germany, Italy, Spain, Austria-Hungary, the Netherlands, Russia, the Ottoman Empire, Portugal, and other European countries signed the Convention of Constantinople in Constantinople. The treaty declared the Suez Canal an international canal for free navigation by all nations and should not be controlled by any single country. Britain was furious about the French-led Treaty of Constantinople, but there was nothing they could do. If the British expressed any opposition at this point, it would have effectively put them at odds with the signatory powers regarding their claim to the Suez Canal. After all, every European power except Britain had signed the treaty, meaning any opposition would put Britain at odds with the entire continent. The British government cleverly remained silent after the various powers announced their signing of the treaty. They adopted a non-committal attitude, pretending nothing had happened at the conference. This way, the signatories had no reason to interfere with British control of the canal. To wrest control from Britain, they could only resort to war. Despite the straightforwardness of these powers in signing the treaty, if a war with Britain truly came to a head, few would likely be willing to participate. Only if superpowers like Germany, France, and Russia stepped up and withstood the pressure would other European powers consider a war with Britain. Obviously, since the French had spearheaded the treaty, any intervention would have been by the French. Britain and France did indeed have irreconcilable conflicts, and logically, the French could have launched a war against Britain to seize control of the canal. However, France at this time was clearly not the dominant European power it had been before the Franco-Prussian War. Back then, as a monarchy, Emperor Napoleon III could easily mobilize the entire country to wage war, committing the nation's resources, finances, and military. But now, as a republic, launching a war proved difficult for both the president and the prime minister. Furthermore, a war against a powerful power like Britain would have required careful consideration for France at any time. After careful deliberation, the French government ultimately decided against engaging in conflict with Britain. This meant that the Treaty of Constantinople, originally intended to benefit European nations, became, to a certain extent, empty talk, with many of its provisions unable to be effectively enforced. Of course, for various reasons, the signatories also had their own reasons, and Britain was hesitant to brazenly violate the treaty. Since Britain and France hadn't taken any action since the treaty was signed, Carlo could only, disappointed, turn his attention back to domestic development in Spain. It's worth noting that after Spain's political reforms, the annual work reports submitted by state and municipal governments to the cabinet and parliament became much larger. Because the cabinet and parliament had the power to decide the fate of officials at all levels, this also led to a more proactive work attitude at all levels of government. Most notably, Spain's population, industry, and economic growth figures improved significantly, clearly demonstrating that a significant number of officials had achieved significant results. The most significant increase was in the population of Spain's twin cities, Madrid and Barcelona. As Spain's capital and most populous city, Madrid officially surpassed 1 million inhabitants in early 1889, becoming the first Spanish city to do so. This was a milestone worthy of historic recognition, a feat unprecedented in Spanish history. In early 1889, Carlo personally summoned the mayor of Madrid, praising him for his work in recent years and promising to honor those who had made contributions to the country. Although Barcelona's population was slightly smaller than Madrid's, its population growth rate was comparable. According to a report from the Barcelona City Council at the end of 1888, Barcelona's total population reached 884,900, approaching the million mark. It was foreseeable that within the next 2 years, Barcelona would become Spain's second city to exceed 1 million, and the gap between the population and industrial economies of the twin cities would widen further compared to other Spanish cities. For Spain, this was an inevitable problem. The population gap between the two cities was already significant compared to other small and medium-sized cities. Furthermore, during the first decade or two of Carlo's reign, the two cities experienced remarkable growth. This ultimately led to a surge in the population of the twin cities, while other cities significantly lagged behind the population growth of Madrid and Barcelona. In the short term, a larger population in the twin cities would be beneficial for Spain. Barcelona's industrial base boasts hundreds of thousands of jobs, yet its population is only 880,000. This is clearly absurd. Many people currently work in Barcelona but are not permanent residents. Many of these individuals will eventually choose to become residents of Barcelona, as this is where they work and where they are likely to settle down. As the capital of Spain, Madrid naturally attracts a large number of immigrants. For most countries, the capital is essentially the largest city. Barring geographical constraints or other factors, the development of a capital city is undoubtedly among the best, or even the absolute leader, of all cities. Madrid does face certain geographical constraints, making it virtually impossible for it to reach the millions of people of cities like London and Paris. The cabinet and the Madrid government have their own plans for the capital's development. Future population growth in Madrid needs to be slowed, and the total population needs to be kept around 1.5 million. Any higher numbers would cause traffic congestion. This means that within the next 10 to 20 years, Barcelona could surpass Madrid as Spain's most populous city. Given Barcelona's industrial base and coastal location, it's possible that Barcelona will surpass Madrid not only in population but also in industry and economy. Of course, no matter how developed Barcelona becomes, only Madrid can become Spain's capital. Madrid's location at the center of the Iberian Peninsula is crucial. Even if Portugal or Morocco were to annex Barcelona in the future, Carlo would not consider relocating the capital. It's worth noting that the current mayor of Barcelona has already been replaced. Carlo's longtime favorite, Baron Angelo Arcajo, served as mayor of Barcelona's industrial district for nearly a decade before being promoted by Carlo. Barcelona's population boom also occurred during his tenure. During his years as mayor, Barcelona's population increased by nearly 200,000, a remarkable achievement. If the cabinet elections weren't so early, Carlo would have even considered promoting Baron Angelo to Minister of Industry or another cabinet position, allowing him to gain further experience and training in government. For Carlo, Baron Angelo is a potential candidate for the next prime minister. Born into aristocracy, his loyalty to the crown was assured. More importantly, Baron Angelo Arcajo's family had long since fallen on hard times, meaning he was no longer a member of the traditional nobility. Charles was considering granting him the title of Count, both to honor his achievements in the industrial zone and Barcelona and to elevate him to new nobility, thus completely separating him from the established aristocracy. The old nobility, due to their vast land holdings, tended to be more conservative and less loyal to the crown than might be expected. After all, King Charles was an outsider, and it was doubtful these local nobles would be loyal to a foreign king. But the new nobility was different. While the issue of a foreign king remained, since these new nobility were personally promoted by Charles, their loyalty to him was higher and more reliable. More importantly, since the new nobility lacked extensive land and other traditional assets, their thinking and strategies were less conservative, making them more suitable for Spain during Charles' reign. Although the conservatives now control half of the Spanish parliament, Charles I did not completely ban the liberals and progressives. This was partly due to my reluctance to allow the conservatives full control. While the conservatives strengthened the monarchy, full control was not necessarily a good thing for a newly emerging Spain. Baron Angelo, after some training, might have made a more effective prime minister than the more conservative Canovas. Charles I was searching for the next prime minister, in fact, because of Canovas's advanced age. So far, the cooperation between Charles I and Canovas has been quite smooth. Since Count Canovas became prime minister in 1872, Charles I has truly assumed the power of the king and has continued to implement reforms that Prime Minister Primo had failed to complete. 11 years have passed, and Prime Minister Canovas holds a position of considerable power in Spain. However, no matter how much Charles I trust him, the traditions established by the Constitution cannot be broken. For Prime Minister Canovas, after his current term as Prime Minister ends, he won't have the chance to wait for the next election. There are still 3 years until the end of this term, plus the 5-year term of the previous Prime Minister, a total of 8 years. Born in 1828, Canovas is already 61 years old. If he waits another 8 years, he'll be 69. Even if he's elected Prime Minister by then, how will he have the energy to handle the complexities of government affairs at such a young age? While carrying out government reforms, Carlo has repeatedly emphasized the need for younger officials at all levels of government. For Spain and Carlo, the future of Spain doesn't need a 69-year-old prime minister. This also means that after Canovas's term ends, Carlo must select a trusted official to lead the next government. Besides being trusted, this official must also possess considerable competence. Baron Angelo Orcaggio is a clear candidate. Of course, Carlo also has backup options. The current Minister of Industry, Javier Soler, is a conservative and a member of the nobility, and Carlo has great confidence in his loyalty. However, compared to Prime Ministers Angelo and Canovas, Javier Soler's ability is less. However, Minister Javier Soler enjoys a high reputation within the Conservative Party, making him a good backup option if Baron Angelo is unable to assume the prime ministership. Another option is current Defense Minister Evan Bradley. Evan Bradley is well suited to play the role of Archduke Serrano, effectively acting as a nominal prime minister, maintaining short-term control of the government. Having served as defense minister for 3 consecutive governments, Evan Bradley enjoys a high reputation within the military, making him a reliable candidate for a short period of time. Furthermore, Minister Evan Bradley's loyalty is exceptional, making him a trustworthy choice for Carlo. These candidates reflect Carlo's approach to selecting Spanish prime ministers. Loyalty is prioritized over competence. With Carlo in control of Spain's development, the prime minister's abilities were of little importance. Rather, the prime minister's loyalty to Carlo was paramount. Only by ensuring his loyalty could Spain maintain stability. Carlo was wary of an ambitious prime minister. Such an ambition would not only threaten Carlo's royal power but also undermine the reforms and developments he had carefully planned for Spain. Carlo would not delegate power to any great degree unless he found a prime minister of exceptional ability and vision. Spain's prime minister would have his own powers, but these powers could not interfere with the royal power. This division of power between the royal and prime ministerial powers remained unchanged throughout Carlo's reign. Only in his later years did Carlo consider redistributing power, weakening the royal power to prevent an incompetent successor from leading the country into ruin. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Balkan Crisis. The seemingly calm situation in Europe was in fact far from peaceful. Even the slightest interference from any power could completely shatter Europe's tranquility. The Balkans' reputation as a powder keg proved to be well deserved. Carlo had initially expected a brief period of peace in Europe, but unexpectedly, a minor incident in the Balkans nearly triggered a war between the two great powers. The story began with the Russo-Turkish War. Although the Russians had won the war, Austria-Hungary and Britain, through forced intervention, successfully displaced Russia as the beneficiary. This left Russian Emperor Alexander III deeply frustrated. His carefully orchestrated war not only failed to bring Russia significant territory and population gains, but also led to the failure of Russia's expansion in the Balkans. The war clearly damaged the once friendly relations between Russia and Austria-Hungary, transforming the two neighboring countries from friendly neighbors into mortal enemies. After the war, Russia temporarily suspended its territorial expansion. However, Russian activities in the Balkans continued unabated. Although Russia did not acquire any territory in the Balkans, as the most powerful of the Slavic nations, it maintained close ties with these Balkan Slavic states. Russians can also be called East Slavs, and the Balkans also boast a large number of South Slavic states. Serbia, now independent, and Bulgaria, now autonomous, are both Slavic, naturally embracing Russia, providing an advantage over Austria-Hungary in expanding its influence in the Balkans. Serbia, a country with profound implications for the future of Europe, is also worth mentioning. Despite their modest size and population, these Balkan states possess significant military prowess. Long-standing resistance to Ottoman rule, coupled with subsequent internal conflicts and wars following independence, has resulted in formidable military capabilities in these Balkan states. Serbia, a prime example, also has its own political agenda. Just as the unification of Germany and Italy centered on the idea of a unified South Slavic nation, Yugoslavia also embraced the idea of a unified South Slavic nation. As the most powerful of the Yugoslav states, Serbia naturally supported and promoted this idea. Coincidentally, Bosnia, a trophy obtained by Austria-Hungary through coercive intervention, was seen by Serbia as a crucial step towards the unification of Yugoslavia. This, in turn, signified irreconcilable tensions between Austria-Hungary and Serbia over Bosnia. Serbia, also a Slavic nation, also enjoyed Russian support. This made it difficult for Austria-Hungary to resolve the pressing problem of Serbia, and the competition with Serbia severely strained relations between Austria-Hungary and Russia. The current situation between Austria-Hungary and Russia was such that Russia could not abandon its support for Serbia. Doing so would jeopardize Russia's dominance over the Slavic Balkans and unchecked Austro-Hungarian expansion. Austria-Hungary was also unlikely to abandon Bosnia. Bosnia and Herzegovina served as a bridgehead for Austro-Hungarian expansion in the Balkans. For both its pride as a major power and its strategic aspirations, Bosnia and Herzegovina could not be surrendered to either Russia or Serbia. With neither side willing to back down, conflict in the Balkans was inevitable. This conflict took place along the border between Bosnia and Herzegovina and pitted Austro-Hungarian troops against Serbian border guards. Austro-Hungarian occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina had lasted nearly a decade, but the Austro-Hungarian Empire had not declared annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina during that time. This was primarily due to the resistance of the inhabitants to Austro-Hungarian rule, supported by Serbia and Russia. Because the Bosnian and Serbian peoples shared a common Yugoslav identity, close ties existed between them. With the support of the Serbian government, a resistance movement against Austro-Hungarian rule was established in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which garnered widespread support from the population. This was unacceptable to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which subsequently dispatched a large number of troops to suppress the local resistance and restore order in Bosnia. Under the heavy pressure of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Bosnian rebels were undoubtedly unable to withstand it. Some leading rebel leaders fled to Serbia, seeking protection from the Serbian army. Behind these rebel leaders were the Austro-Hungarian troops, who pursued them to the border. The Austro-Hungarian Empire would not let these rebel leaders go easily. Even after seeing them flee to the Serbian border, the Austro-Hungarian army demanded that the Serbian army hand them over to them for trial and punishment in Bosnia. Faced with the Austro-Hungarian army's demands, Serbia was unlikely to agree. Serbia constantly promoted theories of Yugoslav unification and Greater Serbia. If Serbia could not even protect its own compatriots who had fled to its own borders, who would believe its various theories? Therefore, Serbia firmly rejected Austria-Hungary's demands, stating that Austria-Hungary had no right to remove anyone from Serbia. The Serbian government's refusal immediately infuriated Austria-Hungary. Based on this single point, Austria-Hungary was clearly in the right. Bosnia and Herzegovina's belonging to Austria-Hungary had been established during the previous peace negotiations. The rebels' actions were undermining peace within Austria-Hungary and were completely illegal. Austria-Hungary was justified in suppressing them, and even demanding Serbia's help. After all, the size disparity between the two countries was significant, and a small nation like Serbia should at least show some respect for Austria-Hungary. However, it was at this final step that problems arose. Serbia's overall strength aside, they had no intention of conceding such a concession. To do so would be a slap in the face, undermining their entire strategic plan. The Serbian government was highly ambitious and would not yield to Austria-Hungary. After all, Serbia had the superpower of Russia behind it. In terms of sheer strength, Russia's overall power was far greater than that of Austria-Hungary. The Austro-Hungarian army was surprised by Serbia's decisive refusal of their request. Upon hearing this refusal, the leading commander was visibly angered. However, the border issue was of grave importance. A mere officer like him couldn't afford to order an attack on the Serbian army. After casting an angry glance at the Serbian army, the Austro-Hungarian commander ordered a retreat and reported the border incident back home. As the news reached Vienna, it immediately captured the attention of all levels of the Austro-Hungarian government. While it might appear that Serbia simply rejected the request of an Austro-Hungarian dignitary, a deeper analysis revealed much more. First, the rebels enjoyed the support of both Serbia and Russia. Such blatant support for the rebels within Austria-Hungary was a provocation. A small nation daring to challenge a powerful power would have dealt a heavy blow to Austria-Hungary's international prestige if Austria-Hungary had not responded forcefully. The day after the incident, Emperor Franz Joseph I summoned the Serbian ambassador to Austria-Hungary and sternly questioned the Serbian government's stance on the incident. He demanded that the Serbian government hand over the rebel leaders within 3 days and apologize to Austria-Hungary for the incident. The Serbian ambassador's attitude was ambiguous, neither emphasizing a firm refusal nor acquiescing to any of Franz Joseph I's demands. While Franz Joseph I awaited a response from Serbia, a piece of news infuriated him. On the same day he summoned the Serbian ambassador, the Serbian ambassador relayed the news back home, repeating Franz Joseph I's questions verbatim. Not only did the Serbian government refuse to accede to any of Franz Joseph I's demands, but it also reported them to the Serbian public via the news. This immediately ignited public anger. The relationship between the two countries was already fraught with tension, and the Serbian government's news summary, which omitted context, made Franz Joseph I the most hated European ruler in Serbia. The Serbian government's goal was achieved. Given the widespread hatred for Franz Joseph I, the Serbian government would not, and had no reason to, accede to Austro-Hungary's demands. By the time Franz Joseph I received this news, it had already been the day after he had summoned the Serbian ambassador. Since Serbia was unwilling to give Austro-Hungary or him any face, Franz Joseph I was prepared to show no mercy. On February 11, 1889, Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph I summoned the prime ministers of Austria and Hungary and ordered the Austro-Hungarian army to prepare for war. On February 12, Austria-Hungary issued an ultimatum to the Serbian government. If the Serbian government did not hand over the rebel leaders to Austria-Hungary within 3 days, Austria-Hungary would forcibly attack Serbia and capture them on Serbian soil. With the Austro-Hungarian ultimatum, all of Europe's attention immediately shifted to the situation in the Balkans. To be honest, even Austria-Hungary's allies, Italy and Germany, did not expect Franz Joseph I's ultimatum to come so quickly. But that made sense, considering that Franz Joseph I's only son, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, had died just 2 weeks prior. Franz Joseph I had suffered such a devastating blow, and Serbia was courting death by provoking Austria-Hungary at this juncture. To prevent a rift in the alliance, Germany expressed its support for Austria-Hungary and condemned the Serbian government for shielding Bosnian rebel leaders and inciting civil unrest in other countries. When Austria-Hungary issued its ultimatum to Serbia, Charles immediately sent a telegram to Emperor Franz Joseph I. Perhaps in a reversal of history, Charles attempted to save Crown Prince Rudolf, but ultimately failed to alter his fate. This prince, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne from birth, ultimately lost his life due to a love affair. This was a huge scandal for the Austro-Hungarian royal family and a devastating blow to Emperor Franz Joseph I. While it's remarkable that a few European kings preferred beauty to power, it's even rarer to see a noble like Crown Prince Rudolf, willing to sacrifice both power and his own life for a woman. Upon learning of Crown Prince Rudolph's suicide, Queen Sophie wept bitterly for the entire night. He and his brother, Crown Prince Rudolph, had a close relationship. The three sisters grew up together and were very close. Charles's attempt to save Crown Prince Rudolph's fate was precisely to maintain a long-term alliance with Austria-Hungary. Had Crown Prince Rudolph still lived, Spain would have had at least one staunch ally during World War I and II, a priceless asset. Even now, despite his death, Charles remained unwilling to abandon his good relations with Austria-Hungary. After Austria-Hungary issued its ultimatum to Serbia, Charles personally sent a telegram to Emperor Franz Joseph I, stating that the Spanish royal family would side with the Austro-Hungarian royal family in this matter and provide Franz Joseph I with all possible support. Although this telegram was not sent on behalf of the Spanish government, any discerning eye could see that it was a clear statement of Charles's stance. Although Spain was a constitutional monarchy, Charles's influence in the government was unquestionable. Charles's statement was no different from that of the Spanish government. If war had broken out, the Spanish government would undoubtedly side with Austria-Hungary. Charles's stance also made the situation appear one-sided. On paper, Austria-Hungary had the support of both Germany and Spain. Although the combined strength of these three powers is not as strong as the former Triple Alliance, it is definitely the most powerful force in the world today. And Serbia has only one Russia at most. Whether Russia can still support Serbia under the pressure of the three powers is a question worth thinking about. Chapter 339, War Begins. Carlo, it turns out, saw something new in the Balkan crisis. If it had triggered a war between Austria-Hungary and Russia, or even a world war, Carlo had no idea how the European situation would have unfolded. Russia hadn't yet reached an entente with France, while Austria-Hungary had Germany as its greatest ally. Even if Russia, under diplomatic pressure, rapidly rallied towards France, Britain, isolated from continental Europe, would have been unlikely to join the Franco-Russian entente. This meant that if war broke out, the European situation would enter a new phase. While historical trends favored Carlo, new developments in the European situation might offer Spain more opportunities. Back to the Balkan crisis. As soon as Austria-Hungary issued its ultimatum, Serbia contacted the Russian ambassador to Serbia. Only after receiving Russia's affirmative support did it reject the Austro-Hungarian demands. This also demonstrates that the Serbian government was no fool. Despite the resounding slogans of Greater Serbia, Serbia was doomed to fail in its struggle against the formidable Austro-Hungarian Empire, alone without external support. Even the weakest of powers is still a great power, while even the strongest of ordinary nations is ultimately not a great power. Austro-Hungary completely outclassed Serbia in terms of industry, population, economy, and overall national strength. Serbia would certainly not have stood up to Austro-Hungary had Russia not supported it. So, why was Russia willing to risk war to support Serbia? The primary reason was that 2 years earlier, Bulgaria's new Grand Duke was from the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. This family's prestige was undeniable, rivaling the influence of the Hohenzollerns in Germany and making it one of the most prominent families in Germany and even in Europe. In addition to controlling the Duchy of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha itself, the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha also held the thrones of Belgium, Portugal, and Bulgaria. Because Queen Victoria's husband, Prince Albert, also came from the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, upon her death, her son, once he became King of England, would usher in the era of the Saxe-Coburg and Gotha dynasty. For Russia, the prominence of the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha was less important than its origins and the nation it supported. Clearly, this German-based family was closely aligned with Germany, which meant Russia would lose Bulgaria, a crucial Yugoslav state. Remember, Romania and Greece were not considered Yugoslav states. There were only two truly significant Yugoslav states, Bulgaria and Serbia. The Bulgarian throne had already been seized by the Germans. If Russia could no longer hold on to Serbia, the last remaining Yugoslav state, the pan-Slavism it promoted would be shattered. This was why Russia supported Serbia. It could not abandon Serbia, its only hope for expansion in the Balkans. Serbia, backed by Russia, remained undeterred. Neither did Austria-Hungary, backed by Germany, Italy, and Spain. As the deadline for Austria-Hungary's ultimatum approached, the world speculated whether Austria-Hungary would launch a war and whether Russia would remain unyielding under pressure. On February 14, 1889, Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary issued a mobilization order, partially mobilizing troops in Hungary and Croatia and redeploying some troops stationed in Austria to Croatia and Hungary. Serbia, unwilling to be outdone, issued a nationwide mobilization order. Frequent clashes erupted along the border, making it seem like war was imminent. On the Russian side, Emperor Alexander III instructed his foreign ministry to consult France. He understood that once a war broke out, Russia would no longer have the final say on its conclusion. With the Balkans at stake, Britain wasn't certain to remain neutral. If forced to choose a side, it would likely support Austria-Hungary. The reason for this was simple: Austria-Hungary had no overseas territories. It had virtually no conflicts with Britain, while Russia was engaged in significant conflicts with Britain in the Balkans and Central Asia. Under these circumstances, Russia needed the support of another major power to confidently participate in the war. With almost all European powers, except Britain and France, expressing their opposition, Alexander II could only place his hopes on the French. In fact, after the Russo-Turkish War, ties between Russia and France had grown much closer. Both Germany and Russia understood that the Triple Alliance was no longer viable. Germany feared Russia's continued expansion, while Russia resented Germany's lack of support. Indeed, after the expiration of the Triple Alliance, Germany and Russia chose not to renew the treaty, instead signing a new insurance pact, similar to a non-aggression pact. The primary purpose of this pact was to establish a non-aggression pact and ensure a temporary peace along the German-Russian border. As for the disputes in the Balkans, this insurance pact was not mentioned much. This also meant that Germany would firmly side with Austria-Hungary in future Balkan affairs. Russia, of course, understood the implications of the insurance treaty and, at the same time, reached a treaty with France for further cooperation. However, Russia at the time did not want to jeopardize its relationship with Germany, so the Franco-Russian alliance the French desired was not achieved. However, relations between France and Russia did indeed grow closer. With France now the only country likely to support Russia, Alexander II could no longer care about his relationship with Germany. If war broke out, Germany and Russia could potentially become enemies. In such a situation, a French supporter became even more crucial. With a Russian ambassador contacting the French government, the pressure of the European situation fell on the French government. The French Prime Minister at the time was Charles Thomas Fouquet, a radical Republican. While his ideology was quite radical, he had not shown a decisive attitude in handling such international affairs. The Russian ambassador's contact with the French government left Charles Thomas Fouquet with a difficult choice. While agreeing to the Russians' demands could potentially lead to a Franco-Russian alliance, completely breaking the diplomatic isolation France had endured since the Franco-Prussian War, the problem was that doing so would likely trigger a war of enormous proportions. While the Franco-Russian alliance was undoubtedly militarily powerful, it would face three enemies: Germany, Austria-Hungary, and even Spain. Italy's close ties with both Germany and Austria-Hungary were well known, suggesting a strong possibility of Italian participation. Furthermore, France and Russia both had weak relations with Britain, and Britain was likely to join the Austro-German alliance to counter France and Russia. If French support for Russia sparked larger-scale changes in Europe, the consequences for France would be disproportionate. While the French government was still hesitating, Austria-Hungary was already preparing for war. Simultaneously, Austria-Hungary contacted Germany and Italy separately, requesting military support for Austria-Hungary during the war. According to the three-nation military alliance treaty, if Russia declared war on Austria-Hungary, Germany and Italy would immediately declare a state of war and send troops to support Austria-Hungary. Faced with the demands of his ally, King Umberto I of Italy immediately ordered his government to accede to Austria-Hungary's demands. However, Italy was not without ambition. Italy also desired expansion in the Balkans. Rather than competing with Austria-Hungary for Bosnia and Herzegovina, it set its sights on Montenegro and Albania, located south of Bosnia and Herzegovina. These two regions border Italy across the sea, with the closest point only a little over 70 kilometers apart. For Italy, acquiring these two territories would be a vital addition to its homeland. During the signing of the Treaty of Alliance, Austria-Hungary and Italy discussed the division of power in the Balkans. While Montenegro and Albania were desirable, they were too far apart for Austria-Hungary to annex. Using these two territories, which Austria could not secure, to attract Italian support for its war effort was undoubtedly the best option. Therefore, after Italy presented its demands, Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria quickly acceded. Compared to Italy's decisiveness, Germany was less decisive. At the time, the German emperor was Wilhelm II, and the chancellor was Bismarck. Their administrative philosophies clashed significantly, and the perspectives on the war differed significantly. For Bismarck, the war would not only exacerbate the conflict between Germany and Russia, but would also likely force Russia to quickly side with France. For Germany, this would not only undermine the diplomatic environment Bismarck had previously established to isolate France, but would also make the Franco-Russian alliance a serious threat. Theoretically, the Franco-Russian alliance's combined strength surpassed that of the German-Austrian-Italian alliance. Germany's military might could defeat either France or Russia, but Germany and Austria's combined military might could not defeat the combined armies of France and Russia. As for Italy, while a major power, its current military strength meant it would only be a supporting player in a war of this magnitude. Bismarck was not optimistic about Italy's military capabilities, and he did not believe it could play a crucial role in a war of this magnitude. If a Franco-Russian alliance truly emerged on the European continent against the German-Austrian alliance, the outcome would be dire for Germany, caught directly in the middle of the Franco-Russian alliance. If war broke out, France and Russia would undoubtedly attack Germany first. Once Germany's industry and agriculture were destroyed, the Austro-Hungarian alliance would be powerless to resist. Although the Austro-Hungarian Empire was no less sizable than Germany, if Germany were first to be defeated by the Franco-Russian alliance, the Austro-Hungarian Empire would be completely powerless against the two superpowers. After all, the Austro-Hungarian Empire had previously been an enemy of Germany, and Bismarck was well aware of this defeated foe. If the Austro-Hungarian Empire consisted of only Austria and Bohemia, Bismarck would have considered it a medium-sized power. However, with the addition of Hungary, Galicia, Croatia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, the overall strength of the Austro-Hungarian Empire would have been significantly weakened. Hungary, the largest state, was already hostile to the Austrian Empire, and the core German ethnic group was not dominant, significantly weakening this powerful power. While Bismarck was pessimistic about the war, the newly crowned Emperor Wilhelm II was very optimistic. He believed that the current war was still just one enemy between Germany, Austria, and Italy against Russia. Furthermore, Spain had also expressed its support for Austria-Hungary. If the four great powers could unite and first eliminate Russia, the hellish outcome Bismarck envisioned would naturally be impossible. Even if the Franco-Russian alliance was eventually formed, it wouldn't necessarily spell a horrific end for Germany. True, Germany was indeed trapped from both the east and west by France and Russia. However, if Spain could be won over to the alliance, France would also be caught in a double-edged position. While Germany would be trapped from both sides, its security to the north and south could still be guaranteed. By prioritizing the elimination of either France or Russia, the war could still be quickly concluded. Defeating France again or Russia would be beneficial for Germany. Defeating France would yield substantial reparations and even allow the seizure of French colonies in Africa. Defeating Russia would allow the seizure of Russian-occupied Polish territories, and the Polish plains were also extremely valuable territory. Due to the ideological conflict between the new emperor and the previous rulers, Germany did not immediately express its position. The old Emperor Franz Joseph I in Vienna had a deep look in his eyes. After confirming that there was no news from Germany, he looked at the situation map of the Balkan Peninsula for a long time, and finally gave his order to the government: start the war. Chapter 340: The Prototype of a Super War. 1889, the Austro-Hungarian Empire officially declared a state of war with Serbia due to Serbia's refusal to cooperate with Austria-Hungary in its efforts to capture the rebels. War had been declared. When Austria-Hungary issued its ultimatum, many countries assumed it would declare war when the deadline arrived. After all, an ultimatum is a double-edged sword. As the saying goes, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Once a country issues an ultimatum to another, it signals its readiness for war. If the other party refuses its demands, war must be waged to force them to comply. If the ultimatum is rejected and war is not launched, such behavior will not only be ridiculed by other governments but also condemned by the public at home. The dignity of the state is paramount, and for the old Emperor Franz Joseph I, this was a war that had to be fought. The moment the emperor declared war, hundreds of thousands of Austro-Hungarian troops marched southward in a mighty force. It's worth noting that Serbia's territory at this time differed from that of later times. All land north of the Danube was occupied by Austria-Hungary, while Serbia's territory lay entirely south of the Danube. This meant that Serbia's capital, Belgrade, lay directly on the border, facing Austro-Hungarian troops across the river. This made Austro-Hungarian objective clear: to capture Belgrade across the river and quickly end a war. To be on the safe side, Austro-Hungary decided to split its forces into two groups. 1. The main force would attack Belgrade from north of the Danube. The other, a supporting force, would attack eastward from Bosnia, encircling Belgrade to the south. Because the Danube formed the border between Serbia and Austria-Hungary, the border between the two countries was a winding, almost zigzag pattern. As luck would have it, Belgrade lay precisely on one of these zigzags, at the most prominent point of the salient. While the intersection of two rivers provided Belgrade with better defensive terrain, it was still within the Austro-Hungarian border troops' bombing range. Naturally, within this range, Austria-Hungary would not hesitate. On the very first day of the war, a fierce bombardment of the Serbian capital, Belgrade, was launched, consuming tens of thousands of shells that day. This was due to the limited artillery of the border troops. As the war progressed, Austria-Hungary would undoubtedly mobilize a large number of artillery from other regions to bombard Belgrade. This meant that the bombardment Belgrade would face would become even more intense than it was already. The Serbs, of course, could not withstand such a heavy bombardment. As soon as the state of war was declared, they urgently contacted Russia, requesting Russian support. Tsar Alexander II was also stunned by Franz Joseph I's decisive declaration of war. He had not expected the war to break out so quickly, and to make matters worse, Russia had not yet made any progress in mobilization. Indeed, compared to Germany, Austria-Hungary's war mobilization was relatively slow, its organization was poor, and its military combat effectiveness was relatively low. However, Russia also suffered from the same shortcomings, if even more serious. The Austrian army within the Austro-Hungarian Empire was still quite capable. After all, the Austrians and Germans were both ethnic Germans, a highly skilled and valiant people. The Russians were equally capable, but they lagged far behind in administrative efficiency, military organization, logistics, and financial resources. Austria-Hungary and Russia announced their war mobilizations at about the same time, but while Austria-Hungary had already mobilized over 100,000 troops, Russia still mobilized only a handful. Of course, this isn't entirely the fault of the Russian government. Vienna, the Austro-Hungarian capital, was only 500 kilometers from Belgrade, the Serbian capital, meaning Austrian troops could quickly reach Belgrade. In contrast, St. Petersburg is nearly 1,800 kilometers from Belgrade, and even Russia's closest border with Serbia is over 600 kilometers away. Put simply, it would be difficult for Russian troops to cross this 600-kilometer distance to support Serbia. Unless Russian troops could cross Romania, that distance would still be nearly 500 kilometers. Given the current situation, it would be difficult for Russia to effectively support Serbia in the short term. Rather than using Romania as a transit point to reach Serbia, a direct attack on Austro-Hungarian Galicia and Lodomeria might be a better way to reduce the pressure Serbia faces. However, a Russian attack on Austria-Hungary could easily escalate into a larger-scale war between the great powers. Russia currently has approximately 670,000 standing army troops, the largest in Europe. If Russia joined the war, Germany, in response to Russian pressure, would undoubtedly join the conflict to aid its ally. Austro-Hungary's standing army was only around 260,000, while Germany's was as high as 500,000. The combined armies of these two nations rivaled Russia's, indicating that the war would be a protracted war of attrition. Both Austria-Hungary and Germany were industrially powerful nations. While Russia had more abundant resources, its economy was relatively weak. If the war continued, it was hard to predict who would prevail. This made Alexander II hesitant, unsure whether intervening in the war was a wise decision. It's worth noting that Alexander II had already centralized power in Russia. Tsarist Russia was already an absolute monarchy, and this further centralization accrued all power to the Tsar. The head of government was not elected by the people but appointed by the Tsar himself, who had complete authority. In other words, the prime minister under the Tsarist system was merely an auxiliary to the Tsar's rule. He had little autonomy and became a political tool for the Tsar to exercise his power. Unable to consult the prime minister, Alexander II turned to the Russian military leadership. The good news was that the Russian army had indeed improved significantly in combat effectiveness after the Russo-Turkish War. Although Russia ultimately gained little from the Russo-Turkish War, the war itself was a victory for Russia. The victory also led to the promotion of many military leaders. Alexander III had numerous high-ranking military officials to consult, including not only members of the royal family but also those who had risen through the ranks through military merit. Their support for the war was relatively unanimous. This was also the situation in most countries. After all, military careers are based on merit, and without war, the greatest avenue for advancement would be closed. After consulting several generals and receiving consistent support for the war, Alexander II finally reached a decision. On February 16, 1889, the day after Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, the Russian government also declared war on Austria-Hungary. The Russian government's justification was that, as the protector of the Slavs, Russia had a responsibility and obligation to safeguard the safety of all its Slavic compatriots. Austria-Hungary's blind declaration of war against Serbia was immoral, and the Slavs should unite to resist Austro-Hungarian aggression. On the very day the war against Austria-Hungary was declared, Alexander III ordered frontline troops to launch an offensive against the Austro-Hungarian border. This was primarily intended to disrupt Austria-Hungary's strategic preparations and force them to withdraw some troops to defend their own borders. While Austria-Hungary's standing army of over 200,000 men was considerable, it was clearly insufficient compared to the giant Russian force. Furthermore, over 100,000 Austrian troops were already concentrated on the Serbian border, meaning that the Austrian army on the border actually numbered less than 200,000 men. Russia's border forces outnumbered the Austro-Hungarian army by more than twice their size, placing Austria-Hungary at a disadvantage should Russia launch an offensive against its borders. This was also the reason why Emperor Franz Joseph I had long sought to align himself with Germany and establish an alliance with it. After the Austro-Prussian War, Austria's primary enemy shifted from Prussia to Russia. Although Russia's army was inferior to the Austro-Hungarian army in combat effectiveness, judging by the number of reserves and total troop strength, even if Austria-Hungary could achieve a 1-2 casualty ratio, Russia would still have the advantage on the battlefield. On the Austro-Hungarian side, when Emperor Franz Joseph I received news of Russia's declaration of war, his expression remained calm, but his clenched hands betrayed him. The conflict between Austria-Hungary and Russia had been ongoing for a long time, and Emperor Franz Joseph I was well aware of Russia as an enemy. Once Russia declared its entry into the war, Austria-Hungary would no longer be the protagonist. Austria-Hungary would then have to rely on its allies. Only if Germany was willing to join the war and aid Austria-Hungary could it have a chance of victory. Send a telegram to Berlin, requesting that the German government honor its alliance and help us resist the Russian army. After a long silence, Emperor Franz Joseph I gave his orders to his foreign minister. The old emperor then turned to the chancellors of Austria and Hungary and declared without question, "This war is of vital importance to us. I do not wish to see any internal strife during it. Gentlemen, winning this war and eliminating the Serbs is our top priority. Victory will allow you to divide up vast tracts of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia. Losing this war, however, could mean the loss of not only Croatia but also parts of Hungary. We now share a common goal and a common enemy. Only through sincere cooperation can we win this war and ensure we are not ultimately defeated. God bless us, only the Habsburgs can be victorious." Like Alexander III, Germany faced the decision of whether to join the war. Had it been during the reign of William I, such internal strife within the German government would have been virtually non-existent. Bismarck was a legitimate ruler during William I's reign, and his foreign policies enjoyed William I's strong support. Unfortunately, the German emperor at that time was William I. Bismarck, while highly respected, was merely Chancellor of the German Empire. Kaiser Wilhelm I was the true ruler of the nation. When imperial and prime ministerial power clashed, and since the emperor choice could not be changed, the only option left was the chancellors. On February 17, 1889, Kaiser Wilhelm I personally issued orders to the government, urging it to prepare for war. Hours later, the German foreign minister summoned the Russian ambassador to Berlin and stated to the Russian government, "While we are loath to violate the Treaty of Guarantee, if your troops set foot on the soil of our allies, we will be forced to take up arms in defense of peace." Russia had clearly anticipated Germany's entry into the war. The Russian ambassador showed no surprise. After the German foreign minister's relatively tough stance, the Russian ambassador simply nodded and said, His Majesty the Tsar also wishes to avoid war with your country, but the future is decided by God. The sovereignty of the Slavs cannot be invaded, and we are willing to face any attack from any powerful enemy for Serbia. The meeting ended unpleasantly, and the news of the breakdown of the talks between Germany and Russia quickly made headlines across Europe. At this time, European governments and people were faced with an unprecedented thought, the possibility of a superwar the likes of which Europe had never experienced. With Austria-Hungary and Russia already involved, could a third power be far behind? In fact, to counter the pressure from Russia, Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary contacted not only Germany, its strongest ally, but also Italy, its secret ally, and Spain, its in-laws. This presented Carlo with a difficult choice. Spain could join the war and become the subject of a potential superwar. Spain could also stay out of the conflict, observing the war intently from the sidelines. For Carlo, the choice had already been made. Spain didn't mind joining a major war, but there was no need to fight a bitter battle over Serbia and Russia. Frankly speaking, Spain had no interests in the Balkans, and a war with Russia over Austria-Hungary wasn't worth it. Winning the war wouldn't benefit Spain much. Losing, however, would not only shatter Spain's hard-earned golden age, but also face massive reparations and industrial decline. This determined Carlo's stance. Even with its marriage to Austria-Hungary, Spain wouldn't intervene directly. Of course, Carlo wouldn't be stingy with material support. If Austria-Hungary agreed, Spain could certainly become its arms supplier. The ultimate victory of the war wasn't crucial to Spain, what mattered was the exact nature of the participating nations. For Spain, intervention by both Britain and France would be a boon. Only after all the European powers had surrendered would Spain consider joining the fray. After all, there was still the British Empire, isolated outside the European continent, watching the war's progress. Carlo would not foolishly charge into battle for the British until they had made their position clear. Chapter 341 The British Response. It wasn't just Germany and Russia that were facing difficult choices. The British, who had virtually no connection to the war, were also facing difficult choices. On the very day Austria-Hungary issued its ultimatum to Serbia, the British government convened an emergency meeting to discuss the pros and cons of this outcome for Britain and its position. Logically, if the Austro-Hungarian ultimatum triggered a major war between Austria and Russia, it would undoubtedly benefit the British. By supporting Austria-Hungary from behind, Britain could simultaneously weaken the military strength of both powers. Weakening Russia's military strength, in particular, was paramount to the British. A victory for Russia would effectively eliminate its ability to expand in East Asia and the Balkans for at least the next decade. However, with Germany's relatively tough stance, the British government was forced to consider how the European situation would evolve. Britain's commitment to regional balance led to a constantly shifting diplomatic stance. As the power of a powerful nation grew, Britain would shift its support to the weaker one. If the war were simply between Austria-Hungary and Russia, Britain would naturally support the weaker Austro-Hungarian Empire, with whom Britain had no significant conflicts. But what if the Austro-Hungarian Empire was backed by the powerful German Empire? Without any allies for Russia, the British would prefer to sit back and watch the fight unfold, hoping to see both Germany and Russia suffer mutual losses. However, the conflict between Germany and Russia inevitably involved another European power, France. Germany played a relatively important role in Britain's balancing policy. The Franco-German rivalry was a crucial means for Britain to maintain the balance of power on the European continent. This also meant that Germany could not suffer heavy losses in this war, otherwise it would be overwhelmed by the French. If France regained its dominance in Europe, the French would pose a greater threat to Britain than the Russians. This was a difficult question for the British to consider, how to ensure that the end of this war would not affect the current European situation. This was a relatively difficult problem. At 10 Downing Street, British Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil was holding a private meeting with several important cabinet ministers. The topic of the talks was naturally the impact of the war on the European situation and what position Britain should take to survive it. Let's first talk about the current British Prime Minister, Robert Gascoigne Cecil. He is a staunch conservative and a passionate advocate of Britain's policies of splendid isolation and regional balance. During his years as Prime Minister, Britain has downplayed its influence on the European continent, pursuing a policy of splendid isolation and a regional balance of power across Europe and even the world. It is precisely because of this splendid isolation that the British government has full energy to conquer colonies outside of Europe. During his tenure, Britain's colonial expansion has reached millions of square kilometers, an area equivalent to several times the size of the British mainland. Everyone, please speak up. Austria-Hungary has declared war on Serbia, and judging by the reactions of Germany and Russia, these two countries are very likely to join the war. If the situation really develops in this way, just because of a small border conflict, it may eventually lead to several major powers participating in this great war. What position should we maintain in this great war? Should we join one of the sides or continue to pursue isolationism? Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil looked at several important cabinet ministers attending the meeting. British Secretary of State for War, William Henry Smith, was the first to speak out, bluntly expressing his views. Prime Minister, please allow me to present the views of the Army Department. Seeing the Prime Minister nod, Minister Smith continued, if both Germany and Russia enter the war, the scale of the war could reach historic proportions. Germany and Russia both possess hundreds of thousands of standing armies, and both are capable of mobilizing millions of reserves. And what about us? Our home army consists of only 130,000 men, and our reserves are less than 500,000. For us, this would be a war we cannot intervene in, and its outcome would depend solely on the level of investment each nation makes. Minister Smith's remarks reflected a long-standing British problem: excessive investment in the Navy and insufficient investment in the Army. While the British Navy has consistently maintained its position as the world's leading navy, the British Army is the smallest among the major powers, with just over 100,000 standing troops. Currently, Britain has the smallest standing army in Europe, with the only country across the ocean having a smaller standing army than the United States. Although Britain still possessed hundreds of thousands of colonial troops across its global empire, these forces were clearly incapable of being deployed in the Balkans. The Balkans were fought by nations with powerful armies like Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. Deploying colonial troops would effectively render them cannon fodder, a force that would be powerless to cause any significant damage. War Secretary William's words were a simple reminder to the Prime Minister that the current British Army was incapable of intervening in a war on the European continent, and that the British government should consider its own position and capabilities before making any decisions. Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil nodded with an unwavering expression, clearly aware of Britain's shortcomings in the army. They weren't shortcomings, after all. Britain was an island nation isolated from the European continent. As long as it could secure the North Sea and the English Channel, no nation could threaten the British mainland. This was why Britain focused solely on developing its navy and neglected its army. After all, if the enemy couldn't even reach its homeland, what good would maintaining such a large conventional army do? It would only increase military expenditures. In this regard, the United States, arguably Britain's son, has taken the British approach and surpassed it. While its industry and economy have grown rapidly, its military has consistently ranked at the bottom of the list among the great powers. This is particularly true of the U.S. Army. With no strong powers to the north or south and two oceans to the east and west, the U.S. Army has always been pitifully small. The Civil War saw rapid expansion of the U.S. Army to over 1 million men, but it subsequently declined rapidly. Today, the U.S. regular army numbers only a paltry tens of thousands, less than a fraction of the numbers of European nations. An insufficient standing army would result in a rapidly expanding military with poor combat effectiveness in the event of a large-scale war, leading to considerable disarray in the military system and potentially affecting the outcome of the war. On the other hand, a smaller military would allow more manpower to be devoted to industry and civilian production. Reduced military spending could be transferred to other government departments, or at worst, to civilian sectors, increasing subsidies to various industries and businesses to promote industrial and economic development. While the difference in military strength might be just a few 100,000 or even 200,000 men, the resulting disparity in military spending is significant. Spain's annual military expenditure currently reaches hundreds of millions of pesetas, which is why it can maintain a standing army of over 200,000 soldiers, plus a large number of colonial troops. If the army could be reduced to the size of the United States, Spain's annual budget would increase by over 100 million pesetas, a considerable sum. Of course, for Carlo, reducing the army to such a small size would be impossible at any time. Unlike the United States and Britain, Spain is part of continental Europe, which means that Spain must be wary of enemies from that continent. Your Excellency, my concern isn't the scale of this war, but the potential for the Russians to side with France in this war. It seems Russia is still quite wary of the Austro-German alliance. If they ally with France to counter it, it would be a disastrous situation for us. In terms of comprehensive national strength, we, France, Germany, and Russia are the four most powerful nations on the European continent. If a Franco-Russian alliance materializes, our advantage over the rest of Europe will vanish. Germany still has Austria-Hungary as an ally, but we, on the other hand, have no allies on the European continent, among the major powers. This war may not concern us, but if another war of similar scale breaks out, and one that directly affects us, what can we do? The colonial secretary offered his perspective. This issue is essentially the essence of Britain's policy of splendid isolation and regional balance. Britain maintains its superiority over other nations by assuming the status of world supremacy and hegemony. France, Germany, and Russia all appear inferior to Britain. But if a Franco-Russian alliance were formed, Britain's existing advantages against Germany, Austria, or France and Russia would be less pronounced. It's not an exaggeration to say that any of these powers might not be weaker than Britain in overall strength. If they truly united, Britain's splendid isolation would become truly isolated. This was not what Britain desired. Splendid isolation was meant to avoid being entangled while maintaining a voice in European affairs. But if Britain were isolated by a united European power, not only would its voice be compromised, but even Britain itself might be affected. Germany, Austria, France, and Russia. Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil glanced at the European map hanging in the conference room, then shifted his gaze to the European powers outside his sphere of influence. Spain? Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil shook his head decisively. Putting aside a difficult relationship between Spain and Britain, a strategic alliance with Spain would mean abandoning its current ally, Portugal. What would it mean for Britain to abandon Portugal? It would mean Spain would annex it. A unified Iberian Peninsula would pose a significant threat, something the British were unwilling to see. Furthermore, while Spain had achieved rapid growth and comprehensive national strength through reforms, with impressive industrial and economic achievements, its primary drawback was its inherently small population, a major drawback for a powerful nation. Other nations boast populations in the tens of millions, meaning they could mobilize armies of millions. Spain, however, with a population of just over 20 million, could only mobilize a little over 2 million. Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil shifted his gaze from Spain to Italy, situated in the heart of the Mediterranean. But he quickly shook his head. If the rejection of Spain stemmed from the poor relationship between Spain and Britain, coupled with Britain's unwillingness to see the unification of the Iberian Peninsula, the rejection of Italy was simply due to Italy's lack of strength. Despite Italy's larger population, European powers unanimously considered Spain the more powerful nation. While Italy was a major power, it would be of little use in a multi-power superpower war. Scanning Europe, Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil was stunned to find that Britain was indeed in a rather awkward position. Britain was certainly powerful, but the problem was that the other great powers had allies. Could Britain still be strong without allies? This was a question worth discussing. What's your opinion? Should we prevent the Franco-Russian alliance from occurring in this war? But if we prevent the Franco-Russian alliance, will the Russians still be a match for the German-Austrian alliance? Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil turned his gaze back to the Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs, who had raised this point, and continued to inquire. For us, we may indeed need to prevent a Franco-Russian alliance, the Colonial Secretary continued. The combined strength of the Austro-German alliance isn't that strong, and the Germans and Austrians don't have much conflict or competition with us. But a Franco-Russian alliance is different. France and Russia are both our enemies, and both are formidable powers. If they unite, it will not only harm the Germans, but us as well. A united Franco-Russian alliance would undoubtedly lead to greater conflict with us in Western Europe, the Mediterranean, and Central Asia, distracting our attention and undermining our colonial plans in Africa and elsewhere. The Russians have a larger population, while France boasts a developed economy and industry. A united Franco-Russian alliance would be a mortal enemy. Rather than allowing a Franco-Russian alliance to dominate Europe, it would be better to allow the Austrians to defeat the Russians. As long as this war doesn't affect Russia itself, future European competition will fall on the shoulders of Germany, Austria, and Russia. While such matters and related opinions should be addressed by the Foreign Secretary, this cabinet government was somewhat unusual. British Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil did not serve as Chancellor of the Exchequer, as a typical Prime Minister would, but instead held another important cabinet position, Foreign Secretary. This meant that if Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil didn't pay attention to matters related to the Foreign Affairs Department, the heads of other departments would need to remind him. After listening to the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil finally nodded and said, "Let's do it. Do our utmost to prevent the Franco-Russian alliance from happening. As for this war, we should observe its development from a neutral perspective. I do not want any other major power besides Germany and Russia to join this war. Please express my views to other countries." Chapter 342, The Possibility of Surpassing France. The British desire to prevent the French alliance was no mere rhetoric. To prevent the emergence of a Franco-Russian alliance, a superpower far surpassing the Austro-German alliance, British Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil expressed his views on the Balkan Wars in an interview with Reuters on February 17, 1889. He first called on Austria-Hungary, Serbia, and Russia, participants in the war, to calm down and resolve the conflict peacefully. He then stated that Britain would not intervene in the war and would act as a neutral party to prevent further escalation. To protect the Balkans and the people of the warring countries from the consequences of war, Britain declared its commitment to preventing other countries from intervening and urged other European nations to refrain from escalating the conflict and to mediate whenever possible. While Gascoigne Cecil's simple appeal to European nations to avoid escalating the war, no country took his words lightly. This was the most powerful figure in the world's most powerful nation. If he truly ignored British advice and escalated the war, who could guarantee that Britain would continue its stated neutrality? The British threat was effective. At least on the surface, it did slow down the Franco-Russian alliance. Regardless of whether the French feared Britain, the Russians truly feared it at this moment. After all, their rivalry was well known. If Russia offended Britain by courting the French, leading to direct British intervention in the war and joining Germany and Austria, Russia would be effectively wiped out. Furthermore, for the Russians, limiting the scope of the war wasn't necessarily a bad idea. If the only participating nations were Germany and Austria versus Russia and Serbia, Russia would be at a disadvantage, but not completely hopeless. While Russia could certainly win over France, it seemed Austria-Hungary could also secure numerous allies. Italy, which had a secret treaty with Austria-Hungary, and Spain, which had expressed support for Austria-Hungary before the war even broke out, were both equally powerful. As the saying goes, a random punch can defeat a master. While Spain and Italy's overall strength couldn't match that of superpowers like France and Russia, the outcome of a one-on-one situation could be quite different. Coupled with the subtle threats posed by Britain, the Russians decided to limit the scope of the war to a limited extent, avoiding the prospect of a major European war. Germany and Austria-Hungary shared the same decision. Truth be told, the news of Russia and France's gradual rapprochement terrified Austria-Hungary. Even the German Empire, which had previously defeated France, broke out in a cold sweat at the prospect of a Franco-Russian alliance. While Europeans often speak of the five great powers, the more widely accepted concept is the four great powers. These four nations are Britain, France, Germany, and Russia. These four nations lead the others in industry, population, economy, and military might. If two of these four powers formed an alliance, it would be difficult for a single superpower to resist them unless the remaining two also did so. A German-Austrian alliance was clearly no match for a Franco-Russian alliance. Unless Germany could win over Italy and Spain, a 4-on-2 advantage might have been the only way to win. Because both sides were reluctant to let the war spiral out of control, coupled with British overt and covert threats, the war ultimately remained confined to just 4 nations. Although only 4 countries participated, 3 of them were major powers. While the scale of the conflict was limited, it could theoretically have been considered a major war. Since the outbreak of the war, Austria-Hungary had also contacted Spain. Not only did the Austro-Hungarian government contact the Spanish government, but Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph I also contacted Charles, asking if Spain could join the war to aid Austria-Hungary. Charles had initially intended to delay, waiting for a British statement before making a decision. However, since the British government had already made its position clear, Charles naturally chose not to delay any further. On February 18, 1889, the day after the British government statement, Charles summoned the Austro-Hungarian ambassador to Madrid to convey Spain's stance on the war. First, The Spanish royal family and government supported Austria-Hungary's war against Serbia. However, for various reasons, including the stance expressed by the British Prime Minister the previous day, Spain could not join the war. However, due to their alliance with Austria-Hungary, Spain remained willing to provide all supplies and resources to Austria-Hungary, and to do so at pre-war market prices. This was a crucial point. Although the war had only lasted a few days, it was certain that the prices of strategic materials would continue to rise. This was particularly true for food, medical supplies, weapons, ammunition, and other items, all of which were expected to continue to rise in price. Spain's ability to sell these supplies to Austria-Hungary at pre-war market prices was, in fact, fulfilling its duty as an ally. After all, during wartime, the prices of various materials rise rapidly. This wasn't just a few percentage points in normal times. During wartime, prices could double or even multiply, creating a significant price gap. Of course, Carlo's willingness to sell supplies to Austria-Hungary at pre-war cost wasn't solely due to his alliance with Austria-Hungary. The main reason was that only a few major European powers participated in the war. Britain and France, the two major powers, were absent, and they would certainly not miss the opportunity to profit greatly from the war. Therefore, while prices would rise during the war, the increase would be limited. Spain could maintain pre-war market prices for supplies. While profits would be lower, it would also earn the favor of Austria-Hungary and Germany, a crucial factor. In addition to Carlo's promise to sell supplies to Austria-Hungary at pre-war market prices, he also brokered a military agreement between the Spanish and Austro-Hungarian governments. This agreement primarily stipulated that the Spanish Ministry of Defense would dispatch a military observation group to the main battlefields in the Balkans to observe the war from a vantage point and learn from the strengths and weaknesses of the various countries involved. The term military observation group was not unfamiliar, and Austria-Hungary did not object. Carlo's purpose for sending the military observation group was simple: to allow the Spanish army to observe the war between the European powers and learn from the best military ideas and strategic deployments of each country. While Spain demonstrated considerable combat effectiveness against the African natives, the enemy was, after all, a humble, unassuming group of Africans, completely different from the European powers. The Spanish army could not afford to become complacent. It still needed to dispatch observation missions, a valuable learning environment. In addition to the military observation mission, Spain also donated a batch of rifles, artillery, and accompanying ammunition to Austria-Hungary free of charge. The reason for this donation was simple: to test the operational capabilities of the equipment within Austria-Hungary. Again, the battlefield conditions in Africa differed significantly from those in Europe. While combat against the natives allowed for leniency, combat against European powers required caution. Austria-Hungary naturally understood Spain's intentions in providing this free weaponry. However, for Austria-Hungary, such free equipment was a necessity. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Austria-Hungary, the Spanish government also shared its stance. Similar to the British Prime Minister's stance, the Spanish government advocated for both sides to remain calm and avoid unnecessary casualties. Countries not involved in the war should maintain a neutral role, avoiding involvement and potentially escalating the conflict. Britain and Spain's successive statements effectively set the tone for the war. France and Italy, which subsequently remained silent, would find it difficult to join the war, as they lacked much of an excuse. France and Russia currently had no alliance, so if France wanted to join the war, it would have to form a temporary alliance with Russia. However, such an approach would be too obvious, not only costing France public support in the war, but also placing France in an awkward diplomatic position. A Franco-Russian alliance would intimidate all European powers, potentially leading to isolation in the Franco-Russian alliance. As for Italy, as long as it avoided publicizing the triple alliance between Germany, Austria, and Italy, it would have no excuse to join the war. Furthermore, with Britain and Spain having already stated their stances, Italy was unable to intervene even if it wanted to. Inside the royal palace of Madrid, after confirming that only Germany, Austria, and Russia were involved in the war, Carlo reduced his interest in the war. For Carlo, winning or losing the war was no longer important. What truly mattered to Carlo was how long the war would last and what Spain could gain from it. Judging from the current European situation, if Germany and Russia were to go to war, Spain would have a greater opportunity to surpass the four great powers. Perhaps the only remaining European country capable of surpassing Spain in terms of development speed and economic prosperity was Britain. France's development had slumped significantly after the Franco-Prussian War. Within the Spanish government, there was already a slogan of surpassing the four great powers, with even the most exaggerated slogan being surpassing England. However, the slogan most widely adopted by government officials was surpassing France in 5 years, and matching Germany in 10. As for surpassing Britain, for Spain at the moment, that was truly a fantasy. Putting aside the question of whether matching Germany was achievable, surpassing France was certainly more than just a slogan. Let's first consider steel production, a crucial indicator of industrial scale. Throughout 1888, Spain's annual steel production reached approximately 500,000 tons, already among the best in Europe. Only 4 countries worldwide can surpass Spain in steel production: the UK, the US, Germany, and France. Of these, only the UK, the US, and Germany have a significant gap with Spain. While France's steel production surpasses Spain's, it's only over 600,000 tons, a little over 100,000 tons more. Judging by the growth rate of French industry in recent years, even if Spanish industry doesn't catch up with France, it will likely be roughly on par with France in 5 years, meaning the gap will be within 50,000 tons. Of course, France still has a slight lead over Spain in pig iron production. This lead is due to its larger population and colonies, and Spain is gradually closing the gap. France also maintains a slight lead in chemicals and other industries. However, during the Second Industrial Revolution, France fell significantly behind Spain. Spain didn't have a strong industrial base during the First Industrial Revolution, but this wasn't entirely a bad thing. After all, the First Industrial Revolution was more fundamental, and catching up with the Second could have made up for its shortcomings. Currently, Spain can no longer be said to have caught up with the Second Industrial Revolution, but rather to be one of its leading countries. Especially in the area of electricity, Spain pioneered a concept of cities that never sleep, and large-scale power generation equipment spread from Spain to other European countries. While European countries are now experiencing widespread development in power generation and its application, Spain, as a founding nation, boasts some of the highest achievements in this area. Despite its smaller population than other European countries, Spain still leads Europe in terms of power generation and per capita electricity consumption. Currently, over 60% of factories in Madrid and over 50% of factories in Barcelona, respectively, use electricity. These two most industrially advanced Spanish cities are representative of the current state of electricity use in Spain's industrial sector. Compared to industrial electricity use, residential electricity use is somewhat worse. Even in Spain's two most developed cities, the number of households with electricity access currently only accounts for about 1/3 of the total population. This achievement is only possible due to the continuous upgrading of power generation equipment and the resulting reduction in electricity costs as power generation continues to grow. Compared to Spain, other countries face even worse electricity access. Even among the capitals of major European powers, few countries have achieved electricity access to more than 1/3 of their households. Currently, 2 European capitals have the lowest levels of electricity access: St. Petersburg, the capital of Russia, and Paris, the capital of France. St. Petersburg's low electricity access is understandable, as the Russian government lacks the funds to build an electricity grid, and the current electricity supply is insufficient for Russia's vast territory. Paris's low access to electricity is also due to a number of factors. Compared to Berlin, Vienna, and Rome, Paris has a larger population, making access to electricity more difficult. Even though many wealthy Parisians and capitalists have enjoyed access to electricity, a significant portion of the common people and middle class will likely not have access to this new energy source anytime soon. Furthermore, the French government's declining investment in the Industrial Revolution has led French factories to be reluctant to connect to electricity, which would increase their costs. As a result, despite being one of the 4 major European powers, France lags behind many other European powers in terms of electricity access and widespread adoption. I'm still holding up after some spraying. I won't be taking a day off today. Thank you for your support. Chapter 343: Bismarck resigns. The first major change brought about by the war arrived. Kaiser Wilhelm II, despite widespread opposition, forced Germany into the war. However, His pre-war quarrel with Chancellor Bismarck became a topic of even greater concern than the war itself. The new emperor was no match for his grandfather. Due to congenital disability, Wilhelm II possessed an immense pride and would naturally not tolerate a chancellor like Bismarck openly contradicting or even angrily rebuking him in cabinet meetings. As for Bismarck, he had given his all for his country. The founding of the German Empire was inseparable from the contributions of the Iron Chancellor Bismarck. It was under Bismarck's leadership that the former Kingdom of Prussia defeated Denmark, Austria, and France, establishing the powerful German Empire. But as the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the boughs are put away; when the rabbits die, the dogs are cooked. After wielding power in Germany for over 20 years, Chancellor Bismarck was dismayed to discover that the empire he had painstakingly built no longer had a place for him. Disillusioned with the current state of affairs, Bismarck submitted his resignation to Kaiser Wilhelm II, a final warning to him. Kaiser Wilhelm II did not respond to Chancellor Bismarck's resignation, a silence that often signified acquiescence at such moments. In endless disappointment and grief, Bismarck formally submitted his resignation to the cabinet and a 6-page letter to Kaiser Wilhelm II. Without stopping, Bismarck angrily left Berlin and retired to his estate. With Bismarck's departure, the German cabinet officially passed to the new Kaiser Wilhelm II. Bismarck was succeeded as Chancellor by Leo von Caprivi, a senior military official with some experience. This, in fact, also reveals the reason why Kaiser Wilhelm II forced Bismarck out. Bismarck held immense prestige within both the German government and the military, a reputation that threatened Kaiser Wilhelm II's power. This situation resembled the situation in Spain when Charles I first arrived. However, at the time, Charles I lacked much power and could only thrive. Furthermore, Prime Minister Primo was not as powerful as Bismarck. Primo was willing to give the new King Charles a certain amount of say in many areas, which made Primo's fate much better than Bismarck's. Bismarck's dismal departure became the biggest news in Germany and, briefly, the hottest news in Europe. As a prominent figure in late 19th century Europe, Bismarck had always been a highly respected figure across Europe. His departure immediately captured the attention of Europe, with countries like France, which had relatively poor relations with Germany, cheering enthusiastically. Everyone understood that Bismarck's departure was a weakening for Germany. As one of the greatest contributors to the founding of the German Empire, Bismarck played a crucial role in Germany. He controlled Germany's politics, diplomacy, military, and economy, and single-handedly facilitated the European situation that isolated France, making the newly established German Empire one of the four major powers and poised for European hegemony. From this perspective alone, Bismarck's political achievements are undoubtedly well-deserved. Before Bismarck became Chancellor of Prussia, Prussia was just an ordinary second-rate country on the European continent, unable to compete with even Austria in the German region. However, after he became Chancellor of Prussia, he implemented various reforms that quickly made Prussia a European power. It was also because of Bismarck that Prussia was able to exclude Austria from Germany and establish its own German Empire. The most fundamental reason why Austrians are also Germans is that Austria also belongs to the German region. The German region was ruled by the Holy Roman Empire hundreds of years ago, and the Habsburg family that ruled Austria was also the royal family of the Holy Roman Empire hundreds of years ago. If it were not for Bismarck, the royal family in the Holy Roman Empire would still be the Habsburgs, and the German Empire would have little to do with Prussia. Compared to Bismarck, his successor, Chancellor Leo von Caprivi, did not have as much prestige and power. The primary reason Kaiser Wilhelm II appointed him Chancellor of Germany and Italy was that Leo von Caprivi, despite his ability and lack of party affiliation, was considered a relatively easy candidate to control. After replacing the Chancellor, Kaiser Wilhelm II immediately ordered the new cabinet to make comprehensive war preparations and strive to defeat Russia. Upon taking office, Chancellor Leo von Caprivi accelerated Germany's war efforts. During the reign of Chancellor Bismarck, Bismarck had consistently opposed Germany's entry into the war, which had led to Germany's inadequate preparations. Although war had been declared on Russia, Germany could only mobilize approximately 200,000 troops on its eastern border, clearly insufficient to win the war. In just a few days, Chancellor Leo von Caprivi had come up with a comprehensive military expansion plan, which Kaiser Wilhelm II quickly approved. According to this new military expansion plan, Germany would deploy at least 500,000 active troops and mobilize at least another 500,000 reserve troops for the war. This meant that Germany's total military strength would soon exceed 1 million. Germany's goal was not only to defeat Russia but also to capture the Russian-occupied Polish region. As can be seen on the map, the Russian-occupied Polish region was a bulge located directly between the territories of Germany and Austria-Hungary. Germany's war plan was simple: split its forces with Austria-Hungary, directly encircle Poland, annihilate the Russian garrison there, and then directly occupy the entire country. If all of Poland could be captured, the Austro-Hungarian regions of Galicia and Lodomeria would also be secured, making it difficult for Russian forces to attack Germany or Austria-Hungary from this bulge. This German battle plan also determined that Poland would become the primary offensive and defensive location for both Germany and Russia, and the primary battlefield of the war. As for the war between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, although it was the source of the conflict between these two countries, it was destined to be small in scale. After all, Russia was unable to support Serbia. Serbia, aside from receiving Russian weapons and equipment, was virtually isolated and helpless. The successive declarations of Britain and Spain led European powers to abandon any idea of intervening in the war. Romania, situated between Serbia and Russia, also declared neutrality and non-intervention. This prevented Russian troops from passing through Romania, preventing them from supporting isolated Serbia. Approximately 2 weeks after the outbreak of the war, a Spanish military observation group officially arrived in Austria-Hungary, planning to travel to Galicia and Lodomeria to closely observe the war situation between Germany, Austria, and Russia. Compared to the smaller-scale conflict between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, the Spanish military observation group was clearly more focused on the conflict between the three major powers, and this conflict did not disappoint the Spanish military observation group. On the very day the military guidance group arrived in Galicia and Lodomeria, a large-scale battle erupted between Germany, Austria, and Russia. Due to Russia's slow mobilization, it was on the defensive along its borders, with Austria-Hungary and Germany attacking. Germany and Austria-Hungary had over 300,000 troops stationed in southern Poland, tasked with advancing northward from southern Poland and cutting off the Russian garrison's retreat routes. Another force, numbering less than 200,000, would advance southward from northern Poland and join forces with these southern forces to encircle the Polish region. The offensive and defensive battles in Poland clearly demonstrated the different characteristics of the three armies. In terms of combat effectiveness, the German army was the most powerful and best equipped. Actual casualty ratios also revealed that German soldiers were better trained and showed less panic during the battle. Compared to the German army, the Austro-Hungarian and Russian armies were on par. While the Russian army's overall combat effectiveness was relatively poor, its border defenses were still commendable. The troops on the German-Russian border were particularly noteworthy, as they formed the bulk of the Russian army and performed admirably. The most elite Austro-Hungarian forces were composed of Austrians. The remaining troops, comprised of Hungarians, Czechs, and other ethnic groups, were of varying strength. While these troops could be effective in defensive battles, they were practically useless in offensive engagements. Without the exceptionally valiant performance of the Germans, the Austro-German coalition would likely have been unable to advance much further. Because they were on the front lines, the military observers had a relatively clear view of the war situation. Germany and Austria-Hungary mobilized over 500,000 troops throughout Poland, while Russia had fewer than 400,000. While Russia still had a large number of troops moving to the front lines, Germany and Austria-Hungary were also continuously mobilizing. This perspective also suggests that the outcome of the Polish campaign was gradually tilting the balance of victory towards Germany and Austria-Hungary. This was also Russia's greatest flaw, its slow mobilization for the war. Not only was mobilization slow, but Russia also had the worst transportation conditions among the European powers. Coupled with its vast territory, it took several times longer for troops mobilized from various regions to reach the front lines than it did for Germany and Austria-Hungary. This inevitably placed Russia at a disadvantage in the early stages of any war. Only by fully preparing and mobilizing well before the war could this disadvantage be overcome. Clearly, this war broke out suddenly for Russia. This resulted in insufficient preparations. Not only was mobilization slow, but even strategic supplies took a long time to transport to the front lines. Carlo took this war very seriously. The Spanish military observation group consisted of two groups of officers. One was relatively young, with a rank of colonel, and the other was young officers who had just graduated from military academies or were still in school. These officers were the future of the Spanish army, and among them were likely to emerge many future military leaders. Carlo had high hopes for them, hoping they would gain valuable knowledge and experience from this war. It's worth noting that even though Carlo blocked information about machine guns, European nations continued to explore their own approaches. The German army was equipped with some automatic firearms similar to machine guns, which played a role in the war. The world's first truly fully automatic machine gun was designed by Maxim, but before him, the American Gatling had already designed a hand-cranked, semi-automatic machine gun. European nations clearly took notice of these semi-automatic, hand-crank machine guns and explored the design of fully automatic machine guns based on their principles. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, Germany's ally, also employed these machine guns. However, there were clear differences between the German and Austro-Hungarian machine guns, indicating that each nation had its own pace of development. Unlike Germany and Austria-Hungary, the Russian army had no machine guns at all. The Russian army remained equipped with the same old weapons, standard rifles and artillery. Because Poland was adjacent to both Germany and Austria-Hungary, the two countries fought on their own terms, making logistical support relatively easy. However, for Russia, although occupied Poland was its own territory, it was far from the heart of the country. Nearly 1,000 kilometers separated a Polish region from the Russian capital, St. Petersburg, and even further from other cities. This meant that, despite fighting on its own soil, Russia faced even greater logistical pressures than Germany and Austria-Hungary. As the saying goes, a cannon shot costs a fortune. Besides logistical concerns, the Russian military also faced significant financial challenges. Although Russia had a larger population, its economic situation was significantly worse than that of Germany and Austria-Hungary. The longer the war dragged on, the greater the logistical and economic pressures on Russia. In a sense, this was a war Russia could not afford to delay. Within a week of the Spanish military observation group arriving at the front, Germany, Austria, and Russia launched a fierce offensive in Poland. In just 1 week, the combined casualties of the three nations exceeded 100,000. This fully demonstrates the cruelty of war, and the considerable toll that any war exacts on the people of each nation. Russia suffered the most casualties, with tens of thousands of Russian soldiers killed. Under the relentless attacks of Germany and Austria-Hungary, Russia's defenses in Poland were steadily retreating. As news of victory trickled back to Berlin and Vienna, Germany and Austria-Hungary grew increasingly optimistic about the war. Italy, a member of the Triple Alliance, felt nothing but regret. If Italy had joined the war earlier, they would now be the victor. Furthermore, by joining the war, they could have gained greater benefits and expanded into the Balkans, rather than remaining confined to the Apennines. Chapter 344 Arms Trade. While successive declarations from Britain and Spain effectively prevented further escalation of the war, it was clear to all who could see that the European situation had dramatically changed after Germany and Russia entered the war. The Triple Alliance was a thing of the past, and what followed was a confrontation between the Austro-German alliance and Russia. While Germany, Austria, and Italy had vigorously defended the Triple Alliance, Italy's relationship with Germany and Austria was no secret. Not only Spain, but many European powers, including France, Russia, and even Britain, believed that Italy had signed a secret alliance with Germany and Austria. The purpose of this alliance was simple: Germany and Austria sought to fill the void left by the loss of Russia. After all, Italy was a major power. Italy, on the other hand, sought a powerful partner, as the Italian army's performance was well known throughout Europe. Despite having a much larger population than Spain, Italy could not match Spain's influence on the European continent. The primary reason for this was the relatively poor combat effectiveness of the Italian army. Even during the final years of the Bourbon dynasty, the Spanish army's combat effectiveness was considered above average. After Carlo's numerous reforms and improvements to weaponry, the Spanish army's combat effectiveness is now, if not the best in Europe, definitely among the strongest of all European armies. While Italy's army's combat effectiveness is relatively weak, the Austro-German alliance had its advantages in wooing Italy. First, Italy's agricultural and industrial scale is commendable. While not as extensive as that of other European powers, it is still considerably superior to that of non-power countries. Italy borders Austria-Hungary, which in turn borders Germany. This geographical location is crucial, as it allows Italian supplies to be transported to Germany via Austria-Hungary during wartime. As mentioned earlier, Germany lies in a Central European bordered by four warring factions: France and Russia to the east and west, and the Baltic Sea, the North Sea, and Denmark to the north. Furthermore, Germany's naval power is inferior to that of its rivals, making it vulnerable to logistical cuts and isolation during wartime. Italy is clearly a valuable complement. While it may not offer significant military assistance to Germany, it demonstrates its strength as a major power in other areas. Faced with a Triple Alliance's growing power, Germany, no matter how much it despised Italy, was forced to seek other allies for its support. Although Britain's warnings discouraged France from joining the war, the French remained committed to their gradual engagement with Russia. While they might not reach an alliance treaty during the war, they would certainly strengthen their ties with Russia. A Russian victory might slow the formation of a Franco-Russian alliance. However, a victory by the Austro-German alliance might have already established the necessary terms for a Franco-Russian alliance before the war's end. Unlike other countries that either had their own allies or were in need of them, Britain and Spain were in a rather awkward position regarding alliances. Of course, the real dilemma lay with Britain. Britain had significant conflicts with both France and Russia, while the Austro-German-Italian alliance involved three other major powers. This meant Britain could not join either bloc. Instead, they sought to balance the power gap between the two major blocs, giving Britain a unique position, greater say. Spain, on the other hand, could join any bloc if it chose. First, Spain's geographical location is crucial. Second, Spain's overall strength is not weak, even slightly stronger than Italy's, and roughly on par with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's overall strength was hampered by its small population of the main ethnic group and the strong independence of states like Hungary. If all of Austria's tens of millions of people were Austrians, the country's overall strength wouldn't necessarily be weaker than Germany's. Spain's drawback is its relatively small population, even inferior to that of Italy, a rising power. Spain is a long-established power that dominated Europe for centuries, while Italy only unified under Charles I of Spain. Logically, Spain's population should be larger than Italy's. However, in reality, Spain's population lags not only behind the other powers, but also far behind Italy. However, due to its overall strength, this population gap has been overlooked by other countries. Compared to Spain, the British are in a somewhat awkward position. While Britain is undoubtedly the world's most powerful country, its policy of splendid isolation has increasingly distanced them from continental Europe. Furthermore, the British possessed the world's largest number of colonies, including the richest in India. This created a significant chasm between them and European nations. Looking at all the European powers, it's hard to find a country with which Britain enjoyed a healthy relationship. The conflicts between Britain, France, and Russia are self-evident, and Britain and Spain also harbored deep hatred. However, Britain's relationship with the Austro-German alliance was less strained, perhaps the only alliance Britain could have joined. This was also evident in history. In the late 19th century, the British nearly reached an alliance with Germany, a treaty that would have significantly altered the outcome of World War I. Unfortunately, conservative and isolationist British Prime Minister Robert Gascoigne Cecil vehemently opposed Chamberlain's proposal for an alliance with the German Empire, ultimately derailing the potential Anglo-German alliance. Of course, the Chamberlain mentioned here doesn't refer to Arthur Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister who championed appeasement during World War II, but rather his father, Joseph Chamberlain. At this time, the Chamberlain family was a rising star in British politics. Although Joseph Chamberlain never achieved the highest position of Prime Minister, he nevertheless stirred up the political landscape as a leader of the opposition. Besides Arthur Neville Chamberlain, his second son, who successfully became Prime Minister and is remembered in world history, his eldest son, Austen Chamberlain, served in the British cabinet several times in the early 20th century, often holding important positions such as Chancellor of the Exchequer and Foreign Secretary. While the British were in a precarious position, they were the only ones expressing concern. On the European continent, the war was of greater concern. Just as Spain and Austria-Hungary had signed a trade agreement, France and Russia also swiftly signed a trade agreement after the outbreak of war. This agreement primarily involved France supplying Russia with strategic supplies, as it was difficult for Russia to rely solely on its own industry to compete with the industrial powers of Germany and Austria. In addition to the trade agreement, France also signed a loan agreement with Russia. By this time, the French government, having already paid off its 5 billion franc indemnity, was still quite wealthy. The few hundred million francs loaned by Russia was just a drop in the bucket. French support was the source of Russia's confidence in continuing the war. If Russia had relied solely on its own economic and industrial support, it would have been bankrupt within a few months. Germany and Austria-Hungary could only watch with anxiety as France backed Russia. With France backing Russia, Germany and Austria might not have been a match for Russia in a war of attrition. Russia's main weaknesses lay in its economy and industry, a weakness France could easily overcome. Russia, with a population of over 100 million, could easily afford to lose any number of thousands in a relatively small war. Germany and Austria-Hungary, however, certainly could not afford to lose too many troops in this war. The combined populations of Germany and Austria-Hungary were smaller than Russia's, and the population growth rate lagged far behind. Even if Germany and Austria-Hungary could achieve a 1:3 casualty ratio with Russia, the loss of manpower would still be a significant disadvantage for Germany and Austria. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, with its limited Austrian population, could not withstand such attrition. This meant that Germany and Austria could only seek a quick victory in the war, or find an opportunity to negotiate peace with Russia. France's continued support for Russia was actually good news for Spain. This also meant that winning the war was not easy for Germany and Austria. The longer the war lasted, the greater the profit and benefit Spain, as a neutral nation, could reap. In the first month of the war, Germany, Austria, and Russia were all in a state of emergency mobilization. Large quantities of weapons, equipment, and strategic supplies were mobilized to the front lines, and many reservists and able-bodied men were drafted into the army for months of urgent training. As all three countries expanded their armies, they also faced a significant shortage of weapons. Take the Austro-Hungarian Empire, for example. Its standing army strength before the war was only around 270,000 men. A month later, this number had reached nearly 400,000. While other nations would stockpile certain weapons and equipment for strategic reserves, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with its standing army of only 270,000, could not afford to stockpile too much. After all, weapons were constantly being replaced, and stockpiling too much would render these obsolete weapons useless unless war broke out. The combined stockpiles of Austro-Hungarian arsenals held fewer than 100,000 rifles. Even after fully arming its army, the empire still lacked over 30,000 rifles. These shortages were naturally filled by Austro-Hungarian allies Italy and Spain, with Spain making the largest contribution. Spain sold two types of rifles, the current Maxim M1884 rifle, and the now obsolete Vittorio M1872 rifle. These two rifles differed significantly in performance and price. Spain's current Vittorio M1872 rifles are primarily second-hand, retired from the Guards, Royal Army, and Colonial Armies, and are sold for less than half the price of a new one. The Maxim M1884, a brand new rifle, is currently in service, so most of the available stock is the latest product from the Royal Ordnance Factory. This results in a Maxim M1884 costing nearly 3 times as much as a Vittorio M1872, and the smokeless powder cartridges are more than twice as expensive as black powder rounds. In its arms trade with Austria-Hungary, the Austro-Hungarian Empire chose not to choose just one of the two rifles, but rather to equip its army with both. The more elite Austrian troops were undoubtedly equipped with the most advanced Maxim M1884 rifles. The remaining troops, comprised of Czechs, Hungarians, and other ethnic groups, had to make do with used Vittorio M1872 rifles. However, because black powder bullets were cheaper than smokeless powder, soldiers armed with second-hand rifles also enjoyed a benefit, a more plentiful supply of ammunition than soldiers armed with new rifles. In just a month before the outbreak of war, Austria-Hungary ordered over 20,000 rifles from Spain and over 10,000 from Italy. This war also prompted Spain to begin re-equipping some of its colonial armies. The first few divisions to be re-equipped were only a few, and their combat effectiveness was commendable. In combat against African natives, the colonial divisions played a far greater role than the colonial garrisons. These divisions, having been battle-hardened, would also be able to play a significant role in the Spanish battlefields should a future war on the European continent break out. Compared to Austria-Hungary, Germany's weapons and equipment shortages were less severe. This was due in part to Germany's superior military industry and its larger reserve force, resulting in a significantly larger inventory of weapons and equipment than Austria-Hungary. In fact, the fact that Austria-Hungary, with a standing army of 200,000, had a stockpile of over 100,000 rifles was quite an exaggeration. The Germans, however, possessed a regular army of nearly 500,000 men, stockpiling nearly 200,000 rifles. Combined with the expedited production of rifles by German military factories, Germany, despite expanding its army by hundreds of thousands in the first month of the war, faced no shortage of weapons and equipment. Germany was even able to supply some weapons and equipment to Austria-Hungary, including light artillery, which was in dire need. While Poland is largely plain, the border between Austria-Hungary and Poland is characterized by numerous mountainous terrain. This terrain made it unsuitable for large-caliber artillery, making small-caliber artillery crucial. First, small-caliber artillery shells were easier to transport, and with adequate logistics, their firepower rivaled that of larger calibers. Second, small-caliber artillery was easier to transport. The complexities of the front lines meant that heavy artillery could be captured by the enemy without being disassembled in time. Light artillery presented no such challenges. Soldiers could dismantle their artillery and move it to a new position at any time. This is the first update of 4,200 words, and there will be another update later. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 African Railway. Just 1 month after the outbreak of the Russo-German War, Spain sold over 20,000 rifles and 100 artillery pieces to Austria-Hungary, a significant boost to Spain's military industry. While this massive arms trade was due to a shortage of weapons caused by Austria-Hungary's massive military expansion, as the war progressed and Austria-Hungary's stockpiles of strategic supplies were depleted, purchases from Spain would only increase. Thanks to this significant customer, Spain's military factories would be guaranteed a steady flow of orders for the coming months, effectively boosting the growth of the Spanish military industry. While the military industry boomed due to the war, for Carlo, this good news was no longer crucial. The reason was that after years of painstaking construction, Spain had finally made some progress in developing its African colonies. The most significant development was the full opening of the Grand Railway, known in Spain as the African Railway, which significantly strengthened Spain's control over its African colonies. The so-called African Railway was actually the line running from the westernmost part of the former Gold Coast to the southernmost part of the Congo territory. Why was it called the African Railway? First, the railway's total length reached a staggering 4,500 kilometers. This mileage is nearly equal to the total length of Spanish railways before Charles II became King of Spain, demonstrating Spain's commitment to developing Africa. More importantly, the railway traverses the former Ashanti Empire, Togo, the Kingdom of Dahomey, the Sokoto Caliphate, the Kingdom of Benin, the Kingdom of Niger, the Aero Confederation, and the Kingdom of Bam, before entering territories controlled by the Baka and Bantu peoples. Its significance extends beyond simply connecting these former indigenous territories. It also allows Spanish colonial forces to easily reach these indigenous populations. In the event of a rebellion or other crisis, Spanish troops could arrive quickly, greatly enhancing the stability of Spanish colonies. Unfortunately, the West African colonies were not connected to the African Railway. After all, French colonies separated the West African colonies from the Guinea and Congo territories, and construction on French territory was prohibited. Nevertheless, the Colonial Affairs Department attached great importance to railway construction within the West African colonies. Currently, nearly 1,000 kilometers of railways have been built in the West African colonies, connecting several important grain-producing areas within the colonies. Every harvest season, vast quantities of grain are transported by train to ports and then by ship to mainland Spain. This grain is then transferred to Spanish grain warehouses for market access, or further packaged and shipped to other European countries. Nearly 1/3 of Spain's annual grain exports to Europe come from the West African colonies, a staggering amount. If it weren't for the shortage of grain domestically, the amount of grain exported by the West African colonies would likely be even greater. Food exports represent foreign exchange earnings, which are extremely important to Spain and a crucial source of tax revenue for the Spanish government. The full opening of the African Railway is a significant milestone for Spain. However, Carlo did not intend to personally travel to Africa to attend the railway's completion ceremony. Instead, the Spanish Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs would attend. Also attending the ceremony were the governors of the Guinea colony and the Congo territory, both personally appointed by Carlo and close confidants of his. It must be admitted that after nearly 20 years of development, Carlo had amassed considerable power. First, in Spain's most important colonies, the governors were essentially appointed by Carlo. While some colonial governors were promoted from the nobility, most of them had traveled to the colonies to gain experience. It was undeniable that Carlo had completely reclaimed the power to appoint governors, demonstrating his immense influence in the colonies. Each colony maintained a substantial garrison. This meant that Carlo's military control extended beyond the imperial guards. Hundreds of thousands of colonial troops were also at his disposal. These armies under his control provided the foundation for Carlo's ongoing reforms. With their support, no one in Spain could disobey his orders. Seizing the opportunity presented by the opening of the African Railway, Carlo widely commended the African colonial armies and promoted many young officers. For Spain, this war against the African natives was a major undertaking. This war alone promoted dozens of majors, and several high-performing senior officers rose from the rank of colonel to brigadier general. Promotions were accompanied by various rewards, including land, property, and financial bounties. Of course, most of the land awarded was in the colonies, with very little in mainland Spain. After all, the colonies Spain conquered possessed vast tracts of fertile land, while the fertile land in mainland Spain had been largely divided up. Although the soldiers in these colonial armies were primarily indigenous, they naturally acquired Spanish citizenship after fighting for Spain. Naturally, these soldiers were prioritized for placement in the colonies. Carlo also specifically transported a large number of indigenous women from other colonies to help these soldiers settle down and start families. However, there were no black people among either the colonial soldiers or the women. Carlo was well aware of the coloring abilities of black people and was unwilling to allow black people to enter even Spain's own colonies. Currently, strict racial segregation existed between black and non-black communities in Spanish colonies. Spanish colonial cities and settlements were devoid of black people, while black indigenous peoples lived concentrated in indigenous states within the colonies. The two sides maintained virtually no intercourse, and except for essential activities like paying taxes or transporting supplies, neither side would venture into the other's territory. To prevent these black people from exploiting loopholes to obtain Spanish citizenship, the Department of Colonial Affairs and the various colonial governments enacted regulations. The descendants of black men and women were all considered black and forced to relocate to indigenous territory. Only non-black descendants could survive in Spanish colonies, a measure designed to discourage some black people from changing their status. Even if black women were able to marry Spaniards or other non-black indigenous peoples, their offspring could not obtain Spanish citizenship. Marrying black people was considered an illegal marriage by the colonial government, a crime punishable by a fine of several hundred pesetas and a prison sentence of several years to over 10 years. Of course, the colonial government did not actually imprison these people. Imprisonment meant providing food, and the colonial government would not support them for free. For criminals who broke the law, their ultimate fate was to be forced to work on plantations or in mines. Of course, if European immigrants committed crimes, their sentences would be mitigated. They would not be forced to work on plantations or in mines, but would actually serve their sentences in colonial prisons. In prison, they would be given some light work, and if they completed their tasks on time, they could receive a reduction in their sentences. This situation existed in almost every colony, and the treatment of British immigrants, European immigrants, and other indigenous peoples was completely different. The treatment of European immigrants and indigenous peoples was particularly stark. Take India, Britain's most important colony, for example. If a British person broke a law in the Indian colonies, it would likely not be a serious matter. However, if an Indian broke the law, especially against the British, they would face the death penalty. Even if they broke the law, even a powerful British person who disliked an Indian would have various means to kill them. This was also the reality of colonies around the world during this era. The indigenous people, at the bottom of the social ladder, had no say and relied on local European immigrants even for their survival. It's worth noting that with the outbreak of the Austro-Russian War, Spain saw a steady increase in European immigrants. This was particularly true of immigrants from Austria-Hungary and Russia. In the month leading up to the war alone, Immigration nearly doubled compared to the same period the previous year. This is understandable, as war and famine were the primary drivers of this surge in immigration. These were the only two factors that made life in one's own country untenable. Otherwise, most people remained committed to persevering. After all, immigration meant leaving their homes for a foreign land, a land they knew no bounds. Not everyone could endure the feeling of leaving behind familiar surroundings and loved ones, which explains why immigration from various countries during this era was not as dramatic. Furthermore, transportation was rudimentary during this era, with trains and ships being the only mainstream means of transportation. These two modes of transport were also extremely slow, and journeys to distant destinations could easily take weeks. Even traveling from mainland Spain to its African colonies by a fast warship would take 1 or 2 weeks. A slower ship would extend the journey to 2 to 3 weeks. The sheer length of the journey alone was enough to discourage many from emigrating, not to mention the prohibitively expensive ocean voyages of the era, making them simply unaffordable. This situation persisted in later times, with international airfares also being prohibitively expensive and ship journeys equally time-consuming. As a result, even in a more economically and industrially advanced era, countless people still had never traveled abroad, never taken a cross-border flight or cruise. To address this surge in immigrants, Spain chose to transfer them all to its African colonies. Compared to its previous more even distribution across colonies, the Spanish government has shifted its transfer strategy. The primary destinations for these European immigrants were the West African colonies or the southern Moroccan colonies, as one was a key agricultural development area, and the other was a region Spain planned to localize. As for the Guinean colonies and the Congo territory, Spain had to choose from among the immigrants the former two colonies could not accommodate. Although they had to scavenge for scraps, the Guinea colony and the Congo territory were both vast colonies, covering hundreds or even thousands of square kilometers. Due to their severe population shortage, they were not picky. These immigrants from Russia proved to be quite adept at agriculture. Spanish colonies were less oppressive, and upon arrival, they enjoyed equal status with other immigrants. This meant that as long as they paid sufficient taxes, the remaining food and other income would be theirs. Under these circumstances, the Russian immigrants were incredibly motivated. They were even more enthusiastic about agricultural work than the Spanish, and had become a significant agricultural group in the West African colonies. Several of these Russian immigrants even became large landowners, owning hundreds of acres of land. Working these acres was actually quite simple. For the most part, the local indigenous population was responsible for the agricultural work. The European immigrants simply managed these indigenous people, allowing them to cultivate and plant crops. While some European immigrants did engage in agricultural work, they were paid adequately by the farmers and plantation owners. The income and food provided by the European immigrants differed significantly from those of the indigenous people. For the indigenous people working on these plantations and farms, even having enough to eat wasn't enough, let alone meat. European immigrants working on these plantations and farms not only earned a lucrative income, but also received twice weekly meat supplies from their owners. Where did this meat come from? Naturally, it came from the ranches of the West African colonies, as well as from the wild grasslands and forests. In addition to the Spanish colonies raising various animals to provide meat, the indigenous people also surrendered their hunted animals to Spain. The colonial government would purchase these animals from the indigenous people at a price, ensuring a sufficient meat supply for the colonists. If the meat had been shipped from Spain, the 1 or 2 weeks of transportation alone would have been enough for it to rot and stink. Furthermore, Spain itself wasn't a major livestock producer, so its domestically produced meat and dairy products were sufficient to meet the needs of the local population. This necessitated the development of animal husbandry in addition to agricultural production in the West African colonies. Several Spanish colonies also organized hunting events to reduce the prevalence of wild carnivores and encourage the reproduction of herbivores. Once herbivores have grown to a certain size, they can organize hunting activities targeting them, harvesting more meat at once. It is precisely because of the development of animal husbandry and the prevalence of hunting that the Spanish colonies were able to ensure that the supply of food and meat would not be affected even when the population was rapidly increasing. 4,200 words. Second update, please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 346, Defense Collapse. Although only 4 countries participated in the war, its impact spread throughout Europe. With the exception of Serbia, which had a relatively small population and area. The three remaining powers, Germany, Austria, and Russia, were major grain exporters to Europe. Russia, in particular, as Europe's most populous nation, also boasted the highest grain production. The Ukrainian plains, known as Europe's granary, exported grain to Europe annually and provided Russia with a major source of foreign exchange. Russia's main crops included barley, wheat, rice, corn, potatoes, and sugar beets, with wheat and rice, the most important crops, planted in April and May. This meant the war was likely to impact grain production in the participating countries, potentially even affecting the harvest months later. Regardless of the harvest, wheat and rice cultivation would undoubtedly be affected. While Russia's colder climate would delay the planting and harvesting of crops, the Ukrainian plains were not as cold as those in Germany and Austria-Hungary. The wheat and rice planting season in the Ukrainian plains is usually from late April to early May, and it's already mid to late March, meaning that grain planting in Ukraine is about a month away. Although the war took place on the Polish plains, Russia's mobilization of a large number of manpower inevitably impacted grain production there. Regardless of era or country, whenever war breaks out, the vast majority of mobilized troops are farmers. The reason is simple: farmers always make up the majority of the population. Given the inevitable decline in European grain production, the Spanish Agricultural Department submitted a new agricultural development plan to the cabinet, aiming to expand grain production in mainland Spain and its colonies to capture the European grain market. With the outbreak of war, Europe's total grain production would not only decrease, but total grain consumption would also increase significantly. This was partly due to wartime losses and partly due to losses in grain transportation. For Spain, increasing grain production meant profits from grain exports. After all, mainland Spain was unaffected by the war, meaning farmers' costs of growing grain would not increase. Assuming costs remain constant, the more grain sold, the more profit one can earn. This war was a pity, as Carlo's two greatest concerns, Britain and France, did not join the conflict. Had both Britain and France joined, Spain would have undoubtedly launched plans to annex Morocco and Portugal. However, with the British still eyeing the war, Spain could only cancel any plans and wait and see how the war unfolded. While the war in Poland raged, Austria-Hungary launched a large-scale offensive against Serbia. The conflict between Austria-Hungary and Serbia was the primary catalyst for the outbreak of this war, and this conflict was the central focus. Russia's ability to withstand hundreds of thousands of German-Austrian troops in Poland was good news for Serbia. However, this good news could not change the reality of Serbia's steady retreat on the front lines. Without reinforcements, the war would likely have been short-lived. From the outset, Serbia's capital, Belgrade, became the primary target of Austro-Hungarian attacks. Under relentless artillery bombardment, the border areas of Belgrade were quickly reduced to ruins. The Serbian government was forced to relocate to the southern suburbs of Belgrade, out of range of Austro-Hungarian artillery. As for completely leaving the capital, Belgrade, this was something the Serbian government had never considered. Moving the capital away from Belgrade would have effectively meant Serbia had surrendered. With the government already conceding, the troops on the front lines naturally had little desire to fight. This was the reason the Serbian government didn't withdraw. They still wanted to win the war. If they lost, they would have to hand over the rebel leaders in Bosnia. Handing over the leaders would mean completely losing control of the region. This would render the Greater Serbia plan a pipe dream. What could Serbia achieve with its limited population and land? In terms of its current size and population, Serbia pales in comparison to Romania, another major Balkan power, and is in a similar predicament to Bulgaria, which had yet to fully gain independence. On March 21, 1889, the Austro-Hungarian army engaged Serbian forces on the Bosnian border. The Austro-Hungarians deployed 3 divisions totaling over 40,000 troops, while the Serbian defenders numbered nearly 20,000. The Austro-Hungarian army crossed the river and attacked the Serbian border town of Loznica. After several days of fierce attacks, the Serbian defenders were forced to abandon the town. However, the Serbian army's heroic counterattack still inflicted heavy casualties on the Austro-Hungarian army. After the battle, only less than 30,000 of the 40,000 Austro-Hungarian troops were still able to fight, while the Serbian side still had nearly 15,000 troops available to continue the war. After the fall of Loznica, the Serbian army established a new defensive position approximately 10 kilometers to the east. This is where the disadvantages of a small country become apparent. Serbia's length and width from east to west and north to south are less than 300 kilometers, and the border town of Loznica is only about 100 kilometers from the capital, Belgrade. This also limited the extent of the Serbian army's retreat. Unable to retreat extensively for dozens of kilometers to establish defensive positions, they could only retreat in small increments, seeking defensible terrain to establish simple positions. Russia's vast territory clearly demonstrated its advantage in this regard. In the first month of the war, the Russian army experienced mixed successes and losses against the German-Austrian coalition. While suffering numerous defeats, Russia's vast territory allowed it to retreat freely and establish new defensive lines. The German-Austrian coalition was powerless against such a Russian army. After all, its mobilization had not yet been completed, and it was impossible for its troops to advance tens or even hundreds of kilometers to pursue the Russian army. A rash advance would have simply led to Russian encirclement. It was for this reason that, after over a month of fighting in Poland, the German, Austrian, and Russian fronts had advanced a paltry 30 kilometers. It could even be said that all three sides were in a tentative phase. They all knew that the enemy's main forces were still intact, and without a suitable opportunity to engage in a decisive battle, there was no reason to confront them head-on. This created a difficult situation for Serbia, which was struggling to hold out to the south. After capturing Loznica, the Austro-Hungarian army immediately turned eastward to pursue the retreating Serbian army. After several days of bitter fighting, and realizing that Serbia had well defended the area west of Belgrade, the Austro-Hungarian army decisively abandoned its eastward advance and continued southward to Valjevo. If Loznica was west of Belgrade, then Valjevo was already south of it. More importantly, Valjevo was a crucial transportation hub. To the north lay the Serbian capital, Belgrade, to the south lay the important Serbian city of Užice, and further south lay the border city of Priboj. Even if they could not advance northward through Valjevo to capture Belgrade, the Austro-Hungarian army could still advance southward to capture Serbia's western border. As long as the western border fell, the capture of Belgrade would be of little concern. Without the protection of its western border, Serbia's tiny territory would be vulnerable to the Austro-Hungarian army. The border between Serbia and Austria-Hungary was primarily defined by the Drina River, a crucial defensive measure for the Serbian army. The capture of Loznica effectively opened a gap in this defensive line. Austro-Hungarian troops could then enter through this gap, crossing the river and attacking Serbian territory with impunity. Recognizing the importance of the western border, Serbia deployed nearly 20,000 troops after the capture of Loznica, aiming to recapture this crucial border town from Austro-Hungary. Coincidentally, the Austro-Hungarians were planning to launch a southeastern attack on Valjevo from Loznica. This regrouped Serbian force encountered a well-prepared Austro-Hungarian army. The attacking Serbian force numbered 35,000, while the defending Austro-Hungarian force numbered 50,000. The numerical advantage clearly revealed the Serbian advantage. A month and a half had passed since the outbreak of the war. Austro-Hungarian forces had received a large supply of weapons and equipment from Spain and Italy, including a significant portion of rifles and artillery, which were shipped to the southern battlefields. Serbia, fortunately, fell victim to the Spanish weapons. Upon their immediate encounter, commanders from both sides ordered the attack. The clash of European armies was a battle of weapons, but also of logistical supplies. The Austro-Hungarian army possessed a diverse array of weaponry, including both domestically produced and supplied by Germany, Italy, and Spain. However, the Austro-Hungarian and German-supplied equipment was used in Poland, while the Italian and Spanish-supplied equipment, due to its closer proximity, was deployed in Serbia. As the attack on Serbia was a key plan for the Austro-Hungarian army, the Austro-Hungarians attached great importance to the weaponry of their offensive forces. The 50,000-man army was equipped with state-of-the-art rifles, including the Maxim M1884 rifle purchased from Spain. This rifle, modeled after the previous Spanish standard rifle, was easily adaptable. Armed with these rifles, the Austro-Hungarian soldiers quickly overwhelmed the Serbian army with firepower suppression. Having recently gained independence from the Ottoman Empire, Serbia lacked a well-developed industrial and economic foundation. Consequently, the Serbian army's weapons and equipment were largely imported from other countries, primarily Russia and Britain. The Austro-Hungarian occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina led to a sharp deterioration in relations between Serbia and Austria-Hungary. This was the reason Serbia purchased Russian and British weapons and equipment, as it needed to build a sufficient army to defend against Austria-Hungary. Because of their shared Slavic heritage, Serbia ultimately sided with Russia. This led to the Serbian army primarily using Russian weapons and equipment, and the Russians generously sold their own rifles to the Serbs. However, it was clear that the Russian rifles were still significantly inferior to those of the Spanish. Spain had been among the first to adopt the breech-loading rifle. Spain was once again a pioneer in the development of smokeless gunpowder, which ensured that Spanish weaponry remained at the forefront of Europe and was highly sought after by other nations. During the Russo-Turkish War, Russia had purchased a large quantity of Spanish weaponry through the human trade. Russia, too, had experienced the performance of Spanish weaponry. Its Serbian ally, Serbia, simply experienced it in a different way. This skirmish lasted approximately 3 hours and ultimately resulted in the complete defeat of the Serbian army. Austro-Hungarian forces were well prepared for this attack. Not only did they outnumber the Serbian army in rifles, but they also outnumbered the Serbian army in artillery. Having only fought against the Ottomans, the Serbs had never experienced such overwhelming artillery suppression. After less than 3 hours, the Serbian army's morale collapsed. Ultimately, both sides suffered over 10,000 casualties. Because the Austro-Hungarians relied on urban defenses, their casualties were lower than those of the Serbian army. After this battle, the 35,000-man Serbian army was reduced to less than 30,000 combat troops. Austro-Hungarian casualties were less severe than Serbia's, with over 47,000 men still available for the next battle. Leaving some troops behind, the Austro-Hungarian army, without hesitation, marched southeastward towards Valjevo. The Serbian army, fresh from its defeat, had not anticipated the swift Austro-Hungarian counterattack. They were even more surprised that the Austro-Hungarians, instead of attacking Belgrade, would attack Valjevo further south. Serbia's total population at the time was only around 2.7 million. Upon the outbreak of war, the Serbian government issued a general mobilization order, expanding the army to around 100,000 men. While 100,000 was a significant number for Serbia, with a population of less than 3 million, it was clearly insufficient for the Austro-Hungarians, with a population of tens of millions. Fighting on two fronts, the Austro-Hungarian army deployed to the southern battlefield had already reached 150,000 men, even after deducting casualties from the continuous fighting. Serbia, on the other hand, was still mobilizing troops, but its available manpower was steadily decreasing. After all, with a population of only 2.7 million, a maximum mobilization of 300,000 troops would be sufficient. However, this extreme mobilization would severely impact the country's civilian production, industrial economy, agriculture, and even every other sector. If Serbia truly pursued this course of action, even if it could win the war, it would be doomed to fail. The Serbian government was acting sensibly, setting a mobilization threshold of only 150,000 troops. This meant that once Serbia had mobilized 150,000 troops, it would be difficult to mobilize additional troops. After a month and a half of mobilization, Serbia still maintained a combat-ready manpower of nearly 100,000. However, the price paid was that the 150,000-man mobilization quota was almost fully utilized, and tens of thousands of wounded and sick soldiers lay in hospitals in the rear. Tens of thousands of soldiers have already died in this war, and nearly 10,000 are seriously wounded and lying half dead in hospitals. Most of them are still in critical condition, their survival at the mercy of fate. Even if the war were to cease now, Serbia would have lost over 20,000 people. This means that Serbia is likely to experience its first net population decline since independence. And this isn't a decline in the elderly, but rather a loss in the young and middle-aged population. This population decline is significant, impacting development not just for the next few years but likely for the next decade or so. Although Serbia still maintains a 100,000-man army, nearly half of this force is dedicated to protecting the capital, Belgrade. This is a disadvantage of the capital's location on the border. A significant portion of its forces must be diverted to its security. The capital's importance goes without saying. If it were captured, the country would likely fall. With half of the 100,000 troops reduced, Serbia only has 50,000 available. A portion of these 50,000 troops had to be kept as reserve forces, and when a certain line of defense was breached, they would rush to the loopholes in the line of defense to plug the line of defense and prevent it from being directly breached. In short, these 35,000 troops were almost the last troops that Serbia could mobilize. The remaining troops were either defending the northern border or the western border and could not be withdrawn at all. The direction of retreat of these 35,000 troops was to the east. After all, they had to protect the safety of the capital. This was equivalent to opening a big gap for the Austro-Hungarian army, allowing them to march towards their destination, Valjevo, without any hindrance. Chapter 347 San Primo High School. While the war in the Balkans raged, Charles II of Spain was also implementing new reforms. These weren't reforms so much as small plans for the future. This future wasn't for Charles II, but for the next heir to the throne, Prince Juan Fernando. Born in May 1875, Prince Juan Fernando was about to turn 14. As mentioned earlier, he was a diligent student, excelling in all subjects and earning high praise from the teachers Charles had hired. With his 14th birthday, Charles had completed his initial education and was now in need of a more advanced education, complemented by training in military and political skills. Charles II had his own ambitions and plans for the education of the heir to the Spanish throne. To prevent the subsequent Spanish kings from suffering the same incompetent monarchs as the Bourbon dynasty, the crucial years between the heir's 14th birthday and adulthood would be the most crucial period of his education. Carlo spared no expense in hiring renowned teachers from around the world, even creating unique scenarios for them to hone their abilities. Besides the heir's own abilities, it was also crucial for the next king of Spain to have his support during this period. A king clearly couldn't properly govern his country on his own. He needed a critical mass of capable subordinates to handle the complexities of state affairs. Carlo had pondered this issue for a long time and ultimately decided to establish San Primo High School, where Prince Juan Fernando and the future heir to the Spanish throne could hone their skills and find future mentors. San Primo High School would integrate the former royal knights and recruit talented young men from the nobility for training, preparing them to serve as companions for the princes. Consolidating the power of the nobility was a priority for Carlo, and for the future king of Spain. The nobility had always been the king's greatest supporter and the most loyal and reliable class. Times were different now. Carlo had been king of Spain for 20 years, and the Spanish nobility had no choice but to pledge allegiance to him. The previous Bourbon dynasty was a thing of the past, and a Bourbon remnant was unlikely to return to Spain. The actions of these old-fashioned nobles showed that they were gradually aligning themselves with Carlo and the Spanish royal family. When Carlo proposed the West African Development Plan, these old-fashioned nobles mobilized significant manpower and resources to develop African lands. They tactfully sold some of their lands in Spain to the government and the royal family, ensuring that per capita arable land did not decline significantly despite Spain's population boom. While a significant portion of Spanish land still remains under the control of a large number of nobles today, the situation is significantly better than when Carlo first became king. Carlo did not aspire to control all of these nobles' lands. After all, for the old-fashioned nobility, these lands were the very foundation of their survival. As long as the rents charged by these nobles were not too high, Spanish farmers would have enough to live on. This tactful approach made Spain's African development plan very successful. Spain's industrial expansion began during Charles II's reign. This meant that, aside from official capital, led by the royal family and government, private capital in Spain was relatively weak. At this time, the nobility became a crucial force, possessing considerable wealth. Investing this wealth in African development proved crucial for the development of the colonies. Charles II was naturally generous with his generosity towards these discerning nobles. If a noble was willing to focus on developing African land, Spain would purchase their land at a premium to market value. If the land was unwilling to sell, Spain could offer a land-for-land exchange. The land-for-land exchange ratio varied depending on the colony. The land in the southern Moroccan colonies had the lowest value, with 1 acre of Spanish land in the mainland exchanging for 10 acres. For the more fertile land in the West African colonies, the land-for-land ratio was only 1:3, meaning 1 acre of Spanish land in the mainland was exchanged for 3 acres of land in the West African colonies. While this ratio was not particularly high, it offered the advantage of a large, free labor force in the African colonies. After these nobles exchanged their land for African colonies, they could exploit and oppress the local Africans with impunity, their lives and deaths uncaring. The grain produced by these lands could be shipped to Spain or other European countries, or sold to official grain trading companies at market prices. Charles I was not one to cheat his own people. The import and export companies offered very reasonable prices, ensuring that these nobles, deeply engaged in colonial development, would not lose money. In other words, these nobles' colonial land development was a nearly guaranteed profit. Those seeking to acquire large amounts of land at once could opt for land exchange. Land exchange could be used, exchanging land in Spain for large tracts of already cultivated farmland, then employing Africans for virtually no cost to establish their own plantations. If land exchange proved uneconomical, they could sell their land to generate sufficient funds to cultivate farmland in their own African colonies. Again, it was the abundant labor force in the African colonies that provided these nobles with so many options. Once the first group of nobles who arrived in the African colonies made a fortune, the remaining nobles naturally didn't hesitate and invested in developing the colonies, joining the wave of making a killing. By May 1889, the total amount of land these nobles had exchanged for exceeded 1 million acres, equivalent to over 4,000 square kilometers. Because the land in the West African colonies was the most fertile and ideal for agriculture, the majority of these land exchanges took place in the colonies. With a 1:3 exchange ratio, the nobles quickly controlled over 12,000 square kilometers of land in the West African colonies. This land was covered in plantations and farms, each serving as a labor site for indigenous Africans. This was the driving force behind the rapid growth of agricultural production in the West African colonies. These 12,000 square kilometers of land were equivalent to 3 million acres, 1.214 million hectares, or 18.21 million mu. How incredible was this expanse of arable land? It meant that West African colonies had the potential to surpass Spain in grain production in the future, and that future was not far off. It's worth noting that grain yields per mu in the West African colonies currently exceeded those in mainland Spain. First, the West African colonies were able to achieve 2 or even 3 crops per year, which doubled or tripled grain yields per mu. Second, the West African colonies made extensive use of chemical fertilizers. Coupled with the fact that the colonies were traversed by rivers, they had no shortage of irrigation water. Mainland Spain was relatively water scarce, and due to its mountainous terrain, grain yields per mu in Spain were actually lower than those in other European countries. The land in the West African colonies more than compensated for this shortcoming, with grain yields exceeding double that of mainland Spain. Under these circumstances, these 18.21 million mu of land could easily produce nearly 1.5 million tons of grain, exceeding 1/3 of mainland Spain's grain output. This was only accounting for the land controlled by the aristocracy in the West African colonies. Of course, the actual grain yields of the land controlled by the aristocracy were not so exaggerated, as it was unlikely that all of this land was dedicated to cultivation. Construction, roads, and other water conservancy projects all required significant land area. What is certain, however, is that once the lands controlled by the nobles' West African colonies are fully cultivated, grain production could reach millions of tons, equivalent to a quarter of Spain's own production. Assuming that 4 million tons of grain can feed 20 million people, this 1 million tons would be enough to feed 5 million. In addition to the land controlled by the nobles, there is also significant land cultivated by immigrants, as well as land reclaimed by the Spanish government through its West African Development Program. Together, these lands could provide nearly 1 million tons of grain. Based on Spain's current total grain production, all grain, fruits, and vegetables combined could feed at least 35 million people annually. This means that even if Spain's agricultural sector doesn't grow significantly in the coming years, there won't be any food crisis in the country. The nobles, having made significant profits in Africa, naturally rallied around the royal family and Charles. Charles would not refuse their support, which is why he sought to consolidate the power of the nobility and maximize its benefits for himself and his future heir. The aforementioned San Primo High School is clearly named after Spain's former Prime Minister, Primo. While Prime Minister Primo's reputation wasn't particularly good, having single-handedly pushed for far-reaching reforms that jeopardized the interests of many classes, Carlo recognized his ability and loyalty. The naming of this high school, which would train members of the royal family and aristocracy, reflected Carlo's hope that it would cultivate more talents like Primo. Competence is important, but so is loyalty. Carlo had already thought about this high school many times, and once he had finalized his plan, the education authorities took action. Funded by the royal family, The high school would invite the most renowned teachers and experts from Spain and even Europe to impart a wealth of cultural knowledge and relevant theories to its students. In addition to the standard academic curriculum, the high school would also offer courses related to politics and military affairs to cultivate students' interest and abilities in these areas. If a student demonstrates a talent and interest, upon graduation from San Primo High School, they can proceed to a designated university to further their studies and deepen their specialized expertise. Simply put, this high school is designed to train political and military talent for the heir to the Spanish throne. Studying together from high school onwards will foster a deeper bond between the heir and the nobility, strengthening their loyalty. The nobility, of course, would not miss the opportunity to have their children study alongside the future king. The nobility and the king share a common destiny. Only with the king's full trust can the nobility unleash their full potential. This also serves as a way to prepare a cadre for his son, Prince Juan Fernando. Given the young man's age, by the time his classmates have achieved sufficient competence and ascended to high positions in the government, it would be time for Charles to abdicate and allow a younger heir to take the helm. By then, the new king would have close ties within both the political and military circles, and would not have to worry about being sidelined by the prime minister or parliament. A monarch of great ability and vision could naturally use their abilities to gradually control the government and the military, thereby realizing their ambitions. If a monarch lacked both ability and ambition, they could maintain a certain level of influence through their trusted associates, ensuring a safe and secure succession of the throne without having to oversee government and military affairs. This was essentially another trump card Carlo left for the future heir. Historically, the sidelining of Kaiser Wilhelm II in the latter stages of World War I was due, on the one hand, to the immense influence of the Junker nobility, which Wilhelm II could no longer control. On the other hand, his grandfather and father had died in quick succession, leaving Wilhelm II with a hasty succession before he had cultivated sufficient influence and prestige, and naturally lacking sufficient control over the government and the military. As expected, after news of the establishment of San Primo High School spread, Spanish nobles sought to see Charles and enroll their children there. On the one hand, they had the opportunity to become classmates with the future king, and on the other, it offered a great opportunity for the children of the nobility to expand their network. Such a high school was reserved for the children of either the nobility or the wealthy. At most, a few capitalists would contribute, but that number was still a minority. Most of the students came from wealthy families, and having their children attend and study with them would undoubtedly benefit them far more than the disadvantages. The school was located on a manor outside Madrid, which allowed for minimal renovations. It wasn't far from downtown Madrid, and because of its suburban location, the grounds were spacious, allowing students to cultivate their interests and hobbies during breaks, such as equestrianism and archery. There were 4 months between May and the start of the school term, more than enough time for the education authorities to start the school. An initial shortage of teachers wasn't a major problem. At most, they could recruit from Spanish universities and other high schools, and gradually fill the vacancies with foreign teachers. After 20 years of development, Spain's education sector was undoubtedly well equipped with talented teachers. To foster students' interest and skills in politics and military affairs, Carlo planned to have military commanders periodically give lectures, sharing interesting stories from their military service and fostering patriotism in these aristocratic children. Students of this age are quite passionate. With a little nurturing of patriotic sentiment, they can grow into passionate patriots. Encouraging them to be passionately patriotic is always better than pursuing other interests. Children of the nobility should serve their country, and achieving meritorious service can ensure the continuation of their family's title. As soon as the news of San Primo High School's establishment spread, it immediately sparked a surge of applications from aristocrats. According to the principal appointed by Carlo, hundreds of children of over 100 noble families have already submitted applications, indicating that this year's enrollment for the nobility is already full. San Primo High School is certainly not like ordinary high schools, with an annual enrollment of no more than 200 students. Of these, approximately 160 places are for nobility, more than 10 for children of non-noble officials, and the remaining 20-30 are reserved for the children of capitalists. The main reason for allocating some places to capitalists is to secure some operating funds from them. Although it's just a high school, San Primo High School's annual operating expenses are guaranteed to be in the hundreds of thousands of pesetas. After all, the education offered here was the most elite, encompassing not only general academic subjects but also fostering interests in politics, the military, and even other fields. Carlo even arranged monthly target practice for the students. For the European aristocracy of this era, horsemanship and target practice were essential training. Dueling was even a common practice among the nobility in many countries, and videos of such duels can be found online. Whenever a conflict arose between two nobles, and they could not resolve it, they would challenge each other to a duel. A duel typically involved two nobles standing within 10 meters of each other, each armed with a revolver, to see who could kill the other. Such close-range duels generally didn't end well, with only the lucky few able to kill without being hit. After all, within a distance of only 10 meters, any noble with even a modicum of archery skill could easily hit their opponent. The victorious noble would also win the final dispute, whether it was over land or property. Despite the high risk of death in a duel, the aristocracy of this era embraced dueling. They even took pride in it and looked down upon those who showed fear in a fight. After Carlo promoted bullfighting, the Spanish nobility shifted from using guns to using bullfights. Whenever an irreconcilable conflict arose between nobles, they would meet in a bull ring to decide the outcome. While equally dangerous, the survival rate was much higher compared to close-range gunfights. Bullfighting also fostered a fighting spirit and courage among the nobility. Besides increasing their chances of survival, bullfights were not much different from their gun duels. Since this was San Primo High School's first class, Carlo instructed the principal to carefully select the children of the nobility who applied, selecting only those with true ability and talent. This was the first screening criterion. The second was to prioritize the children of archduches, dukes, and marquises. There was no other way. The Spanish nobility was simply too numerous, and the lower-ranking earls and barons were essentially ignored. The number of Spanish nobles holding high-ranking titles like Grand Duke, Duke, and Marquess alone totaled hundreds. Under such circumstances, the enrollment of San Primo High School also has to take into account the nobles of earls and barons, and the 200 enrollment places are obviously not enough. Chapter 348 Serbia collapses. Carlo had originally expected the European war to drag on for a long time, but with San Primo High School still a long way off, the war seemed to be drawing to a close. The key to a breakthrough lay in Serbia. Unfortunately, Serbia was too weak compared to Germany and Austria-Hungary. With Russian troops unable to reach Serbia, even a desperate Serbian attack could only delay defeat. The Austro-Hungarians captured Loznica in just a few days, leaving a gap in Serbia's western border. Serbia's subsequent counterattack on Loznica was intended to close this gap, but they were far outnumbered and outgunned. After the counterattack failed, the Serbian army retreated towards Belgrade. Their intentions were good, to defend their capital. After all, as mentioned, Belgrade lay on a prominent ridge at the mouth of a river, facing Austria-Hungary on three sides. If the territory south of Belgrade could not be held, Serbia's capital would be completely surrounded by Austria-Hungary, a devastating blow for the small country. While a retreat towards Belgrade would secure the capital, it would be a catastrophic blow for the cities further south on the western border. The Austro-Hungarian army had previously attempted an eastward attack on Belgrade, having already witnessed the strength of Serbia's defenses along the way. While a steady approach would have allowed for progress, the time and manpower required would have been unacceptable to the Austro-Hungarians. With Belgrade firmly defended, the Austro-Hungarians decided not to attack Belgrade. After all, Serbia was a small country, and the loss of any territory would be extremely painful. After deliberation, the Austro-Hungarian forces on the southern front decided to continue southeastward, attacking Valjevo, a crucial supply city on Serbia's western border. Valjevo's strategic location, centrally located on Serbia's western border, provided a commanding reach across the entire border. Because of this, Serbia stockpiled a vast amount of supplies here, using it as a transit point for a steady flow of supplies to the western front. Capturing Valjevo would not only cut off Serbia's western border supply lines, but also allow the Austro-Hungarian army to completely establish a major presence, laying the foundation for the subsequent offensive. Valjevo's strategic location, connecting Belgrade to the north and the crucial transportation hub of Užice to the south, was crucial. Before the Serbian counteroffensive, it was heavily defended. Originally, Loznica and the border area north of it had only 20,000 troops, while the supply city of Valjevo itself boasted a garrison of nearly 20,000. However, as Serbia planned its counteroffensive, most of the defenders were withdrawn to the north to plan the counterattack against Loznica. Following the counter-offensive's failure, 35,000 Serbian troops retreated hastily toward Belgrade, leaving the supply city of Valjevo largely ignored by the Serbian army. Valjevo's remaining garrison now numbered fewer than 10,000, most of whom were temporarily mobilized after the war. A truly combat-ready standing army was practically non-existent, which was definitely good news for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Austro-Hungarians were naturally aware of Serbia's strengths. Serbia's ability to mount a counterattack meant that the defenses of central cities, like Valjevo, were significantly underdeveloped. Following Serbia's failed defense, the Austro-Hungarians left approximately 20,000 troops in Loznica to defend the city, and with another 20,000 from Bosnia, they reorganized their force to 40,000 and launched an offensive against Valjevo. This crucial supply city held out for less than 2 days before being captured by the Austro-Hungarians. After capturing Valjevo, the Austro-Hungarians did not linger for long, leaving some troops to defend it while the remaining forces continued southward to attack the transportation hub of Uzis. For the entire western border, the supply city of Valjevo was undoubtedly more crucial. But for Serbia, the transportation hub city of Uzis is definitely more important. Uzis is located at a three-way intersection. To the north is Valjevo, to the south is Serbia's southern border, and to the east is the Serbian hinterland. If the Austro-Hungarian Empire can break through Uzis, the Serbian hinterland cities will be defenseless against the Austro-Hungarian army. This is quite fatal for Serbia, but the Serbian army at this time does not have many troops to mobilize. Northwestern Serbia, north of Valjevo, has gathered more than 80,000 troops. Together with the troops in the south of the western border, this is almost all of Serbia's main forces at present. The remaining soldiers are either lying in the hospital, not knowing whether they are alive or dead, or they are soldiers who have just been mobilized and have not been trained yet, and have no combat effectiveness at all. When the Serbian government learned that Valjevo had been broken and the Austro-Hungarian army was attacking Uzis to the south, it was completely panicked. While ordering troops from inland cities to rush to Uzis, they also drastically destroyed roads north and east of Uzis, preventing the Austrian army from rapidly advancing through these routes to other Serbian cities. By this point in the war, it was clear that Serbia was completely unable to resist the Austro-Hungarian offensive. Any attempts would only serve to delay the Austro-Hungarian advance. With the capture of Valjevo, Serbia's defeat was imminent. This supply city was crucial to Serbia's western border. The Austro-Hungarian capture of Valjevo marked the complete collapse of Serbia's painstakingly cultivated western frontier over a decade. Without the strong defenses of its western border, Serbia's interior lacked the necessary terrain to withstand an Austro-Hungarian attack. As April progressed, the Austro-Hungarian and Serbian armies engaged in another large-scale offensive and defensive battle at Uzis. The Austro-Hungarian army, numbering 40,000, seized upon the opportunity presented by the capture of Valjevo to pursue the enemy, their morale high. On the Serbian side, the soldiers transported to Uzis were either barely trained peasants or those who had been sent back to the front lines after suffering minor or serious injuries in hospitals, clearly abandoned soldiers. Relying on these men to hold Uzis was more effective than hoping that the Russians could quickly defeat Germany and Austria-Hungary, thereby ending the war from another perspective. The outcome of this significant offensive and defensive battle was clear. The Austro-Hungarian army had won the battle with almost no effort. The transportation hub had been reduced to utter ruins after over a week of attack, and the rubble contained the bodies of tens of thousands of Serbian and Austrian soldiers. But there was no time to mourn these fallen soldiers now, as what awaited Serbia was an even more brutal hell. The capture of Uzis was great news for Austria, making headlines in both Austrian and Hungarian newspapers that day. European nations also dispatched military observation missions, ensuring that the news reached newspapers almost immediately. This was certainly good news for Germany and Austria-Hungary. But for Serbia and Russia, it was a death warrant, signaling imminent defeat. Russia urgently shifted its strategy, deciding to fight a decisive battle before the war was over to bolster its bargaining chips in peace talks. As for the Serbian government, Russia no longer had any influence. The war had exposed Russia to the strength of the Austro-German alliance and the disadvantages of fighting alone. For Russia, a dispensable ally like Serbia was no longer important. Regardless of the war's outcome, Russia was determined to seek further allies after its conclusion, concluding a Franco-Russian alliance. Only a Franco-Russian alliance could counter the Austro-German alliance. This was the sole objective of Alexander II and Russian officials. In Spain, Carlo received news of the fall of USIS almost immediately. He felt a touch of regret, believing it marked the end of the war and the expansion of Spain's arms industry. More importantly, this war would reshape the landscape of Europe. It was entirely foreseeable that the confrontation between the Central Powers and the Allied Powers would have occurred much sooner. Had the British not emphasized the importance of limiting the scope of the conflict at its initial outbreak, Russia and France would likely have already been discussing how to defeat Germany. While this British action certainly prevented the war from escalating into a world war, it wasn't good news for the British. The future European landscape would be a German-Austrian alliance versus a Franco-Russian alliance, with Italy clearly siding with the German-Austrian alliance. This would relegate the British to an unprecedented position of complete and utter non-participation. This wasn't the deliberate role of non-participation that the British had previously cultivated, but rather a role in which they could not participate even if they wanted to. Each of the two major military blocs was far more powerful than Britain, a truly devastating blow to the British. Carlo considered the British's likely choice at this critical juncture, even considering whether they would seek an alliance with Spain. After all, among the European powers at this point, Britain and Spain were the only two without a clear position. However, after some thought, Carlo abandoned this idea. After all, Britain and Spain had irreconcilable differences. Unless Britain was willing to give up Gibraltar, Spain would be unlikely to ally with Britain. Even if Spain chose to choose a country to ally with, it had better options. Spain would be a good ally for both of the emerging military blocs. France needed Spain to secure its southern border, and Germany needed Spain to create some trouble on France's southern border. While Spain's army and navy weren't among the top 3 in the world, they were both in the top 5, making their overall military strength quite impressive. This meant that Spain would be a valuable asset in the future confrontation between the two major military blocs, a target sought by both sides. This was unlike the awkward situation facing Britain, and it was the reason Carlo remained calm in this situation, as Spain still had options. Unlike Spain, Britain's options were more limited. Britain's policies of isolation and regional balance made it impossible for them to intervene directly in the conflict between the two major military blocs. Furthermore, Britain's relations with the major European powers were not good, so even if Britain wanted to, these powers might not be willing to allow it to join. While Britain's membership would strengthen the alliance, it also meant that any future gains would be shared by the British. Britain was the most powerful nation, meaning it would receive the largest share of the pie. However, Britain's isolation from continental Europe meant that even if war broke out, it would be less vulnerable. Had Britain joined the alliance, victory might have ultimately benefited the British. Upon learning of the successful capture of USIS, Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph I personally sent a telegram to the frontline commanders, praising their outstanding performance and promising to personally honor them after the war. The emperor's personal praise energized the commanders, who planned to further their achievements in order to secure further benefits during the post-war awards process. This was also the advantage of monarchies. Titles and land could be awarded to officers and soldiers who distinguished themselves in battle. Monarchy and aristocracy had been passed down in Europe for millennia, and the nobility's prestige was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the European people. Most officers would be tempted by the chance to join the nobility directly. Those who weren't tempted were likely already members of the nobility, their titles so high they couldn't be further elevated despite military merit. Compared to the Austro-Hungarian army's high morale, the Serbian army was in a state of considerable decline. With news of this happening all over Europe, even the Serbian side, even if slow to react, was aware of the successive defeats on the front lines. If Serbia had simply been invaded, it would have been fine. The invasion would have boosted public morale and public sentiment. However, the problem was that the war was sparked by Serbia's shielding of Bosnian rebel leaders, a fact widely reported by the Austrian media and then spread to Serbia. A victory would certainly not be a problem for Serbia. After all, who doesn't want their country to be stronger? Were the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina no longer Serbian compatriots? What's wrong with protecting their compatriots? But a loss would be a grave responsibility and a burden for the Serbian government. If the Serbian government hadn't shielded these rebel leaders, the war wouldn't have started. If the war hadn't started, the Serbian people wouldn't have lost their loved ones. The Serbian people had lost their loved ones in this war, and now the enemy had attacked them right in their own homes? How could the Serbian people tolerate this? Serbia's dire situation wasn't limited to the complete capture of its western border. The situation in the northern capital, Belgrade, was also dire. Over half of the capital had been ravaged by Austro-Hungarian artillery, and the war had reduced the homes of hundreds of thousands of Serbs to ruin. How could the Serbian people not be outraged? As soon as news of the capture of Užice reached Belgrade, massive demonstrations broke out in the southern part of Belgrade. Serbians gathered, expressing their dissatisfaction with the incompetent government that had provoked the war and were unwilling to allow such a government to continue to harm their country. The demonstrations posed a significant headache for the Serbian government. They hadn't yet dealt with the Austro-Hungarian army, and now they faced public accountability. Unfortunately, neither of these two problems could be solved at this moment. The Austro-Hungarian army was unbeatable unless Serbia could summon an additional 100,000-strong army. This was clearly impossible. Perhaps only a legendary god could do it. But even if there were a god, it was clear that he would not favor Serbia. The second point was even more difficult to resolve. Under normal circumstances, there would be many solutions to public demonstrations. Either officials could be dispatched to offer gentle persuasion, granting the protesters' requests for a quick disbandment. Alternatively, police or military force could be mobilized to suppress the protests, and then public opinion could be manipulated to resolve the situation. However, the situation now defied persuasion. The public was deeply skeptical of the Serbian government's competence and deeply dissatisfied with the Serbian army's dismal performance during the war. This crisis of confidence could not be resolved unless the Serbian army could secure a victory. Using police or military force to suppress the protests was out of the question. The limited military resources around Belgrade were already deployed to the front lines, making mobilizing police or military forces impossible. Even if armed forces were available, could they truly suppress the protests in this situation? The army, failing to fight the war, instead turned its guns on the people. Wouldn't this accelerate the people's overthrow of the government? With neither civil nor military tactics working, the Serbian government had no alternative but to cower. But cowering was clearly only a temporary solution, unable to fully resolve the crisis of the protests. Worse still, the situation on the front lines was deteriorating for Serbia. Amidst internal and external troubles, the Serbian Prime Minister's hair turned white virtually overnight. Chapter 349 Surrender. The Austro-Hungarian army was completely unaware of the chaos unfolding in Serbia, but this did not prevent them from engaging Serbian cities in a frenzy. After capturing Užice, the Austro-Hungarian army did not advance northward toward Belgrade, as Serbia had hoped. Instead, it continued eastward along the road, attacking Starac, another Serbian transportation hub. While Starac was smaller than Užice, its strategic importance as a transportation hub was no less. The capture of Starac would have forced the Serbian government to surrender, even if they still held Belgrade. This would have meant the capture of almost all of Serbia's interior. While the capital, Belgrade, was certainly important, without the rest of Serbia, Serbia would have effectively ceased to exist in name only. Advancing eastward from Užice, the Austro-Hungarian army once again experienced the benefits of roads. The soldiers, flocking to them, not only moved faster but also allowed for more efficient transportation of supplies from Austria-Hungary. While continuing the offensive eastward was somewhat rash, the Austrian army had made thorough preparations. A 20,000-man garrison was stationed in Loznica and Valjevo respectively. The purpose of these two garrisons was to protect the Austro-Hungarian forces deep into Serbian territory and prevent their retreat routes from being cut off by Serbian forces. These two armies proved invaluable. Even after the balance of power had completely tilted towards Austria-Hungary, the Serbian government still attempted a last-ditch effort, mobilizing all available troops to attack Austro-Hungarian-occupied Loznica. Loznica was the westernmost border town and a gap in the Austro-Hungarian defenses. If this point could be blocked, the Austro-Hungarian forces deep into Serbian territory would be completely cut off from retreat, allowing Serbia to completely encircle them. If these forces could be eliminated, the outcome of the war would be uncertain. After all, the Austro-Hungarian main force was concentrated in the Polish plains to the north, while the southern army consisted of only a few 100,000 men. But ideals are often rosy, and reality is often harsh. Serbia reorganized its forces, numbering over 40,000, and launched a massive offensive against Loznica. The 20,000 Austro-Hungarian defenders held them back for several days, until reinforcements from Valjevo, numbering 20,000, successfully repelled the final Serbian counterattack. Seeing its final counterattack ineffective, the Serbian government completely lost its will. On May 3, 1889, the Austro-Hungarian army captured the Serbian city of Starax, then launched a massive 80,000-man force northward from Loznica, Valjevo, and Starax towards Belgrade. This was a doomsday situation for Serbia. Not only would the capital, Belgrade, face a pincer attack from both the north and the south, but numerous cities within Serbia would also face the Austro-Hungarian front. This was a war, after all, and the Austrians would not be too lenient towards the Serbs. Although the Austro-Hungarian Empire paid close attention to maintaining order in Serbia after its occupation, widespread looting and burning occurred. To maintain the army's combat effectiveness, such acts could only be prevented, not eradicated. This inflicted heavy toll on the Serbs in the occupied cities, who, on the one hand, resented the Austrian invaders, and on the other, resented the inaction of the Serbian government. Under the watchful eyes of Europe, a major riot erupted in Belgrade, the Serbian capital. First, protesters stormed the government and parliament, holding banners calling for the removal of the cabinet and expressing their discontent. Belgrade was the capital, after all. A simple demonstration would not have threatened the government's rule. But this was precisely where the turning point occurred. Serbian King Milan Obrenović decisively abolished the cabinet and parliament, establishing a temporary wartime cabinet and declaring his commitment to ending the war and saving the Serbian people in the occupied territories. Had the war broken out before the outbreak, King Milan Obrenović would have undoubtedly lacked popular support. After all, he himself was a monarch who advocated absolute rule, and the stability of his throne depended on foreign support. However, with the cabinet already losing popular support, Serbian King Milan Obrenović's forced dissolution of the cabinet and parliament did win him some favor. Shortly after announcing the dissolution of the cabinet, Milan Obrenović, as king, issued an order to Serbian troops on the front lines, demanding that they surrender to the Austro-Hungarian army and end a war that should never have happened. Although the Serbian troops on the front lines were surprised by the order, they were forced to comply. After all, the Serbian army's logistical supplies came entirely from the government, and without government support for the war, their persistence would be futile. That same day, the resisting Serbian troops surrendered to the Austro-Hungarian army. Austria-Hungary generously accepted the surrenders, providing them with a decent daily meal. This was a way for the Austro-Hungarians to win over the people. Serbia, like a thorn in the side, severely hindered the Austro-Hungarian Empire's expansion into the Balkans. This meant that any further Austro-Hungarian expansion would require resolving Serbia, its greatest obstacle. Placing all responsibility and consequences for the war on the Serbian government, thereby deflecting Austro-Hungary from its crimes against the Serbs, was a relatively sound approach. While some Serbs would harbor resentment towards Austria-Hungary, at least the Serbian government would share the burden. Furthermore, placing the blame on the Serbian government served other purposes. The war had erupted because of the pro-Russian Serbian government's deep hatred for Austria-Hungary. This pro-Russian Serbian government harbored strong ambitions for the Austro-Hungarian-occupied Bosnia and Herzegovina. With Russian support, they even managed to depose the pro-Austrian Serbian King Milan Obrenović. If the responsibility for the war could be shifted to the pro-Russian Serbian government, allowing the pro-Austrian Serbian king to reign, it would be a boon for Austro-Hungary. Serbia, having reverted to a pro-Austrian stance, would not only not hinder the continued expansion of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but would even become a powerful ally in its fight against Russia. Balkan peoples like Serbia and Bulgaria, despite their small size and population, possessed formidable combat capabilities. They had been battlefields since ancient times, and after the fall of the Byzantine Empire, they became the front line of Europe's struggle against the Ottoman Empire. Although the Ottoman Empire was now weakened, it had become a front in the conflict between Russia and Austria. These experiences had forged a remarkably sturdy and warlike character among the people. A Serbian army of comparable size would have been able to put up a formidable fight against the Austro-Hungarian army. If it weren't for their utterly inadequate weaponry and logistical support, Austria-Hungary's easy victory would have been difficult. For Austria-Hungary, equipping 100,000 Serbian troops would have been as effective as 100,000 of the most elite Austro-Hungarian troops. These 100,000 men could hold off at least 200,000 Russian troops. If a future war with Russia were to continue, the Serbs would clearly play a crucial role. The news of Serbia's surrender caused a stir in Europe, drawing the attention of nearly every nation to the ongoing battle on the Polish plain. In reality, neither Germany, Austria, nor Russia intended to devote their full strength to this war. This made the battle on the Polish plain more like a practical exercise for each nation. Each of the three nations deployed a certain number of troops to test their newly developed weaponry and equipment, while also exploring various formations and tactical strategies. The Austro-Prussian and Franco-Prussian wars had effectively banished line infantry, but European nations had yet to reach a clear conclusion regarding the strategic deployments and tactics of the latest war. This war between the three great powers clearly offered a valuable opportunity for exploration. The conflict on the Polish plains attracted military observers from many powers, who meticulously documented the battles, fearing they would miss any crucial moments. After Serbia's defeat, all three powers realized the war would be short-lived. There was no need for either side to fight to the death. After all, the main focus of the war was still the Balkans, where the current conflict had already concluded. 5 days after Serbia's surrender, envoys sent by Tsar Alexander III officially arrived in the German capital, Berlin, and requested peace talks. For Germany at this point, the war had achieved its objectives. After all, Germany had not experienced a large-scale war since the Franco-Prussian War, and the conflict with Russia was a perfect catalyst. Facts proved that even after nearly 20 years, the German army remained one of the strongest. In the limited-scale war on the Polish plains, the German army achieved the greatest results with the lowest casualties, a testament to its immense combat effectiveness. Among the three nations, Germany's loss ratio was a staggering 1:3, with one German soldier replacing 3 Russians on average. The most elite Austro-Hungarian armies achieved a loss ratio of 1:2, while ordinary armies could only achieve a loss ratio of 1:1 or 1:1.5. The Russian army was the least effective. While Russia did have elite units capable of matching the German and Austrian casualties in a 1:1 ratio, their numbers were limited. The majority of its armies suffered disastrous losses, and those mobilized in haste suffered even more. It was precisely the drag of these less effective units that contributed to Russia's seemingly dismal loss ratio. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Russia. After all, Russia's population was several times that of Germany and Austria, so this loss ratio wasn't too severe for Russia. Russia could grit its teeth and bear tens of millions of casualties, but the question was whether Germany and Austria-Hungary dared to bear millions. This wasn't the same period as World War I, and the populations of Germany and Austria-Hungary were not yet as large as they were during World War I. Current estimates from various sources put Germany's population at around 47.8 million and Austria-Hungary's at around 39.8 million, both of which were already relatively good compared to other European countries. Consider that at the time, the population of Britain was only 32 million, and that of France was only 39.5 million. Any country with a population approaching 40 million would be considered a populous nation, even globally. Spain, after much catching up, currently only has a population of 25.6 million. This was also the greatest advantage European countries had over Spain. Population allowed countries to continuously increase their overall national strength, expanding their mobilizable armies from hundreds of thousands to millions or even tens of millions. While Germany and Austria-Hungary had large populations, they pale in comparison to Russia. Current statistics on Russia's population can only provide a rough estimate. Russia's territory is simply too vast to be accurately calculated. Furthermore, Russia's internal administrative system was chaotic and corrupt. Even a streamlined government like Spain, after reform, could not maintain a detailed population count, let alone the even more complex and corrupt Tsarist Russia. The Tsarist government could only make a rough estimate of its own population, placing it at around 110 million. After conducting statistics on births and deaths in Russia in recent years, Spain estimated that Russia's population could be as high as 112 million. Don't underestimate these two decimal places, even if it's just 0.02, when multiplied by hundreds of millions, it still amounts to a population of 2 million. Furthermore, these statistics aren't precise, and it's likely that millions of Russians are being overlooked. After all, technology was not advanced in that era, and no country could achieve such detailed population statistics. However, what is certain is that Russia currently has the largest population of all the major powers, far exceeding the second and third largest combined. This demographic advantage is Russia's strength and the basis for its fearlessness of war. Russia's sheer size alone should be enough to make the German government seriously consider the need for peace talks. If Russia truly provoked them, mobilizing millions of troops would force Germany and Austria-Hungary to follow suit. If war fails to achieve its objectives, it will be a waste of resources and money. Although the war between Germany and Russia began on the Polish plains, Germany at that time had no intention of taking over Poland. The price Germany would have to pay to obtain this Polish region would definitely be very high. Instead of doing this, it would be better to enter into peace negotiations with Russia earlier. Anyway, the original purpose of this war has been achieved. The Austro-Hungarian Empire not only solved the problem of Serbia, but also had the hope of making further progress in the Balkans. If the Austro-Hungarian Empire made further progress in the Balkans, it would mean that Russia's power would have to withdraw from the Balkans. With you advancing and me retreating, it would be a strengthening for the Austro-Hungarian Empire and a weakening for Russia. Chapter 350, OSE Peace Talks. Although the Russian ambassador's contacts with Germany were kept secret, news of this quickly reached the ears of European nations. If the two most powerful nations engaged in peace talks, it would mean the war was nearing its end, and that it would be a peaceful one, rather than a complete defeat by one side. However, compared to the ongoing negotiations between Germany and Russia, European nations were clearly more concerned with the post-war trajectory. The military bloc led by Germany and Austria was already quite clear, and Italy, another major power, was also closely tied to this bloc. Naturally, confronting this powerful bloc would be Russia, the other protagonist of the war. If France and Russia could conclude an alliance, Europe would be completely divided into two major military blocs. In this situation, the influence of other non-alliance nations would be significantly reduced. Even Britain would have little presence in the face of these two powerful blocs. This meant that European nations needed to clarify their stance after the war. There were only three possible positions, either leaning towards one of the two major blocs or maintaining strict neutrality. Maintaining neutrality also requires considering the ethics of the two major military blocs. After all, neutrality isn't something that can be established simply by stating it, it requires recognition from other countries to ensure protection from invasion. Currently, Switzerland is the only recognized neutral country. Besides Switzerland's early declaration of perpetual neutrality, which was recognized by the rest of Europe through the 1815 Declaration of the Congress of Vienna, another major factor is Switzerland's mountainous location and relatively unimportant location, making it unnecessary for other countries to risk offending others by attacking a neutral nation. Besides Switzerland, a perpetually neutral country, other European countries need to consider their appropriate diplomatic stance in the new European landscape. Whether to support one military bloc or remain neutral is less important. What matters is the full implementation of one's diplomatic stance and the avoidance of vacillating between the two sides. Peace negotiations between Germany and Russia have been ongoing for a long time, and there are no major disputes over Poland, which Germany understands is impossible to capture at this time. The only contentious issue is the Balkans, where Russia is reluctant to lose its loyal ally, Serbia, so quickly. However, it is clear that the situation in Serbia is no longer under Russian control. After dismissing the pro-Russian government, King Milan Obrenović of Serbia immediately appointed loyal nobles to form a provisional military government. The interim government's first act was to vigorously purge the previous pro-Russian cabinet and leverage public opinion to shift all responsibility for the war onto the previous cabinet. Besides mobilizing pro-Russian forces, King Milan Obrenović also capitalized on the public demonstrations in Belgrade. Angry citizens stormed the homes of officials from the previous cabinet and violently assaulted those who had single-handedly provoked the war. Although most officials were quickly protected by police, some lost their lives in the brutal assault. The anger of the Serbian people is understandable, as the war had inflicted heavy losses on Serbia and all Serbs. Despite the population of independent Serbia being only 2.7 million, the war had already resulted in over 100,000 casualties. Nearly 30,000 soldiers died or were seriously injured. This represents the loss of 30,000 families, or over 100,000 Serbs. In addition to the loss of life, the war's timing coincided with a crucial agricultural harvest, resulting in a near-complete crop failure. It is expected that this year's harvest will be the lowest in at least a decade, leaving many Serbs without enough food to survive. Prior to the outbreak of the war, the struggle for control of the Serbian government between Russia and Austria-Hungary had provided significant support to the newly independent nation. At that time, Serbian life was relatively comfortable, but the war completely upended their lives, fueling public anger towards the government. Having successfully channeled public anger towards the previous government, the King of Serbia quickly launched a purge. He and the previous government were already enemies, one pro-Austrian and the other pro-Russian, and naturally, no mercy was shown. Those cabinet members who survived the angry Serbian mob had little time to rejoice before they were brought to justice by the king. Because this cabinet had left Serbia in ruins, their trials were swift and severe. Former Prime Minister Nikola Hristic was sentenced to death and executed the next day. The remaining cabinet ministers received varying prison terms. Among them, the foreign minister, a close confidant of former Prime Minister Nikola Hristic, received a life sentence without commutation or early release under any pretext or justification. In contrast to these dismissed confidants of the former Prime Minister, King Milan Obranovic's own close associates and some independent members of the military were promoted significantly. The most prominent example was Serbia's Chief of General Staff, Kosta Prodic. To gain the support of the military, King Milan Obranovic directly appointed Chief of the General Staff, Kosta Prodic, to head the interim military government, promising him the position of Prime Minister of the next cabinet. This was a political exchange of favors. Following Chief of the General Staff's elevation to the highest level of government, King Milan Obranovic successfully installed several of his trusted aides within the military. This military support facilitated King Milan Obranovic's purging of the previous cabinet. Even with Russian support, the previous cabinet was unable to withstand the combined efforts of the military and the king. In addition to several ministers, many members of the Prime Minister's party were also purged. The more serious of the accusations were expelled from Serbia, while those with less severe offenses received varying prison sentences. It must be acknowledged that King Milan Obranovic's political tactics were quite astute. Not only did he shift all the blame for Serbia's defeat onto the cabinet government, but he also indirectly gained a certain degree of influence through collaboration with the military. While he didn't yet fully control the government, his collaboration with the military ensured he could maintain his throne. Historically, this king was forced to abdicate in favor of his son, Alexander, in 1889 due to his overly pro-Austrian leanings. Currently, it seems Milan Obranovic's throne will remain secure for a few more years due to the impact of the war. Of course, Milan Obranovic's ability to stabilize his throne through a series of measures was inseparable from the support of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. While the pro-Russian cabinet government was in power, the Austrian army's offensive was quite fierce. The Austrian media also continuously spread negative news about the war to Serbia, stirring up Serbian discontent with the cabinet government. After Milan Obranovic took control of the government through a series of maneuvers, the Austrian army not only began to withdraw in an orderly manner, but also left a batch of supplies to help Serbia restore order. Of course, these supplies weren't officially voluntarily left by the Austrians, rather, they were forced to abandon them after the great Serbian king Milan Obranovic argued for them. Regardless of the excuse, some of the affected Serbs did receive these supplies. While the amount was small, it temporarily prevented starvation for the devastated Serbs. Compared to the previous government, which had led to their own destruction, the Serbs saw that the current king had some ability. After temporarily restoring order, the Serbian provisional government immediately contacted Austria-Hungary and began peace negotiations. Normally, the war had been sparked by a border conflict between Serbia and Austria-Hungary, which necessitated peace talks to resolve the border conflict. However, peace talks between Germany and Russia were currently at a stalemate, primarily due to the dispute over Serbia. Austria-Hungary, through the pro-Austrian Serbian king, controlled the situation and naturally wouldn't wait for Russia to negotiate. Much can be said about the pro-Austrian Serbian king Milan Obranovic. After Serbia's independence, fierce domestic debate and conflict erupted between pro-Austrian and pro-Russian factions. As a pro-Austrian Serbian king, Milan Obranovic, in order to gain Austro-Hungarian support, signed a trade treaty and secret agreement with Austria-Hungary. This trade treaty ceded Serbia's economic sovereignty, allowing Austro-Hungarian industrial products to flood the Serbian market. The secret agreement, in turn, effectively ceded Serbia's sovereignty. During that period, Serbia was forced to submit to Austro-Hungarian rule and maintain diplomatic alignment with the empire. It was precisely Serbia's strong pro-Austrian stance that stunned Tsarist Russia, the supposed leader and protector of the Slavs. Serbia's geographical location was crucial, even more so than Bulgaria. It served as both Russia's front line against Serbia and a bridgehead for Austro-Hungarian expansion southward. Whoever could secure Serbia's support would gain the initiative in the Balkan struggle. Tsarist Russia, in an effort to realign Serbia with Russia, undertook various efforts, ultimately fostering a pro-Russian government that deposed the king. Of course, This deposing of the king was ultimately due to Milan Obranovic's own maneuvers. If he had simply been close to Austria-Hungary, this wouldn't have been such a sin. However, while embracing Austria-Hungary, Milan Obranovic maintained a highly authoritarian and dictatorial rule, which resented the Serbs. The newly independent Serbs had not yet embraced Greater Serbia and held few significant aspirations for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Serbs were more concerned with protecting their political rights, making the authoritarian rule particularly prominent. The king's authoritarian rule sparked numerous demonstrations and parliamentary debates. These demonstrations and debates provided an opening for the Russians to promote Greater Serbia, offering the Serbs a glimpse of a brighter future. However, this war also proved that Greater Serbia was not entirely reliable. Excessive ambition for a small nation is often not a good thing. At this point, the Serbs no longer cared about Greater Serbia. Just being able to preserve their territory and maintain their hard-earned peace was a great feat. While peace talks were ongoing between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, Austria-Hungary also offered the Serbs a taste of the sweetness. On the very day of the talks, the Austrian army completely withdrew from Serbia's heartland cities, retreating towards the border city of Loznica. As they withdrew, they left behind a large amount of food and supplies, along with leaflets. These leaflets explained the reasons for the war and stated that Austria had no intention of engaging in war with Serbia. It was the previous Serbian government, under Russian misleading, that had induced the war, shielding serious criminals in Bosnia. The supplies left behind by Austria were, of course, compensation to the Serbs. While this did little to help the Serbs who had lost loved ones, it did at least provide some clarity about who had caused the war. With the previous government liquidated, Serbian resentment naturally shifted to Russia. Of course, Austro-Hungary's small gestures were not enough to completely sway Serbia. After all, the war had been fought between Austrian and Serbian forces, and expecting Serbs to forgive Austria with meager compensation and leaflets was clearly impossible. While peace talks between Germany and Russia remained deadlocked, Austria-Hungary quickly signed a peace treaty with Serbia, formally ending the war. Most of the contents of the treaty were released, and the terms shocked the Serbs. Austria-Hungary did not demand territorial concessions from Serbia. As the defeated party, Serbia was required to pay only a symbolic indemnity. While the indemnity was substantial, it represented a significant bargain for the defeated. It's worth noting that France, as the defeated party in the Franco-Prussian War, not only had to pay a massive indemnity of 5 billion francs, but also ceded Alsace and Lorraine to Prussia. Alsace and Lorraine were no ordinary regions. They were not only important border towns for France, but also rich in coal and iron ore resources. The coal and iron ore from Alsace and Lorraine played a significant role in the German Empire's rapid industrialization. Compared to France, which was also defeated in the Franco-Prussian War, Serbia, also a defeated party, fared significantly better. The total indemnity Serbia owed to Austria-Hungary was only 10 million forints, or just over 20 million pesetas. This sum likely didn't even cover the Austro-Hungarian military expenses for the war, demonstrating Austria-Hungary's approach to Serbia, primarily wooing Serbia, supplemented by suppression. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.